夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおう。ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000伤，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
我是真一，欢迎来到新一期的赛季前瞻栏目。永劫无间第16个赛季燃耀将在4月1日正式开启，和大家保证啊，这可绝对不是愚人节玩笑。在本期的前瞻中呢，除了已经在测试服与大家见面的新武器飞刀之外，我们还准备了更多的内容爆料。毫无疑问 ，S16将又是一个量大管饱的赛季。如同集齐7龙珠就能召唤神龙之力那样，我们也将在接下来的节目中为各位玩家点起7把火，期待他们能像赛季名称燃耀一样，点亮这个永劫无间迄今最燃的赛季更新。有请主策划飞鸿老师为我们带来游戏内容的重磅爆料。
嗨，大家好，我是永劫主策划飞鸿。近2个月的版本更新中啊，游戏内容的释出节奏稍微有所放缓，有玩家可能会怀疑啊，开发组是不是在摸鱼？也有不少人说是不是在憋个大的。老实说，我们确实还需要一些时间。进入25年以来，我们正在紧锣密鼓地开发一个内容量远超新地图的全新游戏内容，并将在周年庆的裂缝事件中与大家正式见面。而在即将到来的16赛季，玩家们将体验到另一个重要事件——日火。我们将跟随车三娘的话语，逐步揭开基山海背景故事的新篇章。作为永劫无间最具代表性的英雄之一，烈豪基山海在2020年末第一次游戏测试的时候就和大家见过面了，掐指一算，已经过了4年多了。他开大时那只标志性的怒火焚身，相信大家也再熟悉不过。这次赛季事件中，我们花费了等同一个新英雄的工作量，为火德之师的基山海打造了全新的面貌。是的，这是你从未见过的基山海超燃的一面。 配套的英雄故事 CG、神品外观、神品发型也将于赛季内上线。揭开季沧海新篇章的同时啊，为了更好的适应游戏版本变化，季沧海的技能也将迎来重做。我们非常期待上线后，火蓝玩家能给大家带来非常精彩的操作。此外，灵魂夜的英雄技能在这次也将合并调整。我们目前的计划是移除灵魂夜的 F1，保留 F2、F3，同时加强浮空示范时的吸附效果，使它不容易打空了。在奥义方面，我们移除了 V2，并对 V1和 V3进行了调整。V1我们准备给它增加可射击释放。V1在释放时只会消耗一部分怒气，剩余的怒气将在读秒的过程中陆续消耗，避免出现奥义被打断后怒气直接归零的不良体验。V3则在连线爆炸时新增了沉默效果，加强了灵魂夜在释放奥义时的压迫感。还有一些其他英雄的平衡调整，欢迎大家在后续版本的测试服中亲自上手体验，并与我们分享看法。大家提出的每一条建议都是这些英雄调整最终成型不可或缺的助力。新武器飞刀上线测试服以来，引发了许多关注和讨论。各位先锋瑞士团的热心玩家也为我们提出了很多实打实的建议。没错，作为忍杰首款真正意义上忍劲皆备的武器飞刀看起来确实格外与众不同。一方面，我们希望这些设计能够丰富对主的可能性，同时呢，我们也未曾忘记此前新武器上线的教训所以评估这次新武器新基地的时，我们会格外的谨慎。正是基于这个考量我们决定提前1个多月将飞刀放入测试服，留出充足的时间供大家仔细的体验，也让我们有机会打磨修改。我重申一下飞刀不是如人节整活。对于这个久违半年多推出的新武器，我们是认真的想要把它做得更好的。在这儿，我也想给大家分享对飞刀初步调整的一些想法。结合目前测试服的一些数据表现我们在考虑减少右键正击的前摇，增加后摇。此外，按键截断普通攻击的效果也将不再打断钩手飞袭了。以上调整内容将在3月26日的测试服中实装，有待大家进一步的体验和检阅。在同期的测试服中，我们还将加入飞刀的惊魂论。这段战斗动作的设计灵感源自经典武侠小说中的招式暴乳梨花针，集中之极，出必见血，将暗器之王的暴力美学挥洒的极致。如果你也想要拥有这份天下第一的潇洒，就别忘了在测试服更新后亲自上手测试。在飞刀相关的反馈中我们还收到了不少有关武器皮肤的建议，比如有些玩家提到可以将扑克牌作为外观的灵感进行设计，这其实和我们正在开发中的内容不谋而合。在去年12月的53联动宣传片中杰勒特曾有一幕靠丢出纸牌化干戈为入帛的画面。不论多久，大家也能在游戏中像这样4两拨千斤般的丢出飞牌了。如果有更多关于飞刀玩法的和外观的建议欢迎大家在评论区或弹幕告诉我们。6月初，征程之路的全新篇章将和大家见面。而此前我们曾透露同在6月上线的全新战斗道具，也在我们的努力下反向跳票，这4月和大家见面了。它就是全新的法宝系统。胡桃的噬魂斩变成了毁天灭地的次元斩，绿林人的香炉长出4条大尾巴，季沧海的火球还可以是一个定时炸弹，感受到了吗？这些就是英雄配专属法宝的威力。在局外锻造出入天宫台，消耗混沌石，可随机打造出不同效果的法宝，为你的战斗提供巨大的增益。除了前面提到的英雄专属法宝，还有其他一些增加灵连上限、强化灵连打击等等的效果的吞润法宝可供打造。你可以为锻造出来的法宝升级和觉醒，使它进化并获得更强烈的效果。法宝锻造材料的混沌石主要获得方式来自全新的烽火百炼玩法。在百人洞地下的炼心渊内英雄们需要击杀藤鬼，将藤鬼上层的精气注入丹炉内，来维持混沌天炉的运转，帮助天炉进阶。积攒进度并成功守卫天炉进源后，便能收获满满一篓的战利品混沌石了。烽火百炼玩法和法宝系统将在每个真神赛季的后半程上线，并随着真神赛季的更新而重置。而且每个真神赛季都会推出全新的英雄专属法宝和吞润法宝，力求让大家玩得更爽。另一个重大内容更新，就是在6月上线的真神之路全新篇章。 从这个征程季开始，英雄们的对手不再是万象，而是天海大师口中并非无敌的领族人。本次新关卡将随着苍蓝托莫尔的脚步来到长生寨，而在那里等候他的是曾经目睹300年前苍蓝部落兴衰的黄月，一位身披蓝皮的影族人。苍蓝王对草原的统治为何惨淡收场？亲眼目睹过不朽灭族之力的黄月，而今面对重新卷入纷争的苍蓝王后人托莫尔，又会做出如何反应呢？烽火阵的故事新篇章，或许能给大家带来解答。新赛季当然也有全新的玩法。此前远程武器在真神之路里的定位一直略显尴尬，虽然也有诸如火蓝双风暴、灵魂夜冰无眼冲的玩法，但比起近战的套路啊，远程一直不是主流。而在这个赛季，我们为远程武器量身定做的全新的战斗模式神射系统。首先，远程武器将可以震刀了，使用鸟中弓箭的英雄将获得全新的震刀招式，怪物天连也不用担忧了，震他个措手不及。此外，在战斗中使用远程武器造成伤害，可以积攒神射值。神射值满后，你将进入神射状态，将看破所有敌人的弱点，瞄准弱点进行射击，就可以造成额外的伤害。第一阶段的神射系统将覆盖特摩尔、神庙、玉玲珑和顾金坎4位英雄，其余的武器招式也在紧锣密鼓的制作中，并将尽快与大家见面。
特爆，加量不加价的赛季通行证来喽！从下个赛季起，大家通行证等级达到115级之后，就能在解锁原有每个等级奖励的基础上，额外再获得一次抽奖机会，有机会抽到花露、宝箱等多重道具好礼，奖励加码，价格不变，多玩多得。新赛季新气象，怎么能没有新衣服呢？燃耀赛季的后续更新将有多个时装企划上新，其中打头阵的是长歌诗韵系列的第2弹。继第1弹推出了3首唐诗之后，时隔多日，我们将迎来4首以词牌为主题的时装，它们是铁血丹心满江红、醉意阑珊如梦令、豪情万丈念奴娇以及逍遥山水鹧鸪天。这些词牌主题的时装有部分在赛季通行证中就会和大家见面了。孔子说诗词可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以悦。我们也特邀一位国家级京剧艺术家为本次企划带来独特的京剧腔演绎，希望能用永劫无间特有的方式，将这些包罗万象的诗词浪漫传达给更多的玩家。
除了刚刚这些福利我再给大家爆料一些即将上线的游戏内容吧。为了能让高水平对局的战斗更加激烈纯正，我们将尝试在赛季中后期的天人之战中引入全新的机制——金乌之力。在第3轮地脉仪刷新的时候，除了现有的地脉仪之外，我们将新增一个金乌之力地脉仪。玩家若成功占领金乌之力地脉仪，便可以给全场没有拥有金乌之力的玩家添加演出效果。除了之前解严出的手段之外，新增的一个特殊任务完成后也可以解严出了。这下真是我花开后百花杀，天人激战一触即发。今年的泼水节，一窝蜂的特殊形态一窝水将再度回归。别担心，我们参考了去年同期活动大家的反馈，一窝水的逐类效果投放概率也得到调整，并增加了将其可以投入熟人井的功能。盘南岛的捷宝球也将变身为水球，碰撞后有概率获得兑换奖励的活动道具。还有一个大家呼声很高的瑞山 PVE 变身皮肤也将在燃耀赛季登场。这一次，瑞山将穿上一副荆棘编就的盔甲，每一颗荆刺不仅是强攻的利器，也是守护的尖盾。相信它能与五位侯披坚执锐、一往无前的将军之姿相得益彰。我们已经推出2款神品发型，也听到了大家对于发型配色方面的诉求。新赛季更新后神品发型都可以通过消耗染膏来解锁其他3种配色，适应大家多样化的装扮需求。新赛季还有更多的新联动吗？有的，赛季第1天就将有一款重磅联动与大家见面，请看图。这款联动内容很快就和大家见面了，预知后事如何下周2就见分晓。在上期新春前瞻中已经预告过的一款联动内容，也引发了大家踊跃的猜想。我在这里多透露一条线索吧，请看提示。
感谢飞鸿老师带来的第1手开发情报，燃耀赛季的前瞻内容就先分享到这里了。希望这些内容能为大家燃起更多游玩永劫无间的乐趣。 永劫无间现已入围2026年的名古屋亚运会电竞项目，而就在这周四，3月20日，永劫无间 Nbpl 春季赛也将火热开战。18支联赛队伍将争夺春季赛的冠军，职业老将能否再续辉煌，又是否有黑马突出重围呢？这周四前往各大直播平台，我在 Nbpl 等你哦。大家对赛季内容有任何想讨论或者想吐槽的点，欢迎在评论区跟弹幕留言告诉我们。那我们下次前瞻再会喽，拜拜，
拜拜。
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫圆梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是趁乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为爱守待旦，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个丢下一个，
Ooh, look.
2人进无殿，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
拿住他，可这个卫青低头看，哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya! ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真不真怒，旌旗叹欧陆。
Welcome everybody to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Solos Day 1 of the Biweekly 3. My name is Creatives and I'm here with Seb. Seb, we come off of crowning our second bi-weekly winner here for the 2025 Spring Split here for solos, also for trios, but we came up on top. The player that came up on top was no other than Wu Fong. We have a new player on top now for our bi-weeklies. Our first bi-weekly, we had Edward in the mix there, being our winner, taking the first bi-weekly of the 2025 season home. So it's been a different pattern this year. A lot of these players have been stepping up their game. We've seen the differences. We've seen how close these games can be. We've seen these players closing at that skill ceiling for the remainder of the lobby, right? Last year we had a lot of pressure there from Spider and Mike, but something that we always have the pressure of is these daily drops here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Spring Twitch Drops collection. You know, the daily drops, as we know, we get this every single day here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. We're gonna get that Tay, that Silk, and that 10 times XP ponies there for the 1 hour watch time. And then next weekend we have that champion bubble choice. That's what I've been eyeing out there, Seth. That's exactly the one I've been waiting for, and we're gonna be getting that next weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited for the last one. Eternal Radiance is looking very, very nice. I'm not gonna lie. I remember last season we had the Grave one. I can't remember exactly the name of it, but everybody was gunning for that.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. This
oh, and it was a golden white one. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, gold white with a little hint of blue in it. We had the Moonbane in there. It was looking great. And yeah, last week's bi-weekly finals was insane. I was there to witness it. It was a pretty crazy games. Yeah, like you said, Edward winning the first bi-weekly and placing dead last in the finals when it comes to bi-weekly finals number 2. Unfortunate for him. Hopefully we'll get to see him pick up the pace a little bit in bi-weekly 3. We're going to be jumping into that in just a sec. But wow, what a couple of games from Wufong. He had a phenomenal performance through and throughout. It looked like it could have been going a few different ways. We had somebody hit match point after game number 4, and they were just not able to close it out. It went to Wufong, and he just had a beautiful performance.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who exactly that was. Either 2225 or Arano. I know. And
it was Arano. Yeah.
It was Arano. Okay, so Arano, still seems like he can't close out that distance. He's always been one of those players that's making it to that threshold time and time again, but just not being able to snag up a MVP there to close out and take the chip home for himself and his squad. But it's crazy too, right? I mean, you're looking at the numbers, and Wufong went into that bi-weekly being in 8th place, right? Like I was mentioning last time I was in here for the solos. We'll talk about it in a second, but there it is. Our bi-weekly 1 winners, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, was OA Edward there for the solos, and then for the bi-weekly 2 we got TE Wufong. Shout out YZG though, coming out on top again in trios. I mean, YZG, I had the pleasure to watch trios and cast trios for day 3 right before the bi-weekly finals, and man, trios be getting spooky out there. Them trios players be on a whole nother level. I have to rewatch something back a couple days after I casted that, and there was things that I missed that was just insane. The little micro decision these players be making, like dropping armor for their teammates that are on point. They snagging up their other teammates' armors that and I don't know, it's just crazy thing. Like if you go back and watch the little things they do, is insane. But you know, we're closing out the spring split bi-weeklies there. Our last bi-weekly will start on, you know, the 1st of May, all the way towards the 31st, and in the 1st there for the grand finals. We still have our last chance qualifiers there for, you know, our last bi-weekly. You know, that's when everything starts getting a lot more stressful for a lot of these teams / players that are competing here for the Pro League. But I mean, we got day 1 of bi-weekly 3 here for solos. Yeah, I mean, Wufong coming in there being in 8th place, and I would always say, yeah, you want to make it to that top 12. You do want to bring on over as many points as you can. But at the end of the day, you know, a lot of players have off days, and it didn't look like that was an off day there for Wufong. He came up on top there for the bi-weekly 2, and we're gonna have a pleasure. I think we are gonna be having the pleasure to be watching him play today. Yes, we are, because we have Asia, Verse, and XY in the mix as well as Frostivus, AS, PX, Lipo, CDY, Fong, Shaw, and Mike for our players for today.
Yeah, it is gonna be a amazing day. We're gonna be taking a look. Games coming through as usual. Predoria, Holleroth, Morris. Predoria, Holleroth, Morris for our solo schedule. We're going to be getting to see, this is going to be interesting. We get to see a Firefly game right off the rip. I don't think we get to see that too often. Sometimes, usually in trios, we get the Firefly games in the back 3. So, you know, we're going to get to see a little bit more of a fast-paced gameplay coming out in game number 1. As we transition to game 2, 3, and 4, it's going to be a bit slower, and then 5 and 6 back on the Fireflies are going to be very fast-paced right off the jump. We're going to be seeing a huge amount of off-spawn fights. It should be a very, very good day today. I'm really excited to see how everything's going to work out. Like it's definitely like I don't know. Have we moved on to the new patch yet?
Yes, that is
Yes.
another thing I wanted to bring out.
So we have knives.
Yes, but the one thing I'm looking out for is that we're gonna see some Viper today, because Viper, with her new changes, has been a menace in the pub lobby. So I'm very curious to see, and I see her potential and how strong she's been, especially against those Sha Yols. You know, the Sha Yol has been active since that change. So that's another thing I did wanted to speak on, was the new patch is live for today's matches. Throwing knives. I did see a little bit of the North American action there with the throwing knives for some trios with a tournament that happened in the weekend, and I saw the potential of it, and I'm very curious to see how, you know, in the caliber of players that we have here for the Pro League, how dangerous that weapon can be, and after how strong I've seen the throwing knives can be for one-on-one combats. I've seen loops with that weapon, so I wouldn't be surprised, Seb, if we do see that weapon being played out today.
Yeah, speaking of the NA weekend tournaments, shout out Severio for hosting those. A very great host indeed. Shout out Serve. But yeah, the throwing knives, diabolical weapons. Some of the combos that you can do, they're easy to learn and they're easy to do.
Yes.
Like there are some things that are a little bit more technical required. Like when you are trying to hit an extended combo on that, you can't go for the grapple. Like there are a few different things that you've got to work around, because you know it's a new weapon. Obviously, there's going to be some quirks to it, but the pros know how to do lots of crazy things. So we're going to see them get to exploit these weapons to the fullest potential that they could possibly become. So it's sure to see. It's great because you see the weapon come out, you see streamers try it, you see people playing it in game, you get hit with some combos, you hit people with some stuff, and then you watch the Pro League patch come out and you get to see how the pros are handling this weapon. And that's when you really get to see the true impact of what this weapon can become.
Yeah. 100%. We will be seeing that shortly. But now, like, the meta, right? I mean, last time I was casting solos, we had obviously Leon first round picks, and then we were getting like a Keelan pick for our second round selection, into the Lonnie selections there for our third round selections, and then the following solo day there was a mix up where we weren't getting those Kylans into that second round selection, and they were prioritizing that Sha Yol more for that second round selection. And then there was a mixed selection in the third phase for Alani / Syra. And that kind of, you know, that kind of same pattern was translated into the bi-weekly final for last bi-weekly 2. So now, I mean, I would love to see Viper in the mix. We're going to have to wait and see how the pro players feel about Viper. And I'm wondering if that's going to be able to change anything towards like the lower half of the selections, you know, where we get those Justinas, those Temis, on the bottom side, sometimes the Aquases. I mean, we see how strong the Aquases can be. So just with so many characters now in the pool and being how viable they're being now in the meta, it's going to be very interesting to see what we're going to be getting for today's matches. But I mean, I'm very excited. 6 games once again, day 1 of bi-weekly 3. It's just going by so fast, Sam. I don't know. The spring split feels like it just started. We're already on our 3rd week, and I mean, it's not going to slow down anytime soon.
No, and that's what I'm loving about this. Like, we're already on bi-weekly 3. I feel like just yesterday we were, okay, we're about to kick off this NARAKA season. It's going to be great. Everything's going to be just starting. And then, boom, we've got right away coming in NARAKA action. We're already bi-weekly 3 right at the start of it. So we still have a couple more games for bi-weekly 3, a couple more days going through. But it is still sure to be a phenomenal season, and it's already been ramping up. Like it's ramped up pretty high. We're getting a new patch live, so this is an interesting one, because lots of the time, like, you don't get to see the live patch. So we're on live patch right now, I believe, or we're on the next patch,
second to last. Yeah.
So yeah, so second to last patch, we're getting to play to very close behind where we've been in the main game. And so that's something that we haven't really gotten too often with the Nbpl, and it's really interesting to see how these players are adapting to it. Lots of the times you stayed on one patch for a very, very long time, and now they're sort of switching things up, and I'm really loving what they're doing. So hopefully we're gonna get to see some crazy knives coming out here. That's what I'm looking for today. I'm really excited to see if we're gonna get some knife play going on.
Yeah, our man on the screen, the 2 times OUG Mike, right? OUG's Mike has been having a very slow start to the 2025 season, coming out of the J Cup championship, winning the J Cup championship, I should say. You know, like I just mentioned, bi-weeklies are going by super fast. Bi-weekly 3 on it now. Next thing you know, we're going on over to the summer split, right? I mean, summer split comes around very quickly right after the spring split. You do have some time to adjust. But wow, I mean, it's been kind of rough there for OUG's Mike. You know, and then we have new cats in the block like Alliance's Azhao, who has been applying a lot of pressure to these veteran players in the server and have been showing out the potential of their gameplay and how well they're adjusting already, just being freshly into the Pro League, which is not an easy task, right? Being able to get just one elimination in a lobby like this is just a high task at its own, but being able to compete and make it into your bi-weekly finals back-to-back your first season of the Pro League, that's a high milestone there that Alliance's Azhao is doing. And I mean, I just see him getting better and better over time. But yeah, OUG's Mike has been struggling a little bit. We're gonna have to wait and see how he does. CDY, aka Panda Man, the boy Panda Man. I know he's waiting on that Tarka patch. I know he is, because if I'm waiting on that Tarka patch, I know SS1CDY is waiting on that Tarka patch with that new rework that we still don't have any info on, but I know this man is itching to know what they're going to be doing to Tarka, but that's another topic for another day. I was bringing it because, you know, I hope I get any sorts of intel or leaks thrown my way, but it hasn't happened yet. I don't know anything. But sometime soon we will be seeing what they're going to be doing at Tarka. But our first round selections here for our Predoria Midnight, and yes, we do have a hot drop spawns there with the Fireflies for our first game of the day. Posted the trios where they start out with the daytime. So yeah, Fireflies met for our first game. First round selection is going to be going to XY and Verse. Second round, Lipo and Wu Fong. Third selection is OUG's Mike and DRG's Fong. Fourth selection was PXT, SS1CDY. Fifth selection, BBE Frost, GG Shaw. And our last round selections for this match will be Alliance's Azhao and JL's AS. And here we go, Seb. I mean, I'm not surprised, you know, Liam being first round pick, but do you think we're going to be getting like maybe another character like possibly Viper being put into the meta now? Whoa, hold on.
Oh, Lonnie first pick? What
Whoa.
is this? The meta has shifted. Ladies and gentlemen, Liam has dropped down to second round selection. This is wild. We have seen Liam at the top of the charts for so long. He's like a Drake song. He just stays at the top of the charts forever. It never goes down. And we're here. Lonnie, aka Kendrick, take it over. We've got Shael in the third round selection there, locked out. Syra coming through with the double pick for 4. This is getting very interesting. Shael pick over Syra, Lanny pick over everything, which is crazy to me. I don't think we're gonna get to see Viper game 1, unfortunately, unless Frostivus and Shaw. Kylan for Shaw. Frostivus yet to make his decision here. Going to be locking in the Kylan as well. 5 heroes banned out for round 6. That is unheard of. Temi for AS. Azhao looks like he is going to be rocking up with the Akos. Okay, so pretty standard all around when it comes down to those last picks, but no Justinas up high. We usually get to see like the Justina in round 3 or 4. We didn't get to see that. It was double pick, double pick, double pick. Wow. Is that's just crazy to me, Lanny getting picked over Liam.
I mean, with just how much success Lonnie has been having in these lobbies, that V2 being super strong, inside Yang, end game, or early to mid game as well. I mean, overall, she has that crazy potential, right? She has escapage, she has attacking as well. Like, I'm not too surprised because now they are running that V2 Liam. But the one thing I am going to be keeping an eye out is if we're going to see that same pattern for our other maps, right? This is probably something they're testing out here for Predoria potentially. So that is one thing that I am going to be keeping my eye out and see if these players are going to continue that Lonnie first pick momentum as we got here for our first game. But everything looks to par for all these players, I believe. The V2's on the Keelan, the Shayo V1's nothing crazy. V3 on the Temi. The Akos is going to be running that pounce there for the F1 into the V2. Everything's standard here for these players. And yeah, I mean, that V2 Liam has shown just how strong that ability can be at its own there with that ultimate. Being able to catch somebody just gives you a confirmed healing powder slash Vitalia into damage, right? If you have a fan, you can extend 2 times into a recatch. We've seen iframes from the Shayos to avoid those V2s from the Liams. I mean, that might be the thing that's kind of pulling him a little bit under the rug right now, just having all these Shayos in the mix now compared to when there was no Shayos, right? But being able to throw that shield guard whenever after it's procced has just elevated that character on its own. But we are locked and loaded here for our first game of the night in Predoria with the Firefly maps. Seb, we're back with some more solos.
We're back, baby. I mean, I don't think we've casted in a while. I think the last thing that we did was last season's
last year. Yeah,
like J-Cup qualifiers, before J-Cup, like the Nbpl like last chance qualifier. I think that was the last time that we casted together. So it's a pleasure being back with you. We're gonna be taking a look right off the rip. Tease Wufong in the storm. We're going for a little bit of some extra loot in the zone here. GG Shaw all ready with some blue armor on him. Gray nunchucks. Wufong could be getting into the mix with him here. Looks like the are going to start going at it. Longsword versus nunchucks. Wufong going to go for the chase. Switching over to those dual halberds, trying to see if we can get some extra combo potential going off onto that. We are going to be seeing Wufong with getting hit with the 1-2 here. Jump LMB going to take some of the pressure off. Armor swap into the gray. Overhold's going to come through. Is going to be able to connect off the 1.0, but the parry is going to come through the second time. Is not going to be able to get the back-to-back charge hits off onto him. Teams Wufong trying to get out of this situation, but GG Shaw wanting to chase close here, not wanting to give up the kill.
GG Shaw still getting real active. Wufong trying to create a little bit of space. He does see another player showing up, and it's going to be PXT. Another massive parry from GG Shaw. Big damage. All that armor gone there from Wufong. Now trying to come back around. GG Shaw opens up with another parry onto Wufong. And Wufong, a Biweekly 2 winner, gets caught up once again in the back end. PXT with a massive RP there for the elimination onto Wufong. Since the 1.0, PXT does not get the follow-up damage off of that. Gets a little bit of damage there off the skirmishes. GG Shaw, though, still in the mix. Clint comes in off of both players. Another shit parry from GG Shaw, just coming out hot here with the parries for game number 1, not letting go of that gas pedal. Probably here for GG Shaw, big damage in the corner, swaps over for the fans to try to get the damage off of that. Crouch Helen Beast for the extra damage. Overhold since the 1.0. PXT trying to create the space, tries to go for the parry that should have connected, but GG Shaw still applying the pressure. He took the damage off the LMP. Liam ultimate invested. Sour ultimate called in as well for PXT. GG Shaw, let's host the first slash, get some of that siphon back off of that. The health is going to be coming back for him, but in the back end, I do see a soul. I could potentially see that player coming back, but GG Shaw now is going to have to create as much space as possible. Now the damage there from PXT. AS moving on to the mix. Spong as well in the back end. These players all still moving on in. PXT still alive in the situation, trying to stay alive, and gets the last hit there onto Wufong, and that's the elimination he needed. And PXT now taking out GG Shaw. SS1 CDY now. Fong coming into the mix. F caught in there for the Shayo, and we have a Syra v Shayo for this fight.
Wow, what a last hit. 1 HP in a dream really coming to life there, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to be taking a look at SS1 CDY, full ultimate, ready to go, trying to get this elimination off onto DRG Spunk. Goes for the stun, is going to miss the dazzle, just attempting to go for the heal off now. Is not going to try and get too much loot. Is going to try and go for that gray armor swap right away. Isn't going to be able to take it. Finds it though. Overhold on the dagger is going to come through with the charged RB. Trying to see if they can scale out of here. There's 2 players in the mix. DRG's Fun really wanting to jump in to the mix of this fight as well. purple armor in hand, blue dagger available for him as well. You're going to see him going for some pistol shots, trying to see if he can chip down CDY's HP. He is pretty low, half gray shield with a very little amount of his white HP missing here. Still trying to go for these pistol shots. Isn't connecting with too much here, but gets the grapple off onto CDY. CDY forced to invest the F. Overhold getting come through, but the dazzle is going to prevent the follow-up damage. CDY, though, trying to kite this out. Does have that dagger kiting ability. This is one of the things that people love about the dagger, is the movement you get from doing so is going to give you a huge boost. CDY able to get one pot off, but nothing more, as he's going to be jumping, trying to see if he can escape this fight. It's looking very bleak for him here, but he's able to get the overhold off on to AS. AS jumping back into this fight, trying to get this hit off. Oh, big, almost hitting that parry. CDY was so close to being able to hit that. There we go. DRG's Funk going to go for the hit, finishing off the elimination. 2 charged RMBs back to back are going to finish him off as DRG Funk takes the fight over to AS, hitting the bell, sees where he is just going to go for the weapon replenish and gets a bit of loot before jumping back into the fight.
Off of early drop, PXT with 2 eliminations on the board. CDY, Mike, Fong, Verse, Lipo also with 1 on the board for this game. And I'm keeping my eye out. I did see that these players are still going for that 2-on-1 off the nunchucks now, being able to grapple bump into the R&B focus off that weapon, as well as the staff. We'll find there for OUG's Mike, though. That is something that I caught earlier from our early fights of this game, that, you know, it's just terrain. That's one thing that I did mention before in a previous day. I think that the terrain was still going to be a big factor in having a little bit of a higher height from the uppercuts from a weapon like nunchucks. I still think it probably just made the 2-on-1 a little bit easier, gave it more timing to be able to execute the R&B properly, because previously it was just so strict, right? You had to be perfect with the 2-on-1 to be able to get the damage off the R&B. But now with the change, I still don't see these players swap on over to the grapple, just with how, you know, muscle memory it's been for a lot of these players, just from Stone Age times. I'm gonna call it with just the staff, right? The staff was the pioneer of the 2-on-1er, right? Being able to catch that LMB uppercut into the R&B focus off that weapon alone is what really started that whole 2-on-1 wave for the NARAKA side. But Mike being able to catch the Yang pass, trying to see if he can stay into this fight. He has 2 players on him. Lipo and Verse still getting very active. Gets cut off the wind gun's gonna be forced to pop the Shy ultimate. The first block guard does connect there for Mike. Does not let loose. He does throw it down. Does not connect onto anybody though. Has a little bit of time, 30 seconds and counting, to be able to get inside his Romo Yang. Lipo still getting very aggressive. Verse has not even been touched as well. Both of these players trying to apply as much pressure as they can onto Mike. Mike is not gonna let loose of this pass at any site. He's gonna be able to get the damage onto Lipo there, but Verse still applying the pressure on top of this structure to make sure they can try to get this pass, apply the pressure onto Mike. But now he does manage to see that it's not going to be possible. Verse is going to back on up. PXT in the back end. He's going to go ahead and roam out this area. Mike is going to get into the Romo Yang, our first Romo Yang of game number 1. Mike, purple armor, purple nunchucks, ready to engage, and nunchucks being such a strong weapon. Once you have that nunchuck meter burn up, I mean, you don't even have to parry, right? Just hold LMB trigger, hold it down. Don't even have to gamble the parry 50-50 to potentially get caught. You can just overhold, and if they do release, you just block guard off of that. I mean, it's just such a strong weapon in this meta now that these players love using it, and being able to get the damage off the grapple bump that we will potentially see today. I don't think that it's not going to be unseen, but I still think it's going to be favored towards the 2-1-1. But Wufong now, TE's Wufong is going to be playing out that new weapon, the throwing knives, and we have OUG's Mike against TE Wufong for our first Romo Yang.
This is going to be an interesting one. We're going to get to see this in full swing. The double charge coming through into the RMB. We are going to see him trying to go up onto the pillar here. Switching over to the fan, is going to try to go for a charge attack. Not going to be able to connect off of that. We are seeing Mike now on the other side of this pillar. They're just going for this pillar game. The 1-2 is going to connect here. Mike able to come away with a lot of that. We're going to see the F ability invested for Mike, though. Trying to go for that uppercut was Wufong. Wufong switching now over to his 3rd weapon of the fight. Now onto the dual blades. Not knowing exactly which weapon is going to be working out for him. As it looks like we are going to see the ultimate coming out now for Mike. Mike in a very good position, trying to hit the shove through the wall. Is going to be able to dodge the Liam ultimate into the wall. This is beautiful coming up from him here. You're going to see now into the charge attack. What a beautiful play coming up from Mike to take that realm of Yang.
Beautiful there from OUG's Mike. Looking crispy right now after first game. Asia goes down, GG Shaw as well. Asia out of DRG's Fong. Frostovich takes out the elimination there onto GG Shaw. Verse outside the realm, getting active against PXC. Both players on that purple armor, but PXC with no purple armor left, trying to see if he can find an armor swap around, trying to create the space, has the dagger in hand, gets a little bit of damage off that LB focus in the back end. Lipo now starting to show on up on the Liam. Syra for PXC, counter grapple connects. Frostovich, Fong, and Mike all with Vermilion's burst. My LB proud here for Lipo. PXC get caught up in the corner, into the TOD, into the V2, looking for any sorts of signs. Gonna be able to just get the 1.0 off the Hong Sword, gets the damage to the back end, burst with the pistol shot there for the elimination onto PXC. Lipo does not get the elimination off of this. 2-on-1 there off the Hong Sword with only one charge left out. This ultimate needs to see he could try to win this fight against Verse, but it looks like Verse is going to be retreating here, not trying to apply tons of pressure. Lipo needs to see he can try to cleanse out. I believe he does not have Yang depletion timer, but he's trying to find a success off this second ultimate charge, and he did not find it, so we see him there cutting the chase loose. Verse gonna go ahead and retop off that armor. Frostovich and Mike getting active, but Asia could be a potential third-party factor here in this fight.
Yeah, Asia could be jumping in. Akos in a confined space, definitely not something you want to mess with. Vermilion Birdmite on all of these players here, as well as Fog. Frostovich is going to get himself eliminated. Quick and clean fist blades combo coming through. Oh, big parry from Fog. Be able to take away a gold weapon from Mike there. You're going to see pistol shots coming through from Mike. Fong going to try and make something happen. Another parry. Oh my goodness. DRG's Fong coming in like an absolute beast right now. Mike extremely low in HP. He does have that Vermilion Birdmite to save him if he does end up faltering. The double grab. Shaw going to be taking so much damage off of that. That is definitely not the place that he wants to be in right now. Mike losing so much HP. Was able to catch somebody else out. I believe we heard another proc coming from another ultimate there. You're going to be seeing up at the top, Mike taking so much damage. He just needs one heal pod. He's going to be able to get off the healing. Oh my goodness. What a play coming out from him here. Big plays coming out to be able to get away from all of this. Mike able to do a amazing job of trying to escape. He has 46 seconds left on that. Kite it out, Mike. Come on, you got this. If he dies, it is not the biggest deal. Oh, Vulpine coming in. This is very unfortunate though, burning the Vulpine at a time like this. It is going to give him the opportunity to back off of this area though. No ult zone has been popped, so we are not going to be seeing too much bad going down now as Mike 25 seconds left. He does need to make the decision if he wants to continue into this fight or get eliminated, as we are going to see him go down. GG Shaw with a huge fist blades combo coming in. Shaw going to be popping that ultimate now. He needs to stay out of the line of the ult zone, but he's going to be able to grab Asia. Asia popping the ultimate here. There's two players extremely low in HP right now. He's going to try and get him. DRG Fong is going to go down. Shaw picking up the kill, trying to see if he can get Asia. Asia extremely low. Where did Asia go? He's running away. He found a gray armor swap. Shaw is going to be in full pursuit of that elimination. He wants to get the kill. Everybody making sure he can't. Oh my goodness, the grapple checks coming in are absolutely crazy right now as Mike jumping back into the mix of this fight.
And right, that is the best window opportunity there for a lot of these players to pick up eliminations. They do know lots of players have that Yang depletion timer on their back. Moving on over to that second round, and we still see the activity that pressure has applied to this lobby so far. Big scare rush down to GG Shaw. Big damage in the corner, gets caught up. GG Shaw eats up a lot of damage. Frosted is there with the last hit there. Does manage to pick up the elimination onto GG Shaw, and as well as Frosted is Mike. Both players came right back and ran that. They knew the aggression of this lobby and they tried to capitalize off of this, and Frostovich did with 28 seconds and counting. Asia trying to cleanse, gets caught up in the back end. Wufong there with the throwing knives for the elimination. He gets away with murder, starts backing on up with the distance there off the RB, being able to get the damage off of that, picks up his first elimination of the day. But DRG's Fong with 3 eliminations on the board on the shot. Yo, gold fist blades in hand there for Fong. Frostovich back in the realm of Yang. This time around is going to be against TE Wufong. Nice inventory here for Frostovich, looking for his second win of the game here for his second round. We do have Frostivus and Wufang both starting up high. Click comes in off the blue focus is there for both player. Overholds. F caught in there for the Keelan. Pistol shot for the extra damage as well. Frostivus now trying to find an opening here with the fan. Since the, oh my god, the mid-range damage back to back as well. Just tons of damage in the corner. He's forced to pop that Keelan ultimate. He wasn't even able to move there in that situation. Using the F to try to stagger inside the wall, causing the V2. The first slash connects there for Frostivus. The second one as well to be able to weave that V2 this time around. Wufang getting caught up in the corner for the second time around. Weaves the second ball as well into the slashes, and Frostivus with massive pressure there in the realm of Yang. First and Mike going at it on the other half.
Oh my goodness, my boy Frost, that is some crazy tech coming through with the Kylan being able to weave out all of those Kylan ultimate attacks. That was just absolute perfection, ladies and gentlemen, coming out from him there. As we are going to be seeing now, jumping into this next realm of Yang fight, it's OUG's Mike versus WBG verse on the Lanny, Mike on the Shayol with all 3 charges remaining. And this is one of the biggest issues that Shayol has, or Lanny has, going into a fight, is her ultimate is all about getting hits off onto a player and getting the stun. It procs the ultimate almost immediately and makes it really difficult to fight against the likes of OUG Mike especially. Ultimate is going to be going down though for Mike. You are going to be seeing the charge RMB going to be able to come through, sorry, LMB on those nunchucks. The 1-2's coming out, tries to go for the overhold there. Dagger is going to come through. Clink coming through off of the dagger into the soul break. We are going to see it not connect though. Soul break comes through a second time here. WBG's verse trying to make the play, but the 1-2's are just coming in so strong. The tech chase on the nunchucks, something to be very scared of. Verse going to just try and kite this out. He's got 10 seconds left. Mike needs to make 1 cannon shot, 1 grapple connect, 1 hit onto Verse, and it's all over for him. 3 seconds, and he gets it right at the buzzer. Ladies and gentlemen, OUG's Mike coming in with his 2nd victory in the realm of Yang. What a play coming out there.
He's gonna snag up the gold armor and gold nunchucks. He was already playing that weapon. Frostivus outside the realm, getting active as soon as he gets out with that White Tiger's power. Wufang with 3 minutes and 47 seconds to try to cleanse. It has the pressure on his back. Frostivus on the throwing knives, and I was watching Frostivus stream, and he's looking very crispy with this weapon. So he has been having a lot of playtime with his weapon alone. We see Wufang being forced into the mid-range of the zone. 2 players still full investing everything. Verse being the 2nd player opposed from Frostivus here in this chase against Wufang. With 3 minutes and 24, we do have him already activating that Liam ultimate. Only 1 charge left here on this ult, trying to top off this white health. We do have him now investing it, trying to see if he can find anything off of that alone. These players are not going to let loose of this chase anytime soon. Verse cutting that line of sight. You see him grappling ahead of Wufang there, still trying to top off this. Now the stone is going to be corrupting a lot more stronger. We do have him starting to rotate on in. Frostivus, a little bit of love tap there onto Verse. We do have him still applying the pressure onto Verse. We do see him trying to scatter back inside the zone. Frostivus not afraid to take a fight with anybody. Applying the pressure onto Verse this time around. Verse does manage to go inside the zone. Frostivus right behind him. Wufang does let loose of that pressure from both of these players, but he is still going to have that Yin depletion timer in his back with 4 minutes and counting here for Verse. Frostivus, the main aggressor here out of the 3, trying to find some success here to pick up more eliminations on the board. Currently with 3 for his first game of the day. Verse does manage to cut line of sight. Wufang still in the zone. Mike getting active as well against XY. XY on the Lonnie. He took the damage off the area R&B there from the fan. F caught in there for the Lonnie. Gets caught up in the corner. He's gonna be forced to pop that Lonnie ultimate. Now Mike can kite this out or give a little bit of love taps there from mid-range. We do see him still getting very active. The Lonnie ball is going to be used for the TP. Uses the F there to avoid the stagger off the ball. Beautiful plays there from Mike. Wufang on the other side of the cave does manage to cut line of sight. Now the pressure is going towards XY's way. Gets caught off the first hits there off the ult. Does not manage to get the follow-up. Mike not showing right back up. The pressure is going to go towards XY's way. Area R&B for the extra damage. It's caught up in the ball here. Since the follow-up LMB, Wufang in the back end now applying tons of pressure as well. XY eating a lot of damage from both of these players since the 1.0, and that's going to be Wufang getting parried in the back end, but Mike still applying the pressure onto XY. The elimination is going to go towards Wufang's way. Gets the cleanse as well, and that is a perfect opportunity there with Wufang trying to get out, but gets caught up here in the corner by Mike. Mike applying tons of pressure in the corner. The 1-2 in the follow-up is going to vest the Shy ultimate as well. Wufong has the ultimate to respond off of it as well. Does not manage to call it in. He is going to try to go back inside the zone. Calls in the ball. Does not connect off of that. Bird's not showing up to the mix. Big connection off of 2 there. Off that Shy ultimate. Sends him inside the zone. Wufong trying to create the spaces. Caught up in the corner with the movement error. Mike back it into this fight. Wufong gets caught up on the grapple LB. Now one shot in opportunity is going to go towards Verse Way and might not snagging up any of these eliminations. Has invested everything. Still applying the pressure onto Verse. Verse now has the Lonnie ultimate. And this is the time where Mike needs to retreat off of this situation. With invested everything, his arsenal is going to be let loose with no kills off that sequence. But he's still applying the pressure there onto WBG's Verse.
Wow, Mike trying so hard to get all of those eliminations and getting so many kills stolen from him there. It's such an unfortunate circumstance, but WBG's Verse with some beautiful kill steals today. We've seen him in game 1 already. He's put 3 eliminations up on the board, and he's had some very good steals coming through, taking away eliminations from these other players. It's been an absolute crazy game to watch this happen and go on, as we're going to be seeing now. Mike trying to get the play on to WBG's Verse. Again, he has lost that purple armor. This is a very interesting spot that he's in right now. He needs to get himself a better armor to try and bring this back up to full speed here. We could be seeing some crazy stuff coming through from WBG's Verse if he's able to get out. He's got that dagger in hand, ready to go if he needs. And he's blasting away, using those scale rush techniques to get away as fast as possible. It looks like he's been able to get out of here. So we're going to take a little recap of what's going on. Oh, Frostivus with the Storm Stride Soul Jade. I'm not as good as Serve at translating Jades, but I do believe that's a Spear Attack Jade at the very bottom. So we are going to be seeing him golden knives. This is what we like to see here, ladies and gentlemen. The knife play coming out from BBE's Frostivus. We've seen it happen earlier in the game. He's able to shark down a lot of eliminations, and Frostivus just doing absolutely wonderful this bi-weekly already, putting 3 eliminations up on the board. Mike, Fung, Verse, and Frostivus all with 3, as this Spirit Well is going to be breaking out. Mike already losing a lot of HP here. Verse going to try and take over the capture, but it looks like they're going to go for Mike. No ultimate available for him too. This is a risky play for him to get into. He does have that velocity untold Soul Jade, but he's losing a lot of shield. No armor left on him. Might get the chance to reset here, but the lobby might see his weakness and try and take advantage of this. We're going to see Verse try and go for it. Is not going to be able to connect on a few, but Mike's still able to get away, using that fan tech to get away as fast as possible. We're seeing Fung coming in with that full sword, trying to let that blistering edge go as fast as possible. Isn't going to be able to connect too much of that. We are seeing him able to make his way out of here. This is a very easy spot to kite out these attacks, ladies and gentlemen. So many walls to scale rush up onto, so many places to get out. But Mike, Frostivus has ultimate invested here. Not going for Fung, though, instead of trying to... Oh, Fung could be out pretty quickly here. Frostivus does have the White Tiger's prowess, so he's going to get his ult back after this as well. He's losing a lot of HP here. This isn't looking too good for him. Does get hit by the Shio ultimate in the immortality proc, so he does not lose too much HP there, as Fog forced to hit that armor swap, as well as Mike able to find a reset.
Mike gets the reset. Frostivus gets the Spirit Well, gets active off of that. Doesn't know that was the Shio they were chasing. It was not. It was Fawn, but Frostivus, the massive parry opener, is going to snag up the gold nunchucks. It's cut up there off the Shio shield there, but he's gonna be able to back on up. Fong, not sure where he is at in this situation, and this point of the game with 6 players up, you can start seeing a little bit of appeals here from the same characters as we've seen Fong. Go ahead and swap back on over to the dagger. Lipo still playing that top shot on the Liam. Frostivus still in the mix with those gold throwing knives. He is still gonna have that ult online for himself. Mike does have Mortar Defiance as well here in his inventory, so he did have the Volpine earlier, and now with the Mortar Defiance, if he would be able to stack both of those, that would have been insane. But unfortunate enough for him, the Volpine was procced earlier in this game. In the backside, Frostivus picking Mike out of the bunch right now. Lost until connects into the 1-2. In the back end, Lipo still applying the pressure as well. Gets caught up here in the rocks. Frostivus is going to be able to still try to go right back in. The random bay in the center Counter grapple there from Mike there to avoid the pressure there from Frostivus onto Fong, and Fong now eating up the damage here on the backside. He's gonna eat the damage off the air R&B. Let's look at the full capitalization damage there off the throwing knives though. On the backside, he is trying to back on up. You see Mike though full focusing Frostivus, the 1-2 in the corner, trying to eat up all the damage, but he is gonna be able to weave that F as well. He is gonna back on up here from the situation. Lots of pressure happening from all these players here in this lobby. Looks like Fong is going to be able to retop off that purple armor. Mike, though, loses a lot of that gold armor. He's going to have to force a try to back on up here off the situation. He is going to get a little bit of time, but no burst dropping out with the 1.0 there from the halberds. Tons of damage. Lipo still on the top side. Mike now full cutting across the map. Players are stacked there on the right-hand side. Burst still looking at Mike. Applying the pressure from another side is going to be somebody with the cannon. I think it's CDY. He's been doing this all game long with his purple cannon. And Fong there with the pill, as we see it there, onto the Syra. Frostivus is now applying the pressure there onto Fong. And they do not want to let these Shayos live. Mike was forced to pop the Shayo ultimate. And he is going to be able to get a quick little reset in. But once that ult goes offline, the aggression is going to re-aggress here onto both of the Shayos.
Yeah, they want to get the Shayels out of the game. Since there are 2 of them and only 1 of every other hero that is still remaining in this lobby, they're not going to be wanting to fight against 2 Shayels, let alone 1 in this final circle. Mike already forced to pop ultimate again. I feel like every single time we cut to Mike, he's ult out, ready to go in a fight. It looks like we are going to see that tail end of that ultimate coming through. DRG's Fong with a full ultimate available, though, so we are going to be seeing him almost with the ultimate available. And this is a really interesting scenario. We do see a Syra in this final circle coming through. We have 1 Kylan, one Liam, and 1 Lonnie. And it's going to be interesting to see which hero is going to be able to take this, as you know, there are a lot of different scenarios and ways that this can go. I think we might be seeing one of these Shayos take the victory, which is why these players are trying so hard to get rid of the Shayos. And it looks like they're not going to be doing too much against them here, as right now it's started to jump more into a ranged gameplay, as these players are starting to back on off. Nobody's really going for too full force pressure. And look at that, Lipo just hitting the 2-0 in front of everybody's face. The respect from these players not to go and attack that. They know that right now they're not going for any sort of engagement or fight unless one of these players decides to jump in. They're going to end up getting super low, and the entire lobby will just decide to jump in on them.
Frostivus is so stacked right now. He had like 4 gold weapons, 2 gold jades. We're going to have to wait and see if he can take this one home for himself. In a very good position here for this first game to take this one home. 2 Shayos still up. We do see the Lone Wolf characters in the mix playing the top side of this terrain. Fong goes in full W key. Is going to eat up a lot of this pressure. Now cannon shot starting to fire on in. Fong needs to be real careful here in the situation. Mike plays the low ground, waiting it out. Burst. It's going to be eating up a little bit of the pressure from Frostivus on the top side, just chucking out those throwing knives that we've seen time and time again off of that. And that off of mid-range, I mean, he doesn't lose the weapon off of that alone. So, I mean, that's kind of like a infinite Liam F, right? Just being able to chuck this from mid-range, keeping that weapon, and especially the gold rarity. We're going to have to wait to see how it does in the end circle, but we're going to have that pretty soon. 13 seconds for the Zone 7 to start spreading. A little bit of damage there onto Mike. Fong now as well on the backside, as well as Verse. Players are going to be applying the pressure potentially there onto Verse. The top side of the terrain is going to be continue their eyes onto the Shayos as we see it here. Mike, and a little bit of spooky there, a little bit of peekaboo on the top side of this. Going to drop right back down to the velocity on toe on the backside. Lipo laying out those R&B focuses, making sure no sorts of aggression can happen. He is going to be applying a lot of pressure onto CDY on the bottom side. CDY now is going to be forced to try to kite. He does have that side ultimate online if he needs it as well. I did hear an ult come online though, but Mike still on the top side is the one that's going to pop that Shaya ultimate. The first one here to invest his ultimate. Now everybody getting congested. CDY now is going to be playing that top side. Frostivus investing that Keelan ultimate there, trying to get some damage. The 3-2 connections there onto the Shaya ultimate there from Mike. We are going to be seeing now the Syra investing that ultimate on the top side. Frostivus trying to play the outer ring of this. Another 2 grab there off the Shaya ult. Now CDY's gonna pick elimination onto Fong in the backside. 2 players get caught off for the 3rd time there from Mike. Frostivus is gonna eat up a lot of damage. It's gonna be falling there, but he is gonna get picked out with elimination. And Mike's gonna be the last one standing. And Mike with a massive game 1 here to start off his bi-weekly 3, showing up. Now he is still that guy as we see here for our first match of the bi-weekly 3.
Yeah, he is coming out on top, ready for action, ready for war. We just saw him play a massive game. I'm not 100% sure if did Frostivus go down, or it looked like they were both still alive at that final second. I'm not 100% sure. We're gonna get to take a look at the scoreboard to see if Mike does end up getting that multiplier, but it could very well come down to damage to give Mike that MVP over top, as we are gonna be seeing jumping into this here. Frostivus having a very, very good game number 1 coming off the back of things. I know last season was a little bit slow for him, and just to see him being able to jump back into this with such power and showing up and showing what he can really do, it's really nice to see. I love to see how much Frostivus has improved.
Yeah, Frostivus does go down. Mike is gonna get that multiplier. But wow,
Okay.
what a game 1. I mean, it's just, that was such an intense end circle there. Even though it was only 6 players up, that's still a lot of players with how talented these players are. That was an insane game 1 that we had. The eliminations were so close across the board. Moving into the end circle, I think we had like 3-3-3 for our top 3. All those players had 3 eliminations on the board. Wow, that is a crazy change of pacing. Now with just everybody being on par with each other. It's just a lot of aggression, a lot, it's just so insane to watch how everybody has kept up. But another thing that's insane is these answer for treasures for everybody at home. Make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube to Twitch in order to win a spring split random gift. The question will be, which player chose Xiao Wei in game number 1? This was an easy one. It's gonna be A, Alliance's A Zhao, B, GG Shaw, C, OUG's Mike, or D, BBE Frostivus. And I mean, hint, I guess everybody was looking at them there in that top 6 for that game. In the bottom side of the terrain, everybody was trying to eliminate Xiao's there, and there was only two players that were playing that character alone. So this one should be a little bit easier. They are going to get a little bit more harder throughout the remainder of the night. But I mean, wow, Seb, I mean, just being able to watch that game and seeing how intense it is, how important it is to win those realms and try to cleanse, try to capitalize off of players getting Yang depletion times. But here's the scoreboard you were asking for, and as we see it there, Mike is going to get that 3-point ranking points there for our first game of the day.
Wow, Mike getting the 7.8, Frostivus in second place with a 6.5. Verse going to be getting 5 points as the final game score in third place. You're going to be seeing a fourth place going to CDY with the 4.5. Fong going to be in fifth with 4 points, 2.5 to Wu Fong, 2 for Shaw, PXT, and Lipo, the 1.5 for XY, the 0.5 for A Zhao, and the 0 points on the day so far for JL's AS. Very unfortunate to see that happen right out of the gates, but you know, there's definitely times where it is going to be bound to happen. AS being the unfortunate recipient of the donut for game number 1. Hopefully he can pick up the pace. You know, we usually get to see them jumping right back into the action, but we are going to be jumping into some action of the previous game brought to you by China Unicom. These are our highlights. Taking a look, OUG's Mike off to a tear at the start of the game, taking out ASE's XY with the dual blades. We're going to be taking a look. This was that fight we saw earlier. Watch how PXT is able to come through and take out GG Shaw there. What a amazing feat that he's able to make happen. And then DRG's Fong able to come and clean up most of those eliminations there. Shaw able to get the pick off onto Mike. Ultimate gonna get invested, gets the kill on to DRG's Fong and Alliance's A Zhao, I believe, in the end there. I think A Zhao was able to get away, but we do see the elimination onto Fong. There we go. There it is. Frostivus in the realm of Yang. This was a beautiful kill versus Fong, kiting out all of those Liam ultimates. And it looks like, as we see there, the fists or the knives not able to do too much against BB Frostivus, especially in the ultimate. Kylan ultimate just absolutely decimating TE's Fong there.
This is the last and final moments of game number 1. Mike being able to be the last one standing, nearly getting eliminated there. Gets knocked there off the Shayo ult. Does manage to survive though. Frostivus fall, but the 2 times now for game number 1 is going to be on top, being our winner for this game alone. Our MVP or I should say the first MVP of Biweekly 3, his 5th MVP in the league for the season. 27,000 damage here for OUG's Mike. Only 4 eliminations. If you know if you can see the damage to kill eliminations in there, it's just criminal to see that he only got 4 eliminations there. But he was running Sky Pillar, Phantom Step, damage reduction, velocity until trigger, advance heal, and damage reduction off of that. I believe the Mortar Defiance that he had there for in his inventory. That's what gave him pretty much the edge during that fight. As we saw, it procced and it gave him that extra HP that he needed to be able to take this MVP home. Needless to say, on the Xiaoyu, with all odds against him and Fong still being able to come on top there with 4 on the board is a beautiful game there for OUG's Mike. We have it here for OUG being our winners of this game. Beautiful showcasing there from OUG's Mike. Wow. Beautiful game 1. Rewatching those replays, I saw just how good Frost's spacing is against those throwing knives. He knows the throwing knives have a 3 charge sequence or a 3 knife throw sequence, if that makes sense. Against Wufong in the round, we saw him still continue running left while those blades were being chucked at him. It had the perfect timing to go right back in with that Keelan ultimate to apply the pressure once again. It's just, you can see how comfortable he feels with that weapon alone. Is very nice to see. Mike though, just applying tons of pressure in that lobby. Doesn't manage to close out 2 of those eliminations there towards that mid to late game, which kind of, you know, set back a little bit his points there for this game alone. But he does make it up there in that last and final moments of that game to be able to snag up that multiplier, which drastically gives you that 3-point modifier plus the overall kills that he has. So the ranking points off of that game alone were on his favor. Did manage to come on top there with that Mortal being a big factor there, because Frostivus was applying tons of pressure off that ultimate as well. We see Frostivus looking very, very good, winning his run with Yangs. Just like Frostivus, I'm gonna keep talking about Frostivus Mike, because in that first run with Yang, when all those players were fighting for that Yang depletion timer, Frostivus and Mike both go down, and they spawn and go right back in where all that pressure was being applied by the whole server. So those they know that is the perfect opportunity that you need to try to get more eliminations potentially on the board right before that second realm opens. And we're starting to see these players use that more for their advantage. Even though they fall, they're not afraid and they feel full confident in their fights. But you know, it's hard, because once one player is applying the pressure onto you, a second player catches on, then there's a third, and then 2 other people might pull up that have Yang depletion tower. You have like 5 players on your trail. So it's just a very risky game, but these players are trying to play as best as they can. And I mean, that's just the beauty of the Pro League, right? How we see it there, these players being able to read the ins and outs of the systems of the game. And I mean, that's what we have here.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game, and like the spacing that is now required to use these fist blade, or to use the throwing knives, it's such a different game when it comes to the spacing with the throwing knives. Like, there's so many different plays that you can do with them. Like, we saw TE's Wufong coming in with a beautiful kill steal earlier off, because he was just far away. He didn't have to fully engage into the fight. He was throwing the knives, which is a melee weapon attack, through into what we saw earlier. We saw him throw it into the other player and get the kill from distance, and it was just, what a play. Such a phenomenal play coming through from him. And yeah, we're gonna be taking a look here at a few highlights. DRG's Fong just absolutely decimating the Echo Assault, which is supposed to be the ultimate that gives you the most power in these final fights here. When you're fighting in a one-on-one situation, the Akos ultimate is one of the ults that is definitely really good in the one-on-one Realm Yang scenario. And Fong just doing a beautiful job of kiting it out, playing perfectly with the Xiao ultimate in tandem, and was able to come away with a beautiful victory turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaoyu, right? The Akos, you know, has that potential of being able to catch her off that V2. But it's just so strong how she is now, being able to have that coverage to give you that full confidence of going in, right? Staying in the pocket, applying that pressure, as we saw how Mike did here in these fights. And having that defense at the same time, it just minimizes a lot of that mind games where you have that opening where you have another extra card up your sleeves, right? Where you can throw the shield, or, you know, you can try to cross up, and if you do get caught, quote unquote caught, your guard will, your shield will proc up, right? And that just gives you another open window opportunity for you to, you know, capitalize off of that alone. So just Xiaoyu, as we've seen her, how well she does against the Lonnies, even against the Akos can try to pounce. And the only thing she has to worry about is that V2 being called in. But overall, just Xiaoyu being a very strong pick right now. Not surprised her being seeing her in the meta right after her changes, which drastically jumped her up from a lot of these players. But now moving into game number 2, we are going to be looking at the first round selections in just a moment. Very curious to see if we're going to have, once again, the Lonnies being our first round selections for this game as well, like we did for game number 1. But, you know, Liam, ever since Liam released, Liam has been on top of the meta, first round selections for a very long time now. As we saw when he was first brought in, the V1 being that ultimate preference for a lot of these players. Now into this year's Pro League, we do have the V2 being played out, just having a little bit more of extra possibilities that you can do with that ult, opposed to the V1 shield throwdown, right, where you're able to catch and you have to go for the prior 1.0 grapple standard stuff, opposed to now you just negate anything that the enemy's gonna throw you into that ball and just get the full focus damage off of that alone. I'm still very curious to see if we're gonna get I don't even know if anybody has done it yet with how many days we've had of solos up to now, but a bow shot V2 Liam in the air, that is one thing I would love to see one of these players to do. So, you know, hopefully we get that one of these days. But second round selection, Asia and AES are going to be our first round selectors. Frostivus and Shaw are going to be on our second, and Frostivus had an amazing game 1 as well on the Keelan, and that is a hero that he's felt very comfortable with for quite some time now. I remember even seeing him being like the only player who has picked the Keelan at the start of this season. So you know, his Keelan game went beautiful there in Predoria. Now moving on over to Holoroth, we're gonna have to wait and see what he selects for that alone, but players are locking in their character picks, and there it is.
There we go. We're back.
Yeah.
We're back to Liam. But Lonnie getting locked double pick now. Syra is
opposed to the
starting to falter. Opposed to Shael, opposed to Syra. Yeah. Lonnie, the TOD potential is just so easy. You hit one uppercut, and it is the easiest TOD to hit. I was explaining it last time in solos. You hit the one uppercut, you get them into one ball juggle, and it's over. If they don't have their F ability, if they don't have a combo break, they are in that juggle until the very end, and they're going to lose. We're going to be jumping now to that 5th round selection that we're going to be seeing coming out. Kylan for Lipo, Wufong next to pick, and pretty sure this is going to be the standard. It's 2 Liam, 2 Lonnie, 2 Syra, 2 Shael. Oh, we're getting the Justina coming through from Wufong. We've seen Wufong go absolutely crazy on the Justina, especially in the bi-weekly finals last week. We saw Wufong go absolutely crazy on Justina. So we hopefully we'll get to see some crazy stuff coming out again. I love watching Justina gameplay. It's one of the most fun mechanics to watch players do in solos, in team games. Justina is a incredible character. I think she's very well balanced as well. Like, I don't think she's too overpowered, which is why, you know, she's not dominating the meta, but we still get to see her prevalent in every single one of our bi-weekly splits. And I think she's at a very good level. We could see, I don't know, what's your opinion on Justina in the state of the game right now?
I mean, you said it perfectly well. I think she is possibly the most balanced character in the meta. She has aggression, she has escapage as well, where her dashes. She did get touched up a little bit off that F, right? Being able to have that ice blast come out when you move out. The new ult ability where you re-tap ult button and get that ice blast, I've only seen it try to catch players when they proc ult. But other than that, I haven't really seen it in the Pro League being utilized as much. So hopefully we do see that getting brought in more. But I think, like you mentioned, she's definitely very well balanced, opposed to, you know, a lot of the other characters in the meta, right? I mean, just Xiaoyu just being so strong, just being able to cover for a lot of mistakes on a character like that. It's just beautiful to have as a kit there for that character alone. And you know, Lonnie as well. Lonnie had surprised a lot of players, or a lot of people at the start of the season, where a lot of people didn't think Lonnie was strong. And we had a little bit of a confusion from the pro players if they were going to run that V1 or V2. But just the value that the V2 had opposed from the V1, that late game value, as we saw it have in our first bi-weekly and bi-weekly 2, it has just been so impactful for that character, opposed to the V1 having that strong early game, but kind of fallen in that mid-late game. So, you know, that's how these players test things out. They got to play it in the server and see how it feels on LAN opposed to how it is online. But yeah, I mean, another character that has a good coverage, like Xiaoyu, I would say it's Liam, right? That's why he's always been on that top of the pyramid for a lot of these players. Being able to have a free focus and not lose your weapon or take the damage is just a crazy F to have as a character. I don't even think another character has that still, to have the potential of that F like Liam has. Just that F alone makes him super strong. Syra has been tweaked a lot since release. She's still in these games though, still very strong. But you know, we are going to be having our off-draw spot fights here with Wufong and PXT on the Xiaoyu. And this is Justina you were talking about here, Seb, with Wufong. Drops a lot of HP, and PXT is not going to let loose of this gas pedal anytime soon.
Yeah, PXT jumping full into this fight here. Wufong trying to get away. 1 HP in a dream now, and the 1 RNB is going to come away with that. Good chase for PXT to be able to come away with that first blood of the game. Third party going to be jumping in, though. We're going to see Frostivus with the knives. Going to be trying to go for that uppercut combo. Almost connects off that F ability invested to avoid the damage output. We're going to see the overhold coming through. Ultimate going to be invested now for PXT. And he is just in a prime spot right now to take Frostivus out. Frostivus not looking too good. Just trying to hold blue and get away. Is going to end up getting caught out by the ultimate slash. F ability invested now into the second catch. Wow. What a beautiful play. PXT off to a tear in game number 1 as we're going to be flipping over to Mike, eliminating WBG Verse.
I'll start calling this Mike's Cave. He always lands here. Always lands here in Holoroth. Mike's Cave gets elimination there. Bong gain activate XY. XY on the Temi. Bong on the Syra. Kites out here for Bong. Dagger in hand as always. Not surprised. F caught in here for PXC. Back in the mix. He got that very early in this fight, or in this game alone. Trying to build up that rage already. These players are running a lot of rage now opposed from last year as we see it. I mean, just how fast these players are getting their ultimates. You see Fong, this is no Fireflies, and Fong's already on 81%. PXC already called in a ultimate. Mike with 2 eliminations, as well as PXC. Only 2 players with kills currently here for this game. AS, GG, Shaw, CDY. Do have some 30-party action here between all 3 of these players. GG Shaw on the Lonnie. AS was forced to pop that F there from the Liam. Now the Liam ultimately is going to be called out here from AS. Catches CDY, throws him there onto GG Shaw, and the final R&B there from GG Shaw onto AS. He's going to snag the elimination there. A-Shaw now in the mix. CDY trying to scatter out here from the situation, but the pressure is not going to be thrown his way. He is going to be able to retreat and be safe here for the time being. And A-Shaw still in the mix. OUG's Mike as well. We could potentially get a 4th party here in this fight pretty soon.
4th party could be jumping in, and that would be very unfortunate for these players who don't have ultimate available yet. You're going to be seeing now Mike is going to be getting hit by the overhold. F invested is going to be able to get a bit of HP back off of that. We are seeing CDY now extremely low. Does have that ultimate available, trying to pop it at the last possible second. Going to be able to find themselves an armor swap pretty quickly into this here, as they are going to be trying to back out of this fight. Looks like they have found Mike jumping back into the mix here, going full aggro into this. Mike trying to go for the heal now, is just going to go back off, play the heal game. CDY going to get hit with that overhold now. We're going to see Shaw jumping in as well. Ultimate invested from CDY, was able to hold it. The precision that he had there, he could have popped ult prematurely in that previous fight. He got the armor swap. He was able to change back. He gets another armor swap here that we're going to see. Mike popping ultimate, going to be going for that full chase. Is going to be able to get the dazzle off. This is so much damage on the CDY here. ultimate is not going to prevent any of this damage coming through. Is ending up in the ball. Aizhao, no way! Throws him to the ground and snags the kill away from everybody else. What a crazy play there from Aizhao. We all thought it was going to Mike. Oh my goodness, the grab from Mike is absolutely crazy, throwing him into Shaw there. This is the second time we've seen that happen. Mike trying to back out of this only on the gray armor. Aizhao just not going to give up this fight. He wants this elimination badly, needs redemption for game number 1, and now Mike, extremely low, is going to end up getting eliminated. Shaw picking up the kill. Solblin going to go to Shaw as well. Parry going to come through. F ability invested from Aizhao, trying to see if he can go for the overhold again. Scale Rush is up, does not want this contact anymore, is going to be able to get 1.0 off before GG Shaw is going to re-engage onto this chase. The jumping LMB into the slam, trying to make this kill worthwhile. He could come away with 3 eliminations in the early game here. This is exactly what he wants. Ultimate going to get popped here. Tries to see if he can catch him out, and it looks like he does. Scale Rush going to come through, though. Aizhao able to evade any sort of damage. Oh my goodness, the ultimate tech chase coming in here. And there we go. Aizhao 1 HP to Dream right now. The Scale Rush to kill. Oh my goodness. GG Shaw with a beautiful 3-piece. Oh my goodness, what a play.
Yeah, that was beautiful there from GG Shaw and Delani. And there it is, why the V2 is so clean, right? Being able to get, per se, an extra dodge off of that TP there from the ball chase off that ultimate. It just really caught up there from the gap that that Aizhao created there in that situation. And having that in his arsenal is just a very good kit to have, as well as Lonnie. So being able to see it here, Fong always learning puzzle, nearly always has a gold weapon early game here in Holleroth. We are going to be seeing him with gold Hong Sword this time around. And even though Aizhao didn't get the elimination onto Mike, I love when he caught Mike in the ball. He didn't just off to get the damage off the R&B the second time around, and he throws the pressure there onto GG Shaw to make sure he can negate any of the, you know, potential focus attack that GG Shaw would have thrown in the back end. So being able to do that and quickly adjust to that situation, we see Aizhao, you know, big brain plays off of that alone. You know, it's just the little things that you can catch off of someone's gameplay, as I caught it there from Aizhao. That was just beautiful to watch. But he does fall in that situation, still has a second life here for this game. First round Yang up here. We're going to be going into our first round pretty soon here in Holleroth. Verse already posted up on the Rakos. He is ready to take this round. Purple Fist Blades in hand here for Verse. Gonna go ahead and pop the Akko's ultimate for safety measures. Wufong as well posted up here with the throwing knives. A little bit of a movement tech here in the air there for Wufong. Just weighing out for this round to open up. And that's the ice burst, whatever you want to call it. Thing I was mentioning earlier on Justina that I would love to see a little bit more. It's just probably just how it's like how it is. Like you can try to catch ult pops is probably like the best use for that. I mean, it does deplete your rage. So that's why these players are probably not using it very heavily on Justina. They want to have that opening and the perfect timing to be able to use one of their dashes on that ultimate alone. Wufong enters XY as well. We're gonna have a Justina v Temi, both combo breakers here once again, as always, for these players. We're gonna have to wait and see what's gonna be the mix-up. XY is gonna be on the nunchucks here on the Tomok. They are gonna be starting up high. Massive parry from XY to Wufong into the kick on the low ground to the R&B as well. Big damage there onto Wufong. Loses all that blue armor. XY now with a perfect opportunity here to take this Roman Yang pretty early here. We do see Wufong try to kite out a lot of this pressure. XY's gonna top off this blue armor. Tries to bait out something. The 1-2 off the nunchuck. Goes for the air R&B. He's gonna eat up the damage off the R&B focus. XY's gonna be forced to pop this F to try to kite out some of the situation. Justina ultimate called in. Temi ultimate invested as well. Wufong playing the high ground. Slow, cannot dodge here in this situation. Does manage to get out of this Temi ultimate. Nice scares there for Wufong to the R&B, jump LB into the freeze. Wufong with massive damage there to the extension off that dash there from the Justina. Even though he ate up a lot of damage at the start of this fight, manages to come on top here in the first Roman Yang.
And this is why we love the Justina gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. The comeback. Oh my goodness, the gold knives too. This is gonna be an interesting one here. We're seeing WBG's verse in the realm of Yang against PXT. PXT on the Xiao. It looks like his ultimate is down. Both ultimates have been invested here. Called in for Verse, but he's gonna get knocked against the wall into the carousel. This is gonna be it for Verse here. Carousel. Oh, he doesn't finish the connect. Verse with a chance to continue this fight here. Tries to go for the double charge. Isn't going to be able to connect off of that. Scale Rush going to come through, knocking Verse down. Oh, 1.0 going to connect, though. You're going to see it is one more shot for either of these players, and they are both going to get themselves eliminated. And we get one heal pot off. 21 seconds left in this realm of Yang. We're seeing the jumping LMBs come through. Verse able to get a lot of damage off of those jump LMBs. We're going to see him come through here. Now PXT on the low ground is going to get eliminated here. He had the fight in the bag. Verse going to be able to clutch this out. What a beautiful finish from WBG's Verse to come away with the victory there.
Oh my, Verse skill rushes over the pillar into their aerial LMB, knowing that he can get the last final hits off of that alone, and he is going to be snagging up that gold fan plus that Vermilion Spirits, as we know it here, the standard here in both modes pretty much, you know. Vermilion Spirits might being that crazy buff, being able to get stay in the game and keep all your loot, and potentially come out with 1, 2, 3 eliminations, as many as you can with this buff alone, just showcasing how beautiful that buff is. But this was our third round that we did not watch. This was DRG Spawn with a massive shift opener here onto Lipo. Swaps on over to the Hanzo for them extra damage off that weapon rarity alone. Lipo drops a lot of HP off that blue armor, recatches a prior off of this, and Fong now opts for the 1.0 off the gold rarity Hong Sword against that blue armor. Just shreds that armor and that health bar there in that situation. Coming up on top of it, he snags up a gold dagger in hand. I just caught it a little bit. He's in the cave. We see him in the back end there, having that gold dagger. And what a better weapon there for DRG's Fong. The most comfortable that he is in the server with. Wufong, though, getting active against Verse. Both players were with buff, and now Fong's in the mix as well. All three buff players here are in the situation. PXT quickly sees that, but PXT is in this situation where he has to try to cleanse. He's going to try to create this space here, but Verse is not going to let loose here of this chase. In the backside, Might was forced to pop this ultimate here in this situation. He's going to be topping off that health back there from that ult alone, but Gigi Shaw getting active against XY. XY on the Temmie once again has that Yang depletion timer, and I believe he has around 3.5 minutes potentially there to try to cleanse, so the pressure is on here for XY as well.
Yeah, XY needing to get that cleanse. This is something that we've seen these players try and do time and time over and over again here, as these Yang depletion players are struggling to find eliminations, as the entire lobby sees the desperation and they see them investing the ultimates early into the fights, trying to go for the kills as fast as possible, not wanting to let anybody else claim these soul blooms. And this is where we're seeing it. Mike, oh my goodness, the grapple extension into this. What is XY doing? What a play coming up from him there. Temiev invested. We're going to see the wind whisk coming out. Oh, big parry from XY, but Mike not going to go down just yet. He's able to find his way out of this mess. He's able to get a little bit of movement going here, as GG Shaw going to be trying to jump into this fight as well. F ability invested, could get some healing back. We are seeing these 1.0s getting released. Shaw is opening himself up to a huge risk of getting parried, but he's Mike able to find the way away from this fight. GG Shaw. Oh, armor swap there. Gets the gray armor into this fight.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness, the whisk coming through. XY needs the bloom. He doesn't get it. 16 seconds left, and he's going to go down here. Huge parry going to come through, though. GG Shaw now losing all of his HP. Could become the next target of the lobby. Ultimate invested. XY going to try and make something happen. Oh my goodness, he almost gets hit by the Lonnie ultimate. We're going to see him get grabbed into Ajao's ultimate. Third party coming through is going to get knocked out. Ajao picking up the kill. All of them going desperately for the soul bloom. PXT going to pick it up, cleansing his Yang depletion. GG Shaw now becoming the target here, as PXT jumping full force into this. Ajao jumping in not far behind. I believe he still has one charge left on that ultimate, where you might get to see that get sent out, as GG Shaw losing so much HP. We see the charge come through. He grabs the other player. GG Shaw is going to just jump into the room. Oh my goodness, he escapes. Ladies and gentlemen, get away from GG Shaw. He was so low. Oh my goodness, Shaw, you schmooving.
No way. But he has to go against Wufong. Wufong has gold throwing knives. GG Shaw lost the weapon he had earlier. Now the follow-up there for Wufong, big damage. Gets the extra damage there off the follow-up LMB. Gets a shot for extra damage as well. Now the Lonnie ultimate is going to come into play here for GG Shaw. Wufong now is going to be able to kite the first one. Doesn't eat up the damage off that. He's going to use the F to avoid the follow bounces there off that first one. Wufong's going to respond with his shield ultimate. He's going to weave that second ball now this time around. The third one misses as well. The throwback does connect there. Double freezes there for Wufong. Doesn't catch the power off it alone though. Since the focus, both players parry, overholds, no parries. Parry baits him this time around. Wufong eats up a little bit of damage. Ship parry there from GG Shaw. Wufong has to have to stay safe. Cancels the ultimate. Now overholds. Another ship parry there for Wufong. Snags up the gold. Throwing knives as well. Now GG Shaw with a quarter white HP trying to stay alive. I think he gets a little bit of damage off that R&B focus. Sends it again. Throws it to the right so he can avoid getting parried. Now in the corner. Tries to go for the 2-on-1. Doesn't get the damage. He messes up the 2-on-1. And now he's going to eat up a lot of damage here off the gold throwing knives. Gets cut up with the 1-2. And Wufong staying up. GG Shaw not happy about messing up the 2-on-1. But even though I think it was not going to be enough damage there, he's going to stack up another pair of gold throwing knives there for Wufong.
I thought we were going to see the longsword carousel infinite into the wall there, but we didn't get to see that come out. Both times these players had them on the ropes against the wall with the longsword. We have not seen that TOG coming out, as it looks like Wufong now. Gold armor, gold knives. Throwing knives are showing up everywhere in this game, ladies and gentlemen. He's got 2 sets of gold knives. This is absolutely insane. We've only got 6 players left in this game. There are so many people eliminated. Mike already fully out. Frostivus already fully out. Ajiao, Lipo, XY, and AS also already completely eliminated from this game. 2 players on Yang depletion. In the next 4 minutes, in the next 5 minutes, we might see a 4-player game. This is a very, very quick moving game right now. We're not even on Fireflies. These players are just running so much rage that we're getting these crazy fast off-spawn fights. GG Shaw missing the uppercut there. Nice dodge from Wufong to be able to get away from that. Wufong now trying to make something happen. He does have that buff. We are seeing Verse coming into the mix now. Shaw and Verse, both players on Yang depletion. They're going to try and battle this out in the HUD here. Verse backing off Shaw, wanting to get a pot off. He is very, very low in HP. Only has those blue dual halberds that he's fighting with right now. I don't know if he got his weapon parried away from him. And I think Wufong might have all of the purple weapons that GG Shaw had in his back pocket here, as Verse still trying to go for the chase, trying to find out where GG Shaw went. Looks like he did bait him out a little bit. Shaw able to find himself a nice little area to get a pot off. Wufong not going to let up though. He's waiting for Shaw to jump back into this fight. Shaw is going to go for the scale rush from the other end here. Verse waiting for him on the other side as well. F invested. He's using so much damage to the zone. GG Shaw going to use that F ability. He had Prio against Verse. Ultimate popped now. Going to see him jumping into the fight as fast as possible. Coming through with the Lanny ultimate. Looks like he's not going to burn it, just going to go for the reset, trying to play this as safe as possible. He's got 3 minutes left, so he doesn't need to start sweating just yet. But with the pressure from both of these players onto him, it is looking very difficult. He's going to place the ball for the teleport there. We're seeing the goalie stance coming out. Shout out Sir for the goalie stance. We are going to be seeing the charge coming through, jumping to the other side now, though. He's going for the grapple away. He does not want to engage in this.
I mean, but now look who it is. Fong started moving into the mix. He was roaming the map on the north side of the map. And he does now catch on to where the remainder of these players are. He does know that these players have that Yang depletion timer. So he's trying to capitalize off of this situation alone. We'll see him there on the Syra. GG Shaw, 2 minutes and 37 seconds. He's going to be able to get a massive parry there onto Wufong on the top side. The throwing knives were not snagged up, though. Wufong was able to re-pick up that weapon alone. GG Shaw now with tons of pressure. Full lobby, full focus in here. It is Lonnie in the bottom side of this terrain. Wufong, the first one in. Tries to go for the jump parry, doesn't release it. GG Shaw is going to get blinded there off that flower alone. It's going to be able to create a little bit of space here. Fong now cuts the distance there in the back end. Pistol shots flying on in. Fong with the elimination there onto GG Shaw. Burst now trying to scatter on. Now, the cleanse does come into play there for one of these players, though. He is going to be able to stay in this fight. We do have Burst being able to snag up that as fast as possible. It does manage to stay inside that game off of that elimination alone. But DRG's Fong, 3 gold weapons in his inventory. Gold dagger, gold pulse sword, gold hong sword. Crazy inventory here for Fong. Wins his Rumble Yang. We do have him here being able to showcase his Rumble Yang now against Verse this time around. This was common cannon here for Fong. Trying to find some sorts of extra damage off of this. Gets caught up with the R&B. Is going to be able to invest the F here off the Syra. Still kiting around this pillar. off of the dagger alone, trying to see if he can find some damage. Loses all that armor though, still playing this backside of this pillar. He opens up with the LMB focus. Aqua's ultimate invested there from Verse. Nice weave there from Vaughn. Second weave as well. He's going to be able to force this ultimate as well. Catches the dazzle into the 2.0 charge there off the beam. Back to back. Just so much pressure here off the Syra. The ultimate goes away. Aqua's ultimate is still alive. Double tap dodge, just try to create the space. Cannon shot gets a little bit of damage there onto Verse on the backside. Verse still trying to stay alive, trying to avoid all these shots. Overholds, gets the damage off the 1.0. Now onto the F, but the following hit there from Bong. And oh my god, that is just probably the most annoying thing to go against. He was just playing the backside of the pillar, releasing those cannon shots to get the splash damage, and just poking off the fan alone or dagger alone. And the rarity of the gold dagger just being so detrimental there against against Burst there in the Roman. It's just insane to watch there for Fong. But Fong just has more than Defiance as well in the inventory. Gets it off, I believe, probably potentially the buy zone. We are gonna be able to see him having that in his sleeve. Now White Tiger's power is going to be coming in for this Spirit Well, and now a lot of these players are going to be contesting this, and Wu Fong has blue nunchucks in his hand, but he also has Dragon Sword, so he is going to be able to ice off a lot of the pressure from the range presence from a lot of these players.
Yeah, Fong has been well known in this game for being the god of dagger, and having him playing with the dagger here, showing exactly how powerful a gold dagger can be, even as it has become a less favorable weapon, only used for movement. And the fact that the fan is in the game, it just makes it so much more of a better option to play with the fan. You've got that extra distance. Looks like we aren't going to see Wu Fong capturing that Spirit Well here as DRG's Fong ultimate invested. It looks like he has found PXT. PXT getting dangerously low here. This is a bad spot to get caught out in. They're trying to go for the dazzle. Ultimate invested for PXT as well, so we are going to see him losing out on that ultimate here as PXT now taking a lot of damage. This is not where he wants to be right now, but he's going to try and get out of this. DRG's Fong now taking a lot of damage, is going to have that Mortal Defiance proc come through, and Wu Fong with the bow shot going to come through and steal that elimination. Now, geez, Wu Fong now trying to make something happen again on the other side of this fight. Looks like he's found SS1 CDY, wants to engage onto him as well. Ultimate invested for CDY. Good tap dodge out of that ultimate proc there. We are going to see him try and back things off into the other direction as CDY. Ultimate proc one more time. We do see Justina ultimate is going to start to come online now as the freeze is going to come through. F ability invested by CDY to try and even out this fight, but the charge is going to come through. Verse going to steal the elimination. Oh my goodness. WBG's Verse stealing the kill right out from under Wu Fong's nose. Oh my goodness. Fong getting eliminated. Wu Fong is going to take out CDY. There's 3 players left in this game, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, that was just perfect there from WBG's Verse. Wu Fong picks up the elimination, or I'm sorry, Fong goes down in the zone. Verse goes right inside the zone and snags up all the loot there from Fong, and Fong was stacked. He had multiple gold weapons, and we see now Verse with gold Hong Sword in hand. He snags up all the loot, recharges up his white health, goes right where the action was, snags up the elimination as well. It was just beautiful plays there from WBG's Verse, being able to get that upgrade off of that alone. Purple cannon in hand there for the finisher. And onto that player. Wu Fong has no ult online. Needs to try to bait out some sorts of damage there. He does potentially see a little bit of a call there onto PXT, but PXT did not get hit off of that alone. He isn't able to stay inside this bush. Verse playing right around it. The 1-2 there off the longsword. PXT caught now. Blue longsword in hand here for PXT. Has Engraven as well here off the longsword. And this is a crazy mix-up Jade to catch. Now the RB does manage to catch down to Verse. We are going to be having the Aqua's ultimate invested here from Verse in the back end now. He's going to be cut off the RB focus there from the throwing knives out to SWAT there. But now the pressure's going to be thrown here towards the Shayo's way. They just need the Aquas do not want to fight this here in a SWAT congested area. We do see him getting parry baited. PXT a little bit of damage down to onto Wu Fong, or Wu Fong onto PXT. He's going to be able to kite out a little bit of the pressure now, using this terrain as best as he can, trying to take a quick reset in, but Burst there with the cannon shots is to be able to apply lots of splash damage and burn ticks as well. The LB focus does connect there, but the F caught in there for the Aquas in the back end. Now Wu Fong turns his attention onto Verse, master parry down to Verse. F caught in there for PXT, staying alive here. The Shayo trying to stay up. The Shayo ultimate invested once again here for PXT. The cannon shots apply tons of pressure, and Wu Fong with the bow shot there onto PXT. And now the last 1v1 of game number 2, LB Pro here for Verse was gonna be to mix up off of this. Uppercut off the grapple, jump LMBs. F called in here for Wufong, trying to find the opener. Wufong's gonna invest his Justine ultimate, catches the dash into the freeze as well. The mix up now, Akko's F called in, doesn't catch the power off of it, delays the wake up there to roll across there to not get catch off to the stagger. Now grapple LMB, jump LMB into the freeze, doesn't get the focus damage off of that alone. Now Burst trying to stay up, he does potentially get the ultimate pretty soon. Now he's able to apply tons of pressure onto Wufong. Wufong with no dashes left off the Justina ultimate, trying to see if he can get the damage off the throwing knives alone, gets the damage off the R&Bs there on the ground. F1 calls in, lead there for Wufong, overholds, gets the damage this time around. Akko's ultimate called in now from Verge, has the opener, gold armor swap here from Verge, but it was kind of empty, only 2 bars off of that. Gets a little bit of siphon back off the V2. Now trying to find another opener off the pounce, doesn't manage to catch the second one, doesn't get the aerial LMB as well. Wufong trying to play the terrain at his favor, click comes in off the clink, off the leap there. Purple frame can't clink off the blues off of that alone. The V2 connects there for Verse, and the zone's gonna eat a lot of damage. Doesn't go really far in, uses the F to avoid any source of pressure. Overholds the Nutcher Meter Burn, doesn't connect off of that. Verse now still applying lots of pressure. The Nutcher Meter Burn connects there for Wufong, and the zone sends him into the bolt shot extension as well. Wufong overholding, trying to find another opener, but the arm all up there for Verse for the last hit there onto him. And what an elimination there for Verse, staying up on top, being our winner of game number 2. And what a fight that we just witnessed there in our last and final moments of game number 2.
That was a legendary fight. Like, there's no way around that. That is a legendary fight coming out from both of those players. No, you couldn't have scripted a fight better than that. Like, that was beautiful. The nunchuck meter dump into the zone, but he was low, so he couldn't finish the meter dump. Doesn't get the full damage, has to back out of the zone. The Akko's ultimate, he kites that beautifully. And the finish at the end, more HP over to the other side, so we don't get to see the winner coming out for Wufong. But just what a phenomenal finish.
Wow.
That was absolutely insane.
What a sequence we just saw here for game number 2. Lots of aggression from the lobby here in Hollerod. Lots of bodies falling. No in circle for our second game opposed to the first one. But wow, we saw the aggression there for Wufong. Double gold throwing knives in the inventory. Was not able to be the last one standing, but he still snags up the MVP and our winner for our second game. So he is going to be on top of the leaderboards off of that game alone. But what a game 2 that was. Super exciting fights. We saw crazy adjustments there. Burst in the end circle, snagging up the loot there from Fong's body inside the zone, gets all the resources, retops his health back up, goes right back into the third party, snags up the elimination, puts another one on the board for himself. Even though he was last one standing, did not have the elimination difference there from Wufong that he overcame there against Verse to take the MVP. But I mean, needless to say, that was a crazy sequence that we saw there against the Justinas and Nakuses. Wow, XY trying to stay alive, gets a downtown wisp there onto Mike. Doesn't manage to cleanse off of that alone, but does get the wisp there for the trap down onto Mike. Mike falls off of that situation, and all the pressure was thrown his way. He does fall in that situation as well. But I mean, wow. I mean, it's just crazy to watch how these players are playing. And here it is, our scoreboards for our second game. Wufong had 5 on the board off of that game. He was the second one alive, so he is going to get that ranking points of 2 with an overall game score of 7. And WBG's Verse did have 3 eliminations, gets the ranking points of 3, being the last one standing, but with a 6.6 overall game score. DRG Spawn with 5 though for his game 2, getting that 6 overall game score. GG Shaw with 4 eliminations, 5 game score. Wolves PXC with 3 eliminations, 4.5. Alliances is A Shao with 2 eliminations, 2.5. OUG's Mike with 2 eliminations, 2 game score. CDY with 1.5. XY and Lipo with 0.5. Frostivus and AS with 0 on the board for this game alone. Second game out, I mean, not bad. Frostivus had a beautiful game 1. Still has you know, his third game to adjust from here on out. But our overall standings here for the bi-weekly 3, AS with 0, XY with 2, Lipo with 2.5, Asia with 3, CDY with 6, PXT with 6.5 for the bottom side of our pyramid for our overall standings. BB's Fostervis with 6.5 as well, GG Shaw with 7, T Wufong with 9.5, OUG's Mike with 9.8, DRG's Fawn with 10, and WBG's Verse with 11.6. Just being on top with 1.6 difference there against Fawn, but Fawn playing very beautifully. We did see him struggle a little bit in the previous bi-weeklies with his third party. They weren't really turning out how we usually would see him in previous seasons, but we see it here for tonight that he's playing very well, playing very consistent. 4 for his first game, 6 for his second game. Would not be surprised if he can continue that tempo for the remainder of the games. But man, I still would love to see him use a different weapon. I know he had a gold fan in his inventory, but off the start of the game, he had a gold hung sword and he was still opting to stay with a blue dagger.
Yeah, I mean, the dagger is what's going to work for him. So, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as we're going to be taking a look at some of our highlights brought to you by China Unicom. What a game. AS, unfortunately, with another donut on the day, and it's a struggle for him right now. And, it really does suck to see when a player just is underperforming over and over again. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more coming up from him in our games, because we still, ladies and gentlemen, we still have a lot of games coming for you guys. That was only 2 out of 6. We still got 4 games coming to you guys after this. Make sure you guys are sticking around to catch those out, because we are going to be here the whole time having an absolute blast with you guys as we're taking a look. DRG's Fong just absolutely dominating the Rumble Gang there. As we saw earlier, the Wisp play that you were talking about, Mike, not too happy about that. Wufong in the Rumble Gang. This is where we thought. I thought we were going to get to see the carousel into the wall. The failed 2-1-1 from GG Shaw comes out, and T's Wufong comes away with a beautiful steal on the eliminations there and finishes it off that amazing kill. And there we go. In the end, here we see Verse.
Oh my god, that was a headshot.
Look at that. The headshot. He almost has it there. And then the one LMB into him is going to finish him off. And just such an unfortunate circumstance for that to happen, right? Like, that's not where you want to be. And, it sucks. It happens, right? He still had a phenomenal game. He played very well. Should be still proud of himself, putting a lot of points up onto the board. And he's the bi-weekly champion from last week. So, he's definitely got a lot to live up to, but he's still doing a very good job, in my opinion. As we're going to be taking a look, though, Wufong is still claiming that MVP, even though he didn't get that final kill. 17k damage, 5 eliminations. What a play. Dragon's Roar, we saw that come out near the end as well. Alchemy, Slow Shot, Erudition, and the damage reduction Jades to finish that off. All around phenomenal play. I loved seeing the Justina MVP.
Lone Wolf Justina, that too, right? The only Justina in the server. Being able to snag up the MVP for game number 2. Beautiful showcase over there from Wufong. And I mean, Wufong, he came into the league last season. Another thing we have is another answer for treasure once again. Before we get back more into Wufong, make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube onto Twitch in order to win a Spring Split random gift. The question for our second game will be, how many players used Justina Goo in game number 2? I kind of just gave the answer out, but is it A1, B2, C3, or D4? And I just said the answer.
I wonder.
I just said the answer a couple of seconds right before the question popped up. But yeah, the lone wolf Justina. There you go. The only Justina in the server, being TE's Wufong. He came into the league last year. Showed very, very good presence in the league. Had a phenomenal rookie year. We saw him go on par against the top of the pro league players, and I mean, off of that, we on break.
ワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, Caster Seb. I'm joined alongside my man Creatives. It's been a minute. We're back casting solos together. The terrible duo, as we, it's. I don't know.
That is a crazy sequence. That was a crazy sequence.
It's a crazy sequence, but the last two games have also been some pretty crazy stuff going on. Our lone wolf Justina MVP from TE's Wufong in game number 2. We saw the crazy finish in game number 1 from Mike, and just what a great game. What a great day all around so far. We've got 4 more games of action jumping in. We're going to be going to the OG map, Morris Isle, after this next game, and then we're back for our rotation once again. Game number 3. What do you think we're going to be seeing coming out? I know we're seeing the same thing hero picks wise, but how do you think this game going? You got any predictions for us?
It's so hard to tell now, right? I mean, just how, like I was mentioning in the beginning of the show, it's just how everybody is at such a high level now. Not just one player can dominate. And we started seeing a little bit more of that towards the end of last year. And especially in the J Cup, it was a crazy sequence to watch at J Cup last year. So I mean, I don't even have predictions anymore to like who's gonna be able to take the games, just with how good everybody is now, right? I mean, like I was mentioning before the break, Wufong came into the league, and not a lot of players, I always mention this, that not a lot of players can go into the league and really dominate and make the bi-weekly finals. Only a couple of players have been able to do that, and Wufong has been one of those players. And I mean, we just saw him win a game tonight, and he took a bi-weekly last week. So I mean, he's doing exceptionally well in the pro league thus far, and he is just getting better and better. He puts the time in. trying to adjust to everybody. I remember I was watching Frostivus fight I was watching Frostivus stream when Frostivus was a little bit newer to the Pro League, and he was just zero batting Wufong for quite some time. And the person that messaged Frostivus was Wufong. You know, Wufong was the one that was trying to get in there and see Frostivus mix-ups and see how he fights. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure he potentially does that with everybody in the league. And you know, just little stuff like that, apart from scrims that these players do against each other throughout the week. I would say, right, just if you're in the pro scene, you're obviously going to be scrimming against each other. Just being able to get those reps in and get a little bit more familiarized with the players you're going against in the pro league just gives you that upper edge when it matters. And you know, the bi-weekly days / finals, right, if you're able to qualify. But you know, PXT also has been one of the newer players. He's not new anymore in the scene, but he has been out of that bunch to be in the newer side of the league. Not a veteran yet, but you know, another player, Frostivus, A Xiao, in a very good pacing to be another player like this, potentially taking bi-weekly homes. And even you know, Jacob, I mean, he's been playing exceptionally well, making it into those bi-weeklies. This is his third bi-weekly ever, so being able to, you know, qualify for the first 2 bi-weeklies is just such a high task, and he has already managed to do so himself. So gonna keep my eyes on Asia. Would not be surprised if he takes bi-weeklies home. But moving on to game number 3, the OG map, like Seb said, everybody's playground. This is the map that everybody has played the most, the first map that ever dropped in NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Everybody's familiarized with the routes for escapage or their looting paths or anything in that sorts, right? This is the most common map, or the most comfortable map, I should say, that these players have been doing that on. But once again, Lonnie for our first round selection there for CDY and PXC, and then going to the second round selection, we have our Liams there for our second players, and Sha Yols for that third round selections. And this is a pattern we're seeing for this week alone, and this is something that I am going to be keeping out my eye out for the remainder of the bi-weekly 3 and see if this pattern is going to be the one that we're going to see. But XY,
oh my goodness,
the player that I did think that was going to play this Viper. We did see XY play Viper in a bi-weekly final where there's 8 games, so I was not surprised to see him pick Viper because he is custom to that character, and we are going to be having our first Viper now with the rework here for game number 3.
Do you think we're going to be seeing V1 with the combo break or V3? I think V1 is going to be very versatile, especially with playing a character who previously did not have a combo break. But the ultimate V1, I don't think it's going to be very effective against in a solo setting. So
I think V2.
We're going to see what they're picking. I think V2. Yeah, I think the V2 is the solo's ultimate. V1, you're not able to attack or move, attack or use your weapons when you are in the ultimate state. So the V2 could be what we're going to be seeing coming out. I'm excited to see if we get to see a Realm of Yang with XY on the Viper. And with these changes, yeah, the silence coming off of the Viper ultimate at the very end that wasn't there before is like the main changing factor of that V2. It's just absolute insanity. You're silenced for so long, and then you get the re-silence after with the F ability. F3 V3, huh?
It's probably just a graphical error here.
Okay.
I don't think we have our updated graphics for that. So he's gonna be running F2 V2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna see the silence F coming out. I thought we were gonna be seeing that, but he's opting for the damage F coming out there, and everything else pretty standard around F1 V2 for our Lonnies, F1 V1 for our Syras, F2 V1 for the Justina, F1 V2 for our Liams. And if you guys are wondering what F1 V1 means, F is your F ability, your skill, V your ultimates, the keys you use to press it on the keyboard. So you see next to them they all say F1 V2. They have different variations of the ultimate abilities and their skills that they are able to pick before the game even starts. And it does allow for different mechanics for the ways heroes are played, this giving into this whole meta, and this is how these players are starting to capitalize. They pick the ultimate that is that works best for them or that works best into the meta, and that's pretty much standard across the board for what everybody is choosing. Taking a look at our drops, we're going to be seeing just above Celestra in that gold zone surrounding. It's going to be Ajiao, GG Shaw. Closer to Sunwing's Rest, we've got WBG's Verse at DRG's Fung and ASC's XY just a little bit below that. We're going to be seeing onto the other side of the map in just a second here, where everybody else has decided to drop 521 BBE and TE's Wufeng closer to that Zest Winery area on the western side of the map in a surrounding gold zone. Pretty close to Shipwreck Expanse, and then SS1 way up in the corner by Eventide Temple. And this is sure to be a very, very interesting off spawn. I can't wait to see how this Viper is going to be playing into this, especially going into Sunwing. Those poison mushrooms that are located on that side of the map are going to come into play very heavily with the DRG and WBG fight. But we're flipping things off right away at the Zest Winery. That is TE's Wufeng, BB's Frostivus, and Lipo. Oh my goodness, Verse is already at 1 HP here. Verse going to be in the mix, trying to make something happen. We see that F ability has been invested. Purple Spirit going to get taken away. ANZ's XY with a beautiful hit off on that. We're going to see F ability getting released again from XY. XY just trying to dodge out of this. He does have that purple spear, but is going to get himself parried. Fung with a beautiful parry. Coming in, just taking his time, being patient, flipping over now. JL's AS versus OUG's Mike. Mike going to be going for a bit of loot here, trying to see if he can get some damage up onto AS. AS is going to come away with a huge parry here, but we are going to see parry is going to get denied from that Liam F ability. And there we go. He gets a couple of dagger slashes, and AS very low in HP. The overhold's going to come through, though. Mike able to bait the parry out and takes AS out. No eliminations for AS on the day, and no more in game 3 for him. We're going to flip over now. TE's Wufeng fighting against VN's Lipo. 521 going to be backing off here as Wufeng full aggression against this other Shael. Gets the combo into the 1.0 release off of the grapple bump, and Wufeng picks up his first elimination.
Nice. Wufeng coming off that win off of game number 2. Now on, you know, arguably the strongest character in the game right now, Shayo. It is third round selection right now for these players, but I still think like a lot of pop-up games are from the Shayos, right? How strong she is. But we do have 4-way scrap off, CDY, GG Shaw in the mix, in the back end PXT as well. GG Shaw and the Justina. Listen, NARAKA, I don't know if this is gonna matter, but I need this to rerun back because I slept on it. I slept on it, and I need this outfit on Justina. Plus, she's gonna be coming out for PvE soon, so I need that. I need that ASAP. So give me a little quick little rewind. Anyways, GG Shaw, PXT going at it. GG Shaw loses a lot of that common armor. PXT has a little bit of advantage. Ajiao on the top side, purple armor. Bow charging up in the back end there, blue bow in hand there for Ajiao. Justina ultimately is gonna be invested here for GG Shaw. Lonnie as well there for PXT. He's gonna use the freeze, doesn't catch off of this, catches off the F alone. None she can meter burn off of this alone, but he's able to tap the F there to avoid the damage. He is gonna get some damage off the ball there from the ultimate. Recatches off of this alone, overholds the cancel there for the Justina ultimate there from GG Shaw. Now another player showing up, CDY in the backside, but Lonnie's still applying tons of pressure. He's gonna be going towards GG Shaw's way. None meter burns on out, doesn't get any damage off of this alone. CDY choosing the Justina out of the bunch in the back end, sends release, gets parried there from A-Shot. The damage is gonna connect, another parry there from A-Shot. Now this time around against PXT, turning it over to the weaker player, and PXT now trying to run for the hills, getting caught up by the jump LMBs. A little bit of extra damage there onto PXT. Asia full grappling in the backside. The Cyber F called in there for Asia to close out that space, but CDY choosing Asia out of the bunch here, not going for PXT. PXT trying to fish for the dazzle, doesn't manage to connect off of that alone to be able to get some dashes in to try to close out that distance. But PXT now going on in for that quick reset there in the back end. The damage now does not connect. PXT with nice kiting off of this alone, gets cut off with the two beam charge there. CDY still coming in hot there against A-Shao. The damage is gonna go towards A-Shao's way. CDY still choosing the Syra out of the bunch here. Very surprising. Now PXT coming back in off of getting that armor and health right back up. CDY on the Lonnie, trying to find an opener. He'll be able to weave the LMB focus, catches the RB focus there onto Asia. Now in the backstand, PXT potential third-party action here. Gonna go ahead and scare rush in. Takes a little bit of damage. Asia now, he is gonna be connecting off the dazzle there onto CDY. Asia drops very, very low here in the situation, and PXC there with elimination. And CDY does have that ult online, and PXC is to be able to get the elimination. Both Lonnies are going to be backing up here in this situation, but he is gonna fall off of that. XY still in the mix, and XY would have loved to see him run that silence F opposed to this damage one. Just with how, you know, all these players rely on abilities, right? I mean, being able to get that under attack F and your ult as well, and minimizing that to have them 3-ban opposed to use 0-ban. And I mean, just the silence has restands as well, where you're able to catch the prio on the ground to extend. Would have loved to see him run the silence there. I felt like it would have been a little bit more value. He does win a fight off spawn, so we're gonna have to wait and see how the remainder of this game goes. Potentially see another player play Viper, preferably with the silence F, the F1, to see how much difference it looks like opposed to what XY is running right now. But our first Roma Yang starting to form up. SS1, CDY, and Asia and PXC, all 3 players that just had a scrap off on the right hand side there for the round. We have Wufong on the left hand side. OUG's Mike, Frostovic, DG Shaw, potentially WBG's Verse, and JL's AS are going to be going to that bottom right hand side Roma Yang. But Wufong going to get an easy pass. Lipo starting to move on in as well. We have some action once again. The Lonnies are teaming up here against A-Shao, and A-Shao back with back towards the wall is gonna be forced to back on up. A Lonnie ultimate was invested there by CDY. He's gonna try to see if he can snag up that Yang pass, but the damage is done. A-Shao in the zone, trying to see if he can find some sorts of resources, but we're potentially gonna have a big, massive fight here in this Roma Yang, but Mike has the pass currently here.
Yeah, we do get to see that handshake meta take place late game. I don't think we've seen that much of a same hero handshake grief coming out from a player since that CDY just did. The kill, Asia had that kill onto PXT, and CDY could have came in for the third party, but he decides to go for the stronger target in that situation solely because they're trying to get that Syra out of the game and keep the Lannies in. Interesting play. I don't know how I feel about the handshake coming that early on. It's a little bit weird, but you know, they're making it happen. CDY already with the ultimate back is going to be investing it here against both Syras that have pulled up into this game now, as we're going to be getting to see ASC's XY on the Viper in the Realm of Yang. I'm excited for this. Wolves, PXT. This is going to be a very, very fun fight to watch. Barrier's going to drop in 5 seconds, and they're going to start to go at it here. Starting off with the scale rush, it looks like both of them going for the scale rush play. PXT takes to the skies. The overhead slam is going to come through. F ability invested into the 1-2 is going to connect with that. Gets the overhold through. This might be ultimate ready to go here for XY. And there we go. If you can close this out, is not going to be able to get the final silence off onto them, though. That's going to be the downfall of XY in this situation here. PXT can be allowed to get the heal off. Does have 2 more of those Lanny ultimate balls to throw. So we're going to see him go for 1 here. Last ball available. We're going to see the goalie stance coming out. Does get hit into the restand. And there we go. 1-2. F ability popped again from ASC's XY. Ooh. Gonna get the grapple bump. F ability invested, though. Doesn't finish off the attack. Isn't going to be able to get the reset either. Trying to go for that heal pop for a second. Scale rush coming in through. PXT trying to make something happen. Is going to come away. XY with the scale rush connects from the focus attack. Overhold gonna come through. Perfect tap dodge. Double bow shot out of nowhere. The absolute, oh my goodness, that has got to take some courage to pull that out right there. We're gonna see the 1-2 coming out. Slaps around. Tries to go for the double into the bow shot again. All he needs to do is hit his F ability here, and he hits the 1/ into the uppercut and is going to come away victorious. He almost had the elimination so early there off of his ultimate, but he does not come away with the ult kill. We are going to see him pick up a gold longsword, some nice purple armor there, and that coveted Vermilion's bird might buff.
PXT is just laughing at the Viper in around. I mean, it's new, right? But like I mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised that this character gets picked a lot more. I don't know. I don't know how about the F2. How I feel about the F2. Light did give a good point in the chat about F1 being better in isolated fights, and that's what I was thinking as well. Just F1 having that one-on-one potential being very strong. Never getting anything that the enemy can do against you. But the F choice that XY with it, it's drastically. I don't know about drastically, but it seems like it's a lot more better in a 3-4 way fight, right? Being able to get a massive F with 2 or 3 people bunched up has a really good potential of snagging up third-party eliminations and getting that extra damage and getting a lot of people weak to try to back on up there to try to take a reset in. So I see what XY is doing, but Mike in the mix right now. Mike is trying to find an opener here for himself. Has 2 eliminations on the board. Lonnie ultimate invested here for PXT. Uses the V2 there to avoid the damage off the Lonnie. PXT drops very low. C2Y and PXT though, you see them there just playing right next to each other once again, as we saw earlier. The damage is gonna go towards the Lonnie's way, and now they're gonna back on up here in the situation. PXT in the mix now. It's looking to try to get active. We see the Lonnie ultimate hitting there onto CDY. Overhold. Both players have that Lonnie ultimate online. The second one connects as well for PXT. Gets the damage off of that. Back to back. Nearly connects off of that. Now CDY with the ball there for the extension is going to use it to weave around. Goes right back on in. And the backside, Mike running right back in. He is not afraid of these 2 Lonnies. They did hear them fighting. PXT drops very low. CDY there with elimination there onto PXT. Now Mike against CDY. CDY with no O online, just very low. F caught in there for Mike to avoid the damage onto Perry. Another player showing up. Asia now to the mix. Lipo as well. 4-way scrap off unfolding here in front of our eyes. Lipo trying to back on up, trying to get some sorts of pressure onto one of these players. Blue armors for Asia and Lipo though. Mike drops a little bit low here off the purple armor. Burst in the mix as well. CDY with no O online, and not sure if the person could be going towards his way. Not sure if any of these players saw the health bar of CDY. Mike does though. He's quickly adjusting as well as Lipo. We see Asia as well. The 1-2 off the nunchucks. 1-2-3 sends it, doesn't connect off of it. CDY though is gonna get caught up here. He does have Remilia's Birds Bite. He is gonna fall here in that situation, and it's gonna be Lipo with elimination off of that. Wufong picks one up onto XY, and XY does still have the Remilia's Birds Bite off of that realm, so he is still safe in this game. Wufong going at it against Frostivus. Frostivus falls there in that situation. I think that might be his game number 3, and it is. Wufong gets the elimination. He's gonna go ahead and back on up. Now, scrap off still unfolding here in the bunch for this Rama Yang. Lipo not letting go of the gas pedal. Sends the proc follow up there. Burst with the extra damage to the backside. Mike laying down some pressure onto Lipo. 53 seconds and counting. Lipo needs to see if he can try to cleanse, but it's not going to be easy task here for himself.
Yeah, getting this cleanse with only 45 seconds left is getting extra desperate. Coming into a player like Syra, which gives you such a huge health bonus when you hit that ultimate. It's almost impossible to take out one of these players. We are going to see now the ultimate getting invested. Oh my goodness, from downtown! Mike with the grab! What a play from Mike to be able to come and steal that elimination away. He goes, yoink, give me that. That is mine. I'm taking it for myself. He's going to come away with the Yang Pass as well. WBG's not wanting any of that smoke. What an incredible play from Mike to be able to come and steal that kill away. We saw him trying to cleanse that Yang depletion. We saw him going absolutely crazy trying to cleanse, and the grab from distance too. Like, these grabs are very hard to connect with, which is one of the big difficulties of playing a character like Liam, is he's very, very hard to get a hold of. And having somebody like that, being able to get a grab from that far out, is just absolute insanity. So we're going to see now jumping into this next round. XY's going to hold for a second there as he drops away a blue bow. Interesting play here. It looks like he's just going for a little bit of damage, trying to hold for a bit. Could be his downfall though here. He's going to get prio though. He needs to jump into that realm of Yang. Is going to end up back in there. OUG's Mike versus ASE's XY. I'm excited to see how Liam is going to play into this Viper. If Mike's able to get his F off before we see the silence coming out, you know, we could see some longevity from the Liam, but in a realm of Yang, oh my goodness, the Longsword 1.0 coming out. Gold Longsword into the F ability is going to cancel it at the perfect time. Mike throwing an F of his own is going to be able to catch Longsword Prio into the TOD. Oh, there we go. He's got it. He's going to be able to send it up into the uppercut, into the uppercut, into the uppercut. 1, 2, woo! Get him! Ladies and gentlemen, Mike, what a play. Turns it around on the head of the Viper with 1 nunchuck catch, it's all over. These players are so lethal with it as we're flipping over JL's AS in the realm of Yang. Needs to get some points on the board. Has been not doing too well today, but he's now got himself in a very good situation against Alliance Ajao. Ajao getting very low in HP here. They're both trying to dazzle each other and heal each other out. And it looks like AS was able to connect with the dazzle as well as Ajao as it brings it back around. AS very low in HP now. Ajao with the advantage because he has ultimate for just a little bit longer. Ajao trying to still make something happen. Ultimate is going to go down. Both of these players at relatively the same angle. 1-2 going to come out from the dual blades. Is going to get the overhold check, but the F ability coming in is going to gain them back a little bit of HP. Ajao with lower health. Trigger block going to come into. Just holds that still. Doesn't need to do anything with it. Huge parry going to come through. Crouch parry into the nunchucks to finish off that elimination. And AS picking up his first kill of the day.
XY's going in Yangs. He's going in Yangs, and I mean, you would see the beauty of that silence come into play opposed to that F2, right? Just running the F1 and just the way he's playing out this match, I still feel like it would be a lot better. I mean, if he had that silence there, he connected off the first one, he would have potentially not get TOD there by Mike. Mike, all he had to do was just bait out that F, catch his pile, raw dragon slide uppercuts in the corner off the V2, right? Simple 1-2 go Hanzo, so much damage. He doesn't even have to do a lot after that alone. You see it beautifully with showcase there from OUG's Mike. Coming out victorious, and now XY has Yang depletion timer. Mike with gold armor and gold staff. It's just rough, man. I would love to see the silence in a lobby like this. I still think the silence is potentially better, but it also could be just how the aggression is for the lobby alone. And I think in a situation that we've had here for our game number 3, it would have panned out a little bit better there for XY, but we're gonna have to wait and see how he bounced back, is if he's gonna be able to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. Asia as well has it with 4 minutes. We see him trying to lay down some pressure there onto a player, WBG's verse, I believe. Oh no, it's 2 Cyrus, so he's gonna be looking at somebody else. AS potentially, that's another Cyrus. He's gonna keep rotating on in, seeing he can find another player, potentially get the help from one of these Cyrus. Asia has a Yang depletion timer. One of these players potentially have the buff that can help out a lot. Yeah, AS does. So this is possibly going to be working out, but XY is going to be quickly aggressed on here from one of the Cyrus. And along with Viper, you know, you'll be able to get a little bit of stun off of that V2, but it's not going to do a lot here in the situation. It's not going to stagger them for a very long time. And the rest of the lobby looking at the Viper right here. Nice skill rushes here from XY to be able to ice off a little bit of the pressure. But look at the mini map. Everybody full focusing right here. Nice downtown V2. That's Mike, I believe. No, yes it is. It's Mike from downtown once again with the V2. Snags up XY. Steals the elimination there onto XY. Has a second charge. Doesn't even need it. Fong as well on the Liam. Ajao and Fong might be going at it pretty soon, as well as Verse, and might potentially the handshake here for the character selections might be going at it pretty soon. AS though, the third party factor here, running with the Cyrus as well, is to be able to get a little bit of damage there to one of those players. Asia still has to cleanse. Mike gets caught up there on the side of the terrain, as well as Asia, but Mike quickly using the dagger to escape, gets caught up on the Scarecrow in the back end. Stoneform there off the portal on the top side. Back to back as well, to be able to still continue the movement game, doing a really good job doing so. We do have him just rotating in and out here of this terrain. He's going to be using it to his advantage. Gets caught up, has the F to go on to the user to the next side of the rock side. In the backside, Asia though, still quickly catching up to him. We do have him now. Gets on top of the terrain, and on top side, I think there's another player waiting for him up here, so he could potentially get another player on his trail. But Mike gets a blue armor swap, stays up now, still doing a really good job. I mean, just how fluent Mike is, right, with the movement. Very hard to catch. I mean, we saw it in Predoria as well, how mobile he was, and he had fist blades in hand, I believe, that game. And now, that was game 2 actually in Hollowroth. And now, I mean, just stagger a better, faster scale rush weapon to having an inventory, just quicker movements there off the scale rushes. We see him using the side of this wall here to rotate towards the middle, but Asia and Burst still on his trail. Asia still hasn't find the opening that he needs. Mike being a big nuisance here in this case, not give him anything, and he's gonna have to potentially start turning against one of these Cyrus pretty soon if he was to find some sorts of advantage here to try to cleanse. But Mike not letting go of the movement, doing a really good job just kiting these 3 Syras. They cannot catch him. Asia invests the Syra ultimate. Liam in the back end, still creating the space. I believe does call in his ult as well. Does not get caught up on anything here from Asia. The dazzle doesn't even connect. Throws on the V2, does not even connect it from Mike. On the backside, Mike still being able to get a little bit against dazzle, but catches the V2. Sends him a little bit across, hits another Syra as well. Mike doing a really good job now, but with no all online, this could be bad pretty soon. 50 seconds and counting. Asia still looking for Mike in the backside. Now the tables are turns. A yes there, coming in with the elimination off the Cavalry Bloom with the dual blades. Gets the damage, gets the elimination, gets away with murder, rotates on in, and Mike lives to see another day as well with 5 on the board.
He lives to see another day. Not only does he do that, he facilitates a kill for another player in the process using his ultimate, getting Asia extremely low, and he gets out of the fight and goes and buys himself gold armor.
That is insane.
That is the most insane. This is why Mike is your 2-time MVP.
He's right back in.
This is why he is the craziest player in this game. He might have a couple of lower scoring games, but he is incredible at this video game without a contest. He is one of the best, and we see this here. He was able to run away from both of these players chasing him down relentlessly, and is still full aggression, level-headed, ready to play into this game, sending out those velocities onto these other players. He is starting to lose a little bit of HP here as this Spirit Well capture. Mike really wants to get this buff here, and this could be really big for him, especially because he does not have ultimate available right now. Getting his ult back could mean a lot to his gameplay right now. Ultimate F ability, going to be invested as CDY almost gets that uppercut combo prio up onto him. Oh my goodness, it's DRG Fung this time with the grab from downtown, sending CDY to the zone. He's trying to banish him to the Shadow Realm here as he is getting backed off again. DRG's Fung going to be sending another double charge shot with oh my goodness, with the focus follow-up. DRG's Fung with an incredible play out into this game. CDY getting knocked out in 7th place here, going out with 3 eliminations, so he's putting a few points up onto the board, but not enough to win it here, as Mike is going to be trying to capture this still. Has ultimate available now, so he's going to be able to invest that if needed. Is going to get a huge parry off, tries to get the sap damage off onto AS. AS not going to be the one to capture it here, as it looks like Mike's still trying to hold on to this, and he's getting very close. He's a second away from capturing that Spirit Well. Here he goes, he gets it here, uses that ultimate, burnt it out, now has the Spirit Well potential available. White Tiger's prowess on him as well. He does know the WBG's versus low, trying to find him out, does spot him here, but it looks like the kite is going to be pretty crazy, especially with that blue dagger in hand for him. AS in the bush. We're seeing Verse on the other side as well. Fong trying to jump into the mix, trying to get these Syras out of the lobby. These Liams want to get them gone. They're not too focused on the Justina, but they want to get Verse out very badly here, as Mike still trying to continue the onslaught. Gold longsword in hand, is not able to find too much. Trying to go for the tech change. Grapple bump gonna come through. Tries to go for that jumping RMB. Almost connects off that. 2 jump LMBs in a row. Ultimate pops now. Fong jumping into the mix. We're seeing it come through. Oh my goodness, the movement's gonna clip Mike. Mike tried to send Verse into it, gets clipped himself, forcing the reset from him. We're going to see Fong jumping into this now, though. Verse very low. We're going to see the capture come through. Does he get the grab? He doesn't come away with it. Drops the armor to be able to grab any sort of armor that comes his way. There's a blue armor he just missed on the other side there. Oh, looks like he's going to be able to get 1 pot off. This could be huge. Gets a gray armor. It looks like he did go for the swap, but the armor itself was empty. He's at a disadvantage now. He drops the purple for the empty gray. Those split-second decisions, and it looks like it was the wrong decision. He would have had the opportunity to reset a purple armor, and now he's going to get himself eliminated very, very quickly here. Blue armor, full armor swap coming through, though, now, as Mike has re-engaged onto his target. Verse doing a very good job of kiting this out, but the lobby's not letting up.
I mean, he does manage to cut line of sight. And we saw Mike with crazy disengagement earlier, and Verse as well matching it. And this is what I was saying. Every player has that possibility of popping off just with how strong they are. see Mike, he still has a gold armor swap inside the zone too if he needs it. So if he does get low, he could potentially go inside the zone and get that gold armor inside the zone. We literally nearly saw it right over the rooftop there, but Verse getting caught up here in the corner. Tons of damage happening towards Verse's way. Fong's gonna invest the Liam ultimate here to potentially get this elimination here. Doesn't catch him out that first ball though. Verse doing a really good job kiting the ultimates now. He is gonna be able to create the space, using the back of that backside there to be able to get the skirmish on now. Cuts right back in as well, weaving everything. Verse now getting another opener to pop a powder in. And the top side, there's someone laying down some bow shots. Can't connect. It's Wufong on the top side, lining up the shot, has not connected yet. Verse right back to full health. Mike now choosing potentially AS. Both Cyrus, he does not know which one was the one that is low. Mike gets cut off the 1-2 there from a blue dagger in the backside. Now Mike, gold longsword in hand, also has nunchucks. He was running trigger off that alone, has tuna as well. So I mean, he is full kitted out for any weapon that he needs. Wufong to get a clip off the skirmishes. He was playing the top side. I believe it's the lone shot yo of his lobby now. Currently with 3 eliminations on the board. Mike with 5. DRG's Fong with 2. CDY was out with 3. PXC with 1, as well as A Zhao. Lipo and XY with 2. And AS still in the game with 2 on the board. Mike, purple cannon in hand, katana, gold katana in hand as well. Don't really see a lot of katana in the Pro League with just the versatility of all the other weapons. I mean, we saw the damage off gold throwing knives there from Fong earlier. How much damage he's able to outburst there with the follow-up as well off of that weapon alone. Wufong playing the top side, blue throwing knives in his hand for him. And the top side burst eating up a lot of damage. Gonna be forced to pop the Syra ultimate very early here in this end circle. Now the pressure is gonna be thrown towards Fong's way. Eats up a lot of damage back to back off the 2 charges there from the Bing. Burst now trying to full focus him. Wufong is well eating up a little bit of the damage. Mike playing the proximity here of Verse as well, waiting for this ultimate to run on out. He does get a little bit of health back off of those balls there from the ult. Wufong in the back end now is trying to apply the pressure onto Fong. Grapple 1.0 there from AS. Fong might fall for that. No, the terrain was not his favorite, but Mike there with the soul slash with the elimination onto the fellow Liam. And Mike, like I said, he has Jason for everything right now. He does have the soul slash here, trying to find another opening to try to get potential hits in. Burst eats up a lot of damage to the jump LB. Gets the damage off of that as well. Mike with his second one here in this end circle. That's 7 on the board there for OUG's Mike. AS still in the fight, trying to apply a little bit of pressure down to Mike. Wufong still in the mix. AS drops low there off that gold armor. Only 2 blocks left off that gold armor. GG shot applying the pressure onto Mike. Not your meter burn connects. Let's get the full follow-up off of that alone. AS here in the mix. 1.0 follow-up gets clip off the Cavalry Bloom in the backside now. Mike forced to pop this F. He's gonna play in the bottom side of this terrain. GG shot looking for the opener there off the pole sword. AS still has that Cavalry Bloom. Gets hit off of the R&B there from the pole sword, chunking of the remainder of that armor. And now pole sword times 2 in the back end. That does connect. They'll be forced to pop this ultimate as well. AS now is gonna be having a lot of pressure thrown his way once this ultimate goes out. Mike trying to get some damage there through the terrain there off that soul slash alone. Inside the zone, AES now is going to play the top side. Everybody's starting to move on into the middle of the zone. Gets cut off the ball, I believe. Somebody gets hit off of that. GG Shaw off the Justino ultimate. We do have the Shy ultimate now invested. AES with elimination onto GG Shaw. Mike now calls in the ultimate. Does not have it yet anymore. Wufong now clips him off the throw there off the shield. AES one shot. Mike with elimination ultimate there as well. Bone very low. Jump LB does not connect. 2 players still alive, but Mike with 8 is going to be our winner here for game number 3. And what a game here for Mike, matching the tempo and momentum from game number 1. And you see him feeling himself. He's like, man, I'm the best. They got me. You know, they got me. You know, I'm in here.
They got me messed up, man. Oh my goodness, Mike. He almost had the 9 kills with the multiplier. The Shio ultimate gonna block that last little bit of damage. Unfortunate, he almost had the 9 kills with the 3 points and the 1.4 kill multiplier. That would have been absolutely insane. He's gonna come away with 8 kills, still with the finish, but he's tying for first. And wow, Mike with the back end of the soul slash on the DRG's Fung. What a kill steal, knowing exactly when to end that handshake deal and come away and capitalize on that elimination. He went from 5 kills with a minute left to 8 kills at the end of that game. MVP 100%. That's 2 on the board for the boy Mike in day number 1 of our bi-weekly 3. That's absolutely crazy. We're going to be jumping into these next couple of games pretty soon. What a game from Mike. Like, there's There's no words to describe. This is why he's the two-time world champ. He is obviously still a cut above the rest. There was debates for a bit of time, like, oh, okay, we're seeing Wufang coming in now. Mike isn't winning these bi-weeklies in 2025 anymore. He's not winning the finals. There we go. That is J-Cup Mike right there. That is what we love to see. The aggression throughout the entire game, not stopping for a second and unapologetically ruining everybody else's game.
I mean, take a quick look back. I mean, how much pressure Mike iced off there from 3 Cyrus looking at him, using the terrain at his favor, being able to not make one mistake in that situation to stay alive. Asia was full focus in. He popped ultimate earlier to try to secure the elimination. Mike just responding as well with the Liam ult to make sure he does not get dropped very low in that situation. It was just insane to watch how much pressure he was just icing off there. I mean, I think that was like a three-minute chase there onto Mike, and nothing connected there for Asia or even any of the Cyrus there in that situation. It was just insane to watch how fluent he is looking right now. And I mean, you see it in his face. He is not flinching. He is all about business right now. And I mean, you can clearly see it. He's done losing. He's definitely teeing up, as we saw here, for this game alone. And I would love to see this Mike being played out there for the bi-weekly finals as well. Because, you know, he's been struggling throughout this whole year. He has not been able to secure a bi-weekly, even coming off of the J-Cup championship. Has not been able to find the success that he's been looking for. But I mean, a little bit of time ago, we did see him mentioning that, you know, he has the swordplay worked out. It's just the abilities that are kind of, you know, being his little struggle at the moment. But I mean, off of this game alone, we saw everything that he's able to do. I mean, just Mike being an overall strong player for a long time in the league, ever since he got in. But I mean, an 8-kill win for Mike doesn't get the multiplier. We had 2 players alive. Wufang was still alive, but taking an overall game score of 10 was just massive here for OUG's Mike.
Oh, 100%. And AS finally putting some points up onto the board in game number 3, was able to get a 4.5 game score in 3rd place there. Wufang still keeping it consistent. MVP'd game number 2, gets the 2nd place in game number 3, still putting up an incredible amount of points. Frostfist with the donut, very unfortunate to see there. Verse and PXT with 1 point each, 1.5 for Asia and Shaw, 2 for Lipo, 2.5 for the Viper XY, which is still nice to see that the Viper was able to get a couple of eliminations off there. Fong with the 3, 3.5 for CDY, AS with 4.5, Wufang with the 5, and doubling those kills is going to be the 10 points in Mike. And that is just absolutely insane. Mike was able to get double the amount of kills that anybody else was, or double the amount of points that anybody else got in the game. And he still tied for 1st place of survival finish. Taking a look at our overall standings, Asia is now dropped to 12th place with XY picking up that bottom side. AS still in the bottom end as well. Mike with the 19.8, Wufang with the 14.5, Fong with the 13, Verse with the 12.6, CDY with the 9.5, and GG Shah on the 8.5. Absolutely crazy. Mike's already at almost 20 points. That is just insane.
Yeah, we didn't really see a lot of Wufang this game 3, but I mean, he was in that end circle. He manages to get 3 eliminations overall at the end of the game. And we've seen how strong it is to just be able to stay alive in the end games, right? Being able to stay up and make it to the end games. But we're going to be taking a quick look at the replays here. Presented by China Unicom. Earlier, CDY catches Prowl against Mike, catches him here into the 1.0 off of the ball there for the extra damage. TODs off the Lanios. Now turning his attention on to PXC. catches him into the follow-up R&B focus off of Gohong, so just tons of damage. This was disgusting here from Mike. Throws him in the air, slide uppercut, slide uppercut, slide uppercut. 1-2 into the elimination here from Mike. All he needed, threw down the V2 for extra measure, but it wasn't even needed there for himself. Catches him from mid-distance there for the second elimination. Fong as well, matching that V2 energy this time around against CDY inside the zone, catching him for the second time around. Look at the damage off the gold throwing blades. Look, follow-up R&B to the LMB. It's just so much damage. CDY not happy about that. Soul slash elimination there from Mike from mid-range, having that Jen in his back pocket. Gets cut off the shy old F there, ×2. Does manage to get the elimination onto AS. The F caught in there for Wufan to avoid the full damage off that jump LMB. All he needed was 0.5 of a seconds to be the last one standing. But I mean, what a beautiful game there from OUG's Mike. He is going to be our MVP here for our third game of the day. 23,000 damage, 8 kills on the board. Had Mortar of Defiance as well in the inventory, which didn't even proc there. Soul slash for the katana, Vajra's grip, Tuna, Sap Jade, Ripple step slash Phantom step, and I mean, what a Jade setup here for Mike. We saw how beautiful he was, being able to kite out the pressure there from the Syra, and a Phantom step being one of those Jades in your inventories definitely helps you for a situation like that. Not being able to get a grapple off of dodges is just so hard to try to catch with a player like Mike that has that spectacular movement. But I mean, every player in the league has movement like that, as we saw. I believe it was Verse matching that same kiting energy as we saw Mike did right earlier into that. But I mean, what a game 3. Let's talk a little bit about the Viper XY. But I still would have loved him playing the Silence F. Just the way he was playing out these lobbies, especially right now. You know, if you get caught up in the third party, you're gonna get full focus, right? And the Pro League doesn't respect the Vipers. This is it's every single time there's a Viper, I've only seen about 1 or 2 Vipers. They always get full focus. So I think like the value should be like early to mid game for that hero alone. Would love to see someone play F1 Viper just to see how it goes on par with the remainder of the lobby. Being able to get that silence and avoid any S from anybody's. I mean, because that's what everybody, all these players play for, right? Combo break into ults, right? That's what the game is. So being able to negate any of that from being able to silence them, get pryos, extends. I mean, I still want to see it. I won't knock it out of the meta yet, because we did see the F2 being played, but it's just rough there from XY losing his second realm of Yang against Mike, and in that fashion, I know he's not happy about that. So he is gonna be wanting his run back against Mike.
Yeah, the way that he lost that realm of Yang, it was so unfortunate to see. You're like, oh no, the one nunchuck catch. It was a beautiful TOD. Yeah. Mind you, like I was so excited to get to see something like that happen in an actual game, because it's not very often you get to see the TODs getting outputted to their full fruition. Like, we almost saw the Viper TOD come through, like off the silence, they get the elimination just by full force attack, and then the turnaround with the Liam ultimate, it's just absolute insanity. They're pushing him up against the wall. You know, we see the TODs happen a lot with the Viper, with the Justina, but we haven't gotten to see it with Liam very often, so it's really cool to see that. But ladies and gentlemen, really quickly, we're going to give you to a little bit of an interview, and then we'll be right back.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Feng and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，冯少先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是真家鸡风。
欢迎峰峰来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, so first we would like to say, wow, you really have good status today, and I would like to know so far how you comment on yourself. 那先问一下峰少啊，也是很长时间没有来到我们的这个赛后采访了。目前这个赛季已经打到了第3双周，目前觉得对自己有个怎么样的评价呢？
一般吧，
还是觉得一般般。哎，跟前2个双周比起来，其实今天的状态好了很多很多，自己感觉怎么样？
还好吧，就是感觉今天说不上来哪里最好。
Okay, I think I'm just so and compare with the last 2 biweekly final for me, and I think maybe I improve a little bit, but I'm not sure because I'm just think my status is just so. 好吧，虽然自己说就目前觉得自己的这个状态啊给了一个比较一般的评价，但我觉得自己可能还是谦虚了，真的谦虚了。今天状态真的非常好。我们来看一下今天题目是什么。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see the question, and the question is, which hero did DRG Feng use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中啊，那我们的峰峰到底自己用到了是哪个英雄？哎，其实讲起英雄啊，我突然之间很想。我也很好奇，怎么会有人在上面选出了宁红叶啊？哎，你对这个有没有什么看法吗？
因为宁红叶它最新的版本改动里它是加强的，就是单挑方面也挺好的。
So I would like to know because let's talk when we talk about the hero like in the latest game we saw that a Viper is in the solo game. So I would like to know why. And Feng just told me because in the a match path, and Viper is really a good hero now in the matches, so that's why someone choose the Viper in the solo game. 好的，我觉得我们选手应该准备就绪了。I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那我们现在给大家用英文进入倒计时，好不好？OK.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请峰峰给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个
A。Yeah,
the correct answer is A, and congratulations. Okay, at last, because we know in the match pass we just have the flying knives now in the solo game, and I would like to know how you comment because you just killed the CDY really strong. 我这边想问一下，刚才我们其实在比赛当中也看到那一波击杀猫人啊，猫人真的是在赛场上面直接开始嚎叫了起来。那波自己也是用到了一个飞刀，觉得飞刀目前登陆到了这个单排比赛，目前的强度怎么样呢？
非常厉害，在强迫力这方面就是无敌的。
I think like flying knife for me is really a strong weapon now in the solo game, especially on the one-on-one fighting. And one more little question is because we know a lot of like fans or a lot of casters, they are like suggest Feng not to use the like dagger or fan this weapon and maybe change the style, but why you didn't change it? 那我这边多加一个小小的问题啊，因为其实很多粉丝啊，包括那个大家就是有给到建议说，哎，峰，其实你可不可以去尝试就是抛掉这个短兵器？可能不适合目前版本，但自己还是在坚持用短兵器，而且今天也打出了一个不错的效果。自己怎么看待这个短兵器呢？
短兵器它还是就是我以前就一直在说的，它缺点其实只有就是追人比较差，然后其他方面都非常好用。就是我前段时间打岔也不是就是短兵器的问题，就是我其他就是有比赛思路啊，就七七八八的问题占比更大了。
哎，我觉得峰峰真的进步了，就是真的整个今天的这个表达，我觉得自己去找到这个问题而进步，真的非常非常好，所以我这边要给你鼓励一下，一会儿加油好不好 ？Okay, so for me, I think the like short weapon like dagger and fans, they are not the problem now in the matches. And for me, I think why I have not good status now in the like 4 weeks, it's not because my weapon choosing, it's because the like some thinking, some mind in the matches. Okay, really improve a lot. 我真的要说，真的，峰峰进步了很多。接下来3把，加油好不好 ？Cheer up！ 祝你今天完成你的梦想，在前6名可以看到你的名字。Okay, thank you and cheer up for Feng, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League bi-weekly day, solos day 1. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Seb. Seb, we just saw 3 games being played out. We did have a quick little interview right before the break. My fault, Fawn. All right, I know. I know, Fawn. I know I'll be calling you out a lot every single time. But I mean, we saw Holorod Rumble Yang. He pulled out the Hong Sword and he caught Pryo back to back off a Hong Sword alone. So I know he got it in him, and that gave him the win in the Rumble Yang. So it's not that I'm just like calling him out just for no reason, but I know, I mean, he's been playing the video game for so long. He has the potential to have better outcomes, and I mean, I even mentioned that in that game 3 or I think it was game 2, that he's definitely looking a lot better than the previous bi-weeklies. He's finding a lot more success. We see him, I think, in 3rd right now. Good start for the bi-weekly 3. We're gonna have to wait and see how he does for the remainder of the night. But I mean, Mike, right, once again coming in hot here for his 3rd game. Just so many actions he's did there to stay up and take that win there in game number 3. It was just insane to watch that sequence. How he managed to live that long and still pop off and encircle, swapping on over to Katana in the last and final moments where everybody was more like in that mid-range area, having that soul slash Jade with him and using it to his advantage, and being able to release that soul slash to get eliminations from a safe distance. And we saw him perfectly play that out there with that weapon, which it's very rare to see now in the pro league. If anything, we will see Hong Sword opposed to Katana. So seeing it here for day number 1 for our 3rd game was just a beautiful sight to see, because Katana has always been that weapon that a lot of players just like in the West really loved early NARAKA, just because of the combo potential that weapon has. So being able to see in the pro league, it's always been a little bit more rare sight to see, but now still has its viability in the pro league with Jade. So it was nice to watch. But yeah, 4th game. Now we're gonna start coming into these Firefly maps, Seb. We're gonna be having a lot of pressure off drop, and these lobbies are getting very aggressive off rip already. So with Fireflies in the pools, that aggression is not gonna stop.
Yeah, it's gonna keep going at the pace that we're seeing. Even with the non-Firefly games, these players are incredibly aggressive right off the spawn. The rage, we saw PXT with ultimate in Holoroth game 2. We saw him get his ultimate after his first fight. He uses and burns his ultimate, gets it back, and is using it again within 5 minutes. Like the way that these players are able to get chip damage off, build up that rage, and the glyph boards that these players are running are very, very highly range oriented, especially with the changes to the dash. You can no longer hit the tap dodge roll without burning the stamina. Like that change there allows these players to run so much more. And we're starting to see it coming out right now. Like it is absolutely crazy how much rage these players are running. We're going to be going on to Predoria. We had our Firefly Predoria game already, so we are not going to be seeing Fireflies on this map. But for our next 2 games, our 5th and 6th game, we will be seeing Holoroth with Fireflies and Morris Isle with Fireflies. So be sure to be tuning in and keeping alert for all of these games that are coming up. Game number 5. Jumping back onto Predoria, we have a lot of mechanics on Predoria with the red Jade, the red longsword, all of this stuff that comes into play. We don't typically see the red longsword in our Immortal War play because there are not that many kills collected by one person in that specific area at the specific times that you need to be able to unlock that. So we usually see the red Jade getting used. We saw Vulpine Essence saving Mike from a fight. He does end up still going down, and I mean, he does MVP, or he gets close to MVPing that game. And yeah, it's a crazy scenario with Predoria. So it's got a lot of extra movement, mobility as well with the river that we see that you're able to slide up on. You can hide inside the river as well. There are so many different mechanics that these players are able to use on Predoria that is very cool to see.
Predoria, yeah, a lot more interactive map than all the other 2 maps. You have that Vulpine Essence, right? Being able to get pretty much full white health back off of getting knocked out to 0. It's just a very strong Jade to acquire on this map alone. Earlier into the map of Predoria, we had a lot of contestant for that Jade alone, but now there's just a select few of players who love still dropping in that area to acquire it, opposed to how it was earlier for that map, where a lot more players were dropping there. But we're gonna have to wait and see how it looks like for this game alone. Mike, I mean, has been having a phenomenal day thus far, with having a pop-off game 1 and a game 3. I believe he had like 2 points for game 2, but he bounced back off of that alone on his Liam game. XY showcased the first Viper since the change in the Pro League. Was not running the silence. He was using that, you know, shotgun burst the F2 to get that extra damage. Would still love to see one of these players run that F1. We did hear Fong say that now Viper with the change is a very strong hero, so we could potentially still see it from another player in the server. But our first round selections are going to be going towards Mike and Fong's way. Potentially a Lonnie first pick for this game for these players, due to them playing Liam last game. But we're gonna have to wait and see how our round selection goes for this round. Players are going to be starting to lock in their characters pretty soon, and here we go. Yeah, pretty standard. Mike going back-to-back Liam, actually. So I'm not mad about that. That is a safety measure pick. Not be able to lock that hero in for the remainder of the day. I believe that's gonna be his second pick on that character. So do have CDY matching the Liam. PXT still waiting up to see what he is going to be choosing for this game alone. So it's gonna be a 1-for-1 on each selection side, a Liam and a Lonnie. Now 2 picks for those characters. We could potentially have a Shayos for our 3rd round selection for this match as well, and it's gonna be Frostivus locking in that character first. GG Shaw still looking to lock in a character, talking with his coach, seeing what's the best measure for himself. Now the timer is out. Character should be locked in pretty soon. GG Shaw still waiting his out. It's not selected yet. I mean, I have to wait and see what happens there in just a moment. I did not select anything. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. Yeah, that took a little bit longer than expected, but we will be having our round selections back up pretty shortly. AS hasn't been having a great day. Still towards the bottom side of the pyramid. Did make it to end circle for game 3, so definitely has been improving his games throughout the night. Now with game number 4 on its way. This is where you gotta have to try to have a pop-off game. You had 3 games to lock in and get warmed up. You know, sometimes it takes some of these players a little bit longer than others, but halfway mark you have to get already fully active. 521's Lipo, representing Southeast Asia. They started getting into League, I believe, last year. They had pretty much, out of all the other regions outside of the mainland, have had the best success in J-Cup for trios and I believe solos as well. They did have a couple players in solos. I know for trios they had the best success. I can't really remember how it was for J-Cup for the other regions, because we've had some EU and NA qualifiers into the finals for the J-Cup throughout the years. But still, Southeast Asia has been, you know, a perfect fitting for the Pro League, and they're just getting better in both modes. But XY, gonna be taking a quick little highlight here. This was Mike in the Roma Yang longsword shift parry against Lipo. Overholds there for the R&B focus. Jump a little bit for the extra damage. He jumps and doesn't get full stagger off the dagger. It's the R&B jump a little bit. F caught in there for the Shayo. Uses the F in the backside. Shayo ultimate invested there for Lipo. He's gonna go ahead and ice off a little bit of the pressure. Stays inside of the shield here. I think that's 3rd shield proc there for Mike. He uses the V2 at a perfect time, overholds the R&B, uses an F there to avoid the follow-up, but it was not even needed there for Mike. Still catches the prio against Lipo, re-getting the damage there, clearing out that realm of Yang. And Mike, man, I think Mike is pretty much like at his flow state right now, Seb.
Oh, 100%. Like that, the master class that he put on for Liam. Like, I've always been a hater of Liam in these games because they don't perform well. Usually, they get sharked out. We don't get to see a lot of Liam gameplay. They're usually dead after this second realm of Yang. These players are not hitting their ultimate charges. They're not getting the ball grabs. They keep getting tap dodged out or whatever it is. And I've always been an advocate for different heroes should be picked first. And Mike, it just showed exactly why he picks Liam and why he is such a prevalent pick in these games, because he is such a strong hero. When it really comes down to it, he's able to do a lot of things that these other heroes are frankly incapable of doing, and Mike showcased that perfectly there. And we're gonna get to see him play at Liam a second time over, which is gonna be really cool to see, because we don't usually get to see the double pick back to back. Mike is gonna be running that Liam a second time. It's going to be pretty standard for these picks coming in, like we saw in that first selection there. Mike, technical difficulties again, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we're not going to be getting to see game number 4 just yet, as everybody going for a bit of a regroup here. As there we go. We're back at it, ladies and gentlemen. Shael has been picked. Double Justina has been locked in. It's a little bit confusing here, ladies and gentlemen. There's just a little bit of kerfuffles going on, but we're fixing the problems as we come along. 2 Justinas, 2 Shaels, 2 Lonnies, 2 Liams. No Syra just yet. Last round selection and Syra is still being open is a wonder to me. I do believe we aren't seeing very much success with Syra when it comes down to those final circles, but she has been shown to be a very strong character in both solos and in trios. And there we go. We're going to see the double Syra pick there. Kylan and Temmie being used for XY and Verse. I believe they might have already picked their Syras. So there it goes for them, as we're going to be seeing jumping back into this game now. We actually are going to be getting to see the gameplay in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's been a minute since we've gotten some gameplay going on the screen, but these players are locking in. We've got to make sure that everybody is 100% dialed in before we start these games and get them ready. They've all got to be in peak tip-top shape, ready to perform, ready to go out there and absolutely kill it. And this is exactly what they're about to do, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be jumping in to game number 4, Biweek 3 solos groups A and C. This is going to be an absolute insane game. Predoria, the Lanny picks coming out. We're seeing double Liam from Mike right now. That's what I'm the most excited for, is the double Liam pick from Mike. I can't wait to see these downtown grabs.
Yeah, he's been having the best success out of the Liams right now. Bonk did get a little bit of that mid-range, long-range V2 catch there against CDY in our last game, but Mike has been doing it since game number 1. So I am not surprised that he's going to be going back inside that Liam pick for his 4th game of the day. And it's still crazy not seeing Hottie in the meta right now. It's crazy. Just gets changed up one change that really just knocked him off, and a little bit of changes there to the duration of the ult too. But just that big factor was just Hottie not being able to use a Vitality or a powder in flight state, which is, something that these players really use for a long time on that character alone. And even in trios, Hottie was a staple in the meta. And now in trios, we have this crazy monk healing comp that has so much success in the meta. But trios is tomorrow. We are still locked in here for solos. We're back with some solos. I kind of been in the trio state. I've been focusing on a lot of the trios the past week, so I was still confused. I thought we was going into the Firefly maps because that's how it is for the trios format, and my mind just went complete blank for that. We do not have the Fireflies just yet. We're gonna be having that for game 5 and 6, but we are locked in here for our 4th game of the day. We have a congestion of players down on the bottom right mid side of the map there. DRG, SS1, JL, TE, I believe as well. Wufang in the mix. But we're gonna start off hot here for our winner of game number 3. OUG's Mike might be going at it against WBG's Verse. And we've seen how long these players can fight it out here in this situation. First, already with blue armor in hand, common fan. But PXT and Azhao and the third party action there from GG Shaw on the top side are going to be going at it here early here for game number 4.
Oh, big parry coming up from Azhao. The third party from GG Shaw coming in with the double charge from those knives coming out here. We're going to see another huge parry from Azhao. With third party coming in. No third party. Azhao tried to go for the parry. Shaw able to pick up the kill though. Good tap dodge of the ultimate coming into a focus attack. What a beautiful hit coming off though. Shaw with the 1-2 on those fist blades. The amount of distance that you can get off. Double charge going to come through and connect on the knives. Sorry, not the fist blades. We're going to see throws the knife attack the other way. Tries to go for the parry. Azhao going to try and make something happen with that. We do see full ultimate available for Azhao right now. And GG Shaw finds the armor swap. Is going to jump back into a full offensive strike into this fight here. We're seeing going for the armor into the meter dump, but is not able to find any armor out of these troves here. Still no armor for Azhao right now, and GG Shaw not going to let up the chase. He really wants to get this elimination. Is going to get himself parried though. Finds the armor swap in the mix as well. Shaw is going to be forced to back off this fight though right now, as we are seeing Azhao getting forced onto, and everybody jumping into the party all at once. The entire team deciding to pull up at the last second. 5 players now in this scrap off. GG Shaw becoming the target of this entire group, as nobody letting up chase. GG Shaw now with the 1-2 into the jump LMB, gonna try and make something happen onto Lipo. Lipo fading backwards. DRG's Fong now jumping into the mix. We see the Shael ultimate proc is going to connect on to CDY. CDY gonna get hit with it a second time around here, getting extremely low. He's 1 HP at a dream right now. Almost gets the last one. Shaw begging for this kill. He picks it up with the musket. Isn't gonna get the soul boon though. Gonna find himself getting parried. DRG's Fong picking up that kill. And look at that, he's using a longsword. No dagger in hand for him here, as he is now becoming the target of the lobby. Forced to pop that ultimate here. He's going to use that F to be able to get out of there. Has the goalie stance ready. All these players are seeing it. They're going to start to head around to the goalie stance area. It looks like the ball is just going to come back to Fong as he's able to make his escape. These players are going to start to aggress onto him, seeing if they can keep the chase up. But it looks like he was able to get away pretty quickly here. Still 40% left rage onto that ultimate. He could throw it again if he really needs to. He's choosing to hold on to it. Could cancel the ult out if he really needs.
This is just bad though. Throwing down the oak card in a 4-stack area like that was right there. We see all these players just completely leaving that area to chase down Fong in the backside. Lipo's gonna eat up a little bit of damage there. Just a little bit of love taps. Fong still trying to cut off the pressure here from this lobby. We do have them now. Quickly changing our attention onto Azhao. I believe a Justina in the mix. Azhao with blue fist blades in hand, has Justina ultimate ready, and these players are full focusing this Justina. AS as well is a Justina, but we have a player on the top side. DRG's Fong repositioned himself on top of the ballista tower there, applying tons of pressure there onto Azhao now, and Azhao drops very low. Lipo invests the Syro ultimate. Mike right in the mix now with purple armor, came from out of nowhere, has purple fist blades in his hand as well, and Azhao is gonna get aggressed on here by Mike, and Mike here with a massive opener into the jump LMBs ×2. That's gonna be the elimination there from Mike onto Azhao, and what a beautiful showcasing. And I don't even know where Mike came from. He landed near WBG's verse, and verse is not even in the mix here, but Mike came in at the perfect time. First Roman Yang starting to form on up as well. Fong with 80% on that. Oh, AS is gonna pick up elimination onto Lipo. Mike's gonna snag up the remaining resources. Skirmishes here for Fong. F caught in here for Mike to avoid the prowl there off the longsword. He is playing the blue longsword now. Not sure if the interview there gave him a little bit of a, you know, relaxation. I don't know, but he is not playing with a dagger now. Potentially he's gonna go ahead and find one later in this game though. I mean, we know he loves the dagger slash fan, but PXT be forced to pop that after to ice off some of the pressure there from Mike dropping down there in the buy zone. He does have full blue weapons intact. bought the Bane as well. He's gonna be able to claim this Roma Yang as well. So he's gonna be able to take this first Roma Yang with 3 eliminations already into game number 4. DRG's Fong with 1, GG Shaw with 2, AS and XY with 1, and XY on the Keelan, AS on the Justina, GG Shaw on the Shayo. We're gonna be taking a quick little replay, and this is what's the off drop fight here from Mike. Catches the pry off of that, gets aggression for Wufong. Asari comes in the mix. He's caught off the pry into the 2-on-1. Doesn't get the damage due to the terrain. Now takes his turn back, gets the 1-2, the 1.0 here for Wufong from the Halberds. I'm pretty sure this fight goes on for very long. Catches the pry off of this. Does manage to catch the V2. Pops a Vitalia, I believe. Yep, sends him inside the wall. The 1-2 in the corner into the Scare Rush. Gets extra damage. Now F caught in for the Syra inside the zone. Wufong try to kite back inside the zone. Gets cut off the 1-2. Overholds. Uses the V2 for save measures, but it wasn't even needed there for Mike. And he's gonna be able to continue his momentum here, moving on into this first Roma Yang.
And he's going to drop the Bane down for that extra security as well. With all of that cash from those eliminations right off spawn, he's going to be able to claim that Moon Bane charm. Going to be able to use that as a very nice little buff for him to be able to secure that Roma Yang. And here we go. We're going to see the Kylan ultimate coming up from ASE's XY to hold down this Roma Yang area. He's got 30 seconds left to try and hold this down. Kylan ultimate invested pretty early here to knock everybody off of where he was, and that's V1 as well. That's not V2, as we usually are seeing coming up from these players. He's not going to be losing any sort of HP by throwing out those Kylan slashes. Oh, we've got WBG's verse in the spot that Fung was previously on the Ballista, where Fung was almost able to get that elimination on Ajiao. We're going to see now Fung going to go for the berries at the last second to give himself a little bit of a boost into this realm of Yang. OUG's Mike in the Yang. Gonna try and make something happen here. We're gonna see who everybody is going to be playing against in just a second here. We're just gonna be getting everyone ready to jump into that realm of Yang. Mike first in, always. He's always the first person in. Nobody else coming anywhere near Mike for how fast they jump into that realm of Yang. Wolves is going to be our next player in. That's going to be PXT XY versus GG Shaw in that second realm. CDY making a lot of stuff happen. Engraving into the ult proc, into the throw. And it's going to be TE's Wufong versus DRG's Fong in the realm of Yang. Flipping over, we're going to see Mike versus PXT. Huge 1.0 releases coming through on Mike. Oh my goodness, he's going to get TOD'd. Oh, F ability is going to come in clutch and save him here. PXT almost coming away with a beautiful TOD. He might be able to get the regrab there, but the shift is going to come into play. Mike getting hit a second time.
Ooh.
Those dashes perfectly. PXT doing a very good job of playing around the orb, but there we go. Mike's gonna get this. This could be TOD here against the wall. It looks like the F ability invested to prevent the TOD that Mike was trying to pull off. Overhold almost had it there. 1.0 release flips over. Parry from Mike. Mike able to pick up the weapon into the combo. Just waits a second for the restand into the jump LMB. Gets himself parried. F ability is going to be able to come through. Jump LMB for a little bit of extra damage. Into the one. Into the jump LMB. Into the finisher. What a beautiful kill. Wufong on the wall. Able to get the one carousel over into that jump LMB. TE's Wufong going to be jumping into the mix. Dazzle stun going to come through. No ultimate pop at all for DRG's Fong. He's not even able to release as TE's Wufong just sending shot after shot. Goalie stand's going to come through. He's going over the barrier here. Look at how high up he is right now. He's going to be able to get the dagger grab. 1 HP in a dream now. TE's Wufong is on the flip and Fong able to pull it back. Look at that. He's got a dagger.
Look, he gotta go fat.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
he gotta go fat up around. Hey, nah, but hey, the usage of the Alani ultimate there was actually very interesting there. Being able to use the movement to fast fall faster and get a better positioning there to open up with the LME focus with that dagger was just that was interesting. That was very nice to watch there from Fong. Both of these players here with Yang depletion timers are going to be spawning here in the same Soul Alter. GG Shaw on the Shayo getting active against PXT. Catches the prop very quickly. R&B doesn't go for the uppercut. Could be used to combo breaker off. He thought he was going to use the F. Now PXT gets caught off to this. Who's going to be the mix-up? Grapple bump into the LB focus. Big damage here off the spear. Now Lonnie ultimate invested here for PXT. GG Shaw has the Shayo ultimate online if he needs it as well. And he is at full effect right now. Can go ahead and open up off of this. He's going to go ahead and roll out. Uses the Shayo ultimate now. Now PXT is not going to have any sorts of value off this Lonnie ultimate alone. Uses that dash there to create a little bit of space. PXT now on the run on the backside. Tries to see if he finds any information off the bell. Doesn't manage to do so. PXT gonna go ahead and take a quick reset inside the zone. GG Shaw still trying to get the full elimination here onto that player, but Mike though picking up the elimination onto DRG's Fong. Fong was on the Lonnie, and he does have Vermilion's Bird Smite, so he is safe off of this alone. Mike is potentially gonna get no, he's not gonna have anything. No troll off that body there from Fong, so he is just gonna pick up the elimination off that alone. PXT though, now once again against GG Shaw, he kites off that Shayo ultimate. Now he's ready to go back in. Both players with no ult online. I'm keeping my eye on the minimap and see if any other player could be in the third party action. Master ship parry here from GG Shaw. What's gonna be the mix up off of this? Gonna go ahead and settle with a Dragon Slayer in the side of this terrain. Gets hit off of one slap, the 1-2 off the spear as well. Trying to cut around this area from the dual blades. Catches the 1-2 off the dual halberds as well. Now the response here for PXT. One shot overholds. F caught in for both players. PXT very low. GG Shaw is gonna be able to get the parry off of this, and PXT is gonna fall in this situation. And GG Shaw cleansing out that Yang depletion timer. 3 on the board on the Shayo. XY getting completely hounded here from the remainder of the lobby. The pistol shot there from Mike, and that's Mike's 6th elimination of game number 4. Still coming in hot here for these matches. Gonna be able to top off this common or this white health. Sorry. Now still didn't even have to invest his ultimate as well, so he is gonna have that for backup measures. Wufong though with 1 minute and 36 seconds has not been able to cleanse this Yang depletion timer, and time is ticking. He's gonna have to force out some sorts of fight pretty soon. Not sure on whoever's in the proximity of his area to be able to get some sorts of elimination. Maybe Fong, but Fong might get that elimination, that ultimate pretty soon, and he is gonna be the one getting caught up here. The 1-2-3 connects here for Wufong to Fong. Fong's gonna be forced to pop this Lonnie ultimate, and this is bad here for Fong. Even if Wufong does not manage to cleanse in time, all the pressure is gonna be thrown towards Fong's way now that he showed out that ace card of the ultimate. As we see Frostfist moving on in. Lipo first one on the scene. Wufong trolling right behind. The mini map still congested with the players. Fong does manage to create a lot of distance between these players, but now the terrain might be running out pretty soon for him to try to continue his movement game. We do have him throwing down the ball there. Gets a little bit of stagger there onto Wufong. Fong now getting caught up by Lipo. Mike's also in the mix. I mean, there's just so many players here. Do have Fong eating up the damage off the 1 put up from the LNB focus there. Now in the 1-2. Big parry here from Wufong. Doesn't get the damage off the Fong. Fong 1 HP in the bottom side. Frostfist is still looking for that elimination as well. Fong doing a really good job staying mobile. Swaps on over to the dagger. Gets a common armor though. Finds it just in time on the backside. Wufong with 19 seconds. Not sure he's gonna be able to find the elimination on time. Fong just being a big nuisance here in this terrain. He has these kites on lockdown. We see him playing the bottom side, mid side, all the way to the top sides. Redrops down to the bottom side, just being able to get those reset in for himself. And yeah, that's gonna be there for Wufong with 1 second left. Does not manage to cleanse. We do have a second run with Yang. Mike's in it against WBG's verse.
Verse gonna be coming through. Mike now on the dagger, following in the footsteps of DRG's Fong. We're going to be seeing Gold Dagger in hand. We trying to make some plays happen. Is this Gold Dagger versus Gold Nunchucks? Nunchuck going for that trigger block. You're going to see the upper slash coming through on that charged LMB from Mike. Able to connect again. Tries to go for the soul break follow-up. Isn't going to be able to connect off of that. But we are going to see the Temi ultimate getting released now. Tries to go for the throw again. Not going to get caught out. F ability is going to be used to help him get away from that. And now inside the Temi ult. This is a very difficult spot to be in. We're going to see the ult pop come out though as he makes his way into this. Is going to be able to get grabbed into the parry as well. He steals the nunchucks away from Burst into the 1-2. This is absolutely huge. 1-2-3 coming up from Burst. Burst on the backside trying to flip it around, but oh goodness, there's no way. Mike, you dirty dog, taking away all of the weapons of WBG's Burst. He's gonna be coming back into this fight with absolutely no weaponry, trying to get that soul bloom to cleanse. This Mike is showing up and showing out to play right now. He is just absolutely insane. 7 eliminations on the board after the second Realm of Yang. We saw him go from 5 to 8 in a matter of seconds in that final circle. So if he's able to pull something like that off again, you know it's going to be absolutely insane. Mike is just completely stacked. He steals the other gold weapon away from Verse as well, getting those alt procs off. He is such a ferocious beast to fight against. There's no other way to put it. You are going to have to fight for your life when you're coming up against him. He's absolutely incredible. Ajiao now does have that buff. He did win his Realm of Yang. We will get to see him try and capitalize on that buff. Ajiao hasn't been making too many waves in this game. So far today, he hasn't done too much, but he is a player very new to the scene in the Pro League. So it is okay for him to be having inconsistencies right now. This is definitely at the point where he's had some very, very good performances, but hasn't been able to fully finish off yet. And so he's starting to falter just a little bit, but he's still doing very well for himself as a first timer in the league. And it's just really great to see that happening. Taking a look at our scoreboard right now, it's 7 kills on the board for Mike, 1 kill for Verse, 3 for Shaw, 1 for Frostavis, 2 for XY, 2 for AS, 1 for Ajiao, and none for Polaris. Both players, XY and Verse, on that Yang depletion. They're right next to each other. XY, come on, find Verse. Go out of that bush and take that elimination away. It looks like he has focused his attention over onto Lipo, though. Lipo being his bounty target. But fighting a Syra against a Temi, definitely not the situation you want to be in. GG Shaw now getting sharked up by the entire lobby. It looks like everyone's seen him. Oh my goodness, the tree coming into play. What is going on? We're going to be seeing coming through. OUG's Mike able to get that uppercut on the Verse here into the 1-2. Blue dagger in hand for Verse. Everybody pulling the Fong right now as we're seeing coming through the scale rush away. It looks like Verse is just going to try and kite this out.
Yeah, and this was Mike was waiting for. He knows these players have Yang depletion timer, and this is another opening him to keep adding on to his kill count. We see him opening up here with a massive parry onto Verse. Big damage there. That gold nunchucks, forcing out that Temi ultimate very early. Overholds the blue to avoid getting staggered off that whisk there from Verse. Verse does manage to get a re-whisk. Going to use it to try to get a Vitalia in. He does manage to do so. The ult is still up for him now. Mike, though, quickly re-aggressing Verse. Overholds. Gets the 1-2, though. Now, he is going to be able to get a little bit of damage onto him. Lipo falls to Ajiao. Ajiao's going to be snagging up elimination. Mike still has eyes on Verse. Recatches, but no. Verse with a little bit of love tap there off the R&B. Throws down the whisk. Mike does avoid it. Does not get cut off that whisk. GG Shaw in the mix. XY as well. All these players full focus in this Temi here in the situation. With 2 minutes and counting. He still needs to try to cleanse. Eats up the damage off the R&B there from AS on the backside from the spear. Does manage to create a little bit of distance here. Scale rushing on out. The first one in. GG Shaw. Not sure where Mike is at. But Frostavis from downtown with elimination there from the throwing knives. Is going to be picking up another one on the board for himself. XY, though, turn on his attention onto GG Shaw. 1 minute and 38 seconds here for the killing of this lobby to try to cleanse out that Yang depletion timer. GG Shaw and Frostavis snagging up the resources there from that dead body. Ajiao, gold armor, gold throwing knives. XY does have gold Hong sword, but still hasn't found the opportunity to try to cleanse. He's gonna choose Mike. F caught in there to avoid the LMB prowl there from the Hong sword. Now re-aggressing XY. Might get some attention thrown towards Mike's way now, but we see him still being up and active, not being able to catch the second prowl, and the F is going to be on cooldown once again. Mike Bane surfing, not afraid to play in the middle of that Bane. We do have him rotating on out. Spirit Well buff is up, though. It is going to be Mystic Might for this Spirit Well. We do have XY still full focus in Mike, so Mike might possibly not be able to contest that Spirit Well now, but with 7 eliminations on the board, he's just trying to stay alive here against XY. 40 seconds and counting. XY now investing the killing ultimate, full focus, and this time around switches his attention onto Ajiao. Now the V1 connects there, big damage onto Ajiao. Just need the ultimate invested here for Ajiao in the back end. XY now still full focus into Justina. Nearly connects off of that. Justina dash to avoid that, though. catches the second one from downtown. Oh my god, big damage here in the corner. Now, all these players showing up. Frostman changes their attention out to XY. Massive imperative for XY. Doesn't live though. Mike with the pistol shot there for the elimination. And that's Mike's 8 elimination on the board. Backs on up. Now he's going to pick up the Mr. Mike as well. And Mike played textbook NARAKA right now. Beautiful showcase in there for himself. He does also have Mortar Defiance. Bought it off the buy zone. Now, the only one contestant this spirit. Well, all these players starting to move on in. Frost of his first one in. Another player, GG Shaw, and makes Mike go ahead and retop off that gold armor. GG Shaw is going to apply some of the pressure there with the cannon onto Mike. We do have him here with Gohan sword in hand, though. He does currently have 3 eliminations on the board, and this is going to be a brawl pretty soon. All these players are playing around this area to spirit well, but GG Shaw is going to secure this Mystic Mike.
You know, Mike is just, I'm speechless right now at how well this man is playing. He is destroying his competition and not giving it a second thought. Like, there's every single move that he makes in this game has been advancing him further and further ahead of his peers. He is almost at 30 points. Second place is at 15.5. He has almost doubled the score that anybody else has managed to come to in a game. 2 back-to-back 8 kill games. If Mike is able to get a couple more eliminations and finish with the first place, we're going to be seeing one of the most unreal days in NARAKA Solo's history. Could be, with the new point system, almost a record. As we're going to be seeing Mike jumping into the mix of another fight here, trying to get JL's AS out of this game. Asia waiting in the wings as well. Ultimate has been popped for AS. We are going to see him go for the cancel, though. Into the 2-na. Mike still not letting up with his pressure here, as he is just ready for any sort of attack. And look at that. Absolutely murdering JL's AS right now. There is nowhere for him to run. GG Shaw not letting up the chase as well, trying to see if he can pick up this elimination. And look at that, Mike pistol shots from the outside as well. AS going to use that Dragon's Rush to try and create some movement. Almost runs it right into Mike. That would have been a very dangerous play for him there. Switching over to that blue dagger to try and be able to kite out the situation. It's going to end up just grappling away. Wants to get out of this Bane area. Very close to that Bane's breath. This could be bad, especially on those buttery rocks. You do not want to get caught up in a triple Bane. Otherwise, you are going to get yourself burnt, as JL's is doing a very good job of kiting this out right now. He's right directly in the middle of the Bane, though. If he gets hit by one of these breaths, pistol shots are coming through. They're going to deal a lot of damage. AS, oh my goodness, I thought he got hit by that. The angle where we saw that, it was very close to him getting eliminated there. But he's going to be able to get back to full HP right now. That is absolutely insane. Back up to the reset. Mike not able to pick up that elimination. As we're nearing the close of this game, there are only 5 players left. The circle incredibly big. Mike still trying to take AS out, not wanting the Justina in that final circle. Everybody still going for the hard focus onto these players. They're not letting up. This is usually the point where we see these players try to avoid taking fights. Nobody is avoiding taking this fight right now. Everybody wants the elimination on the AS. The overhold going to come through. Shop trying to hit. Oh my goodness, the big damage, but is not able to come through with it because the Justina ultimate going to save AS again. Has 1 dash left. Is trying to kite out as fast as possible. Mike with the 1-2 is going to connect. You see the Justina dash setup coming in. Is going to burn that last Justina dash, and the whole lobby continues to chase. Mike very close. Is going to end up getting knocked up into the air by that blue dagger, but the blue dagger damage is just not enough for 1.0 release into AS. He's getting absolutely decimated, and GG Shaw going to pick up the kill.
Back-to-back 1.0s. One from Mike and one from Shaw there. Picks up the elimination. GG Shaw now. My beginning focus here in the situation. FCon in there for the Liam. Mike in the back end. Frostov is going to be trying to ice out some of the pressure here from his fellow Shayo as we see him here overholding the R&B there from the throwing knives. We do have GG Shaw now on that Shayo ultimate online, trying to see if he can stay alive here in the situation. A Shao still in the mix as well. We do have Shaw with no armor now, no problems yet here for GG Shaw. Will hook form connects there for Mike in the back end. Now gets caught up at the V2, throws him right into Shaw. Overhold the shield throw this time around to A Zhao. Lots of pressure in the back end. GG Shaw 1-shot. Mike with another elimination on the board, and that's 9 there using that V2 against GG Shaw. And now Justina ultimate online. He has to try to fight this out now against A Zhao. Gets the damage damage off the R&B focus. Big damage. Justina dash towards Frostivus in the back end. Trying to see if he can finish up that with a pistol shot. Doesn't manage to connect. Now, Frostivus with a nice little love tap there for the elimination onto Asia. Now, 1v1. OUG's Mike against BBE Frostivus. Frostivus gets hit off the 1.0 hitter from the Halberds. Big damage. Shayo ultimate now invested. Mike has 71% now on that rage. Overholds. Block here for the Shayo. Doesn't connect off of this one. Oh, yes, he does. Gets the damage off of that. The 1-2 on the ground. Overholds off the throwing knives. Now, Mike trying to play the cross up. Does manage to weave that second shield there. Now gets caught up there off the shield throw. Doesn't manage to get off of this. Catches the third one though. Big damage there onto Mike. The 1-2 overhold. F caught in for the extra pressure into the jump LMB. Mortar Defiance procs here for Mike. And now he has that ult online. Overholds. Manages to weave that V2. Frosted with a nice movement. Gets cut off the 1 foot of the halberd. That's big damage. Can throw it on the V2 if he needs it, but it's not even needed in that situation.
10K.
And that's 10 eliminations
That's
on the
10.
board. Plus the multiplier and the last one standing. Mike with a crazy game 4, fully locked in today's matches, and he has, I even see this man blink once. He is full locked in, and he has been showing out throughout the whole night.
Champion mode got activated. They said everyone was questioning, and you're like, oh, we're seeing all of these new players starting to perform so well. Maybe everyone's caught up to Mike's skill level. No, never mind, guys. Sorry. Maybe next year somebody will rival Mike. It is 100% so difficult for anybody to be able to make their way into the game like this. Like, it is just, look at what is going on. We thought we were safe from the wrath of Mike this season. We said, okay, Mike hasn't been performing as well as he usually does. We're not going to get to see the crazy plays come out from him. But look at that. All business, strictly business. Not even laughing with it. He just knows. He knows what he did. He just destroyed the entire lobby. Nobody was able to put up a fight against him. Frostivus had that for a minute there, but Mike was still able to come back. He gets his ultimate back. Look at how much the rage builds from these lift boards are coming into play. Mike was so down in that fight. Frostivus had that, and then the ultimate comes through. You're watching out. You're trying to tap dodge for that ult. You're not able to do it. The Mortal Defiance saves Mike again. All of this planned out. He has the fallback options. He knows if something goes wrong, if I'm starting to lose in a fight, don't worry, because I have this. I'm getting my ult back. I'm making all of these plays. He's able to pull these wins from out of absolutely nowhere, and a 10-kill finish is what we're going to get in game number 4. That is the most insane. I think we might be setting a record for most points scored in a day by a single player with this new solo score.
I'm not sure what is like the values for a game, but I mean, this is the Mike we all know, right, from since he got into the league. Being able to control the tempo as he always has is a very strong thing that Mike does time and time again. Sometimes in his off days, he has those 1-2 games where he still manages to do that, and with everything that you mentioned, still being able to get, you know, a player lobbied or apply the pressure on a certain player to make them back on up and use all their resources is very hard to do, but Mike does it time and time again, and we see it here for our 4th game with 10 eliminations, 15 game score off of that game alone. GG Shaw with 5.5 game score. Frostivus now with 3 eliminations, 5 game score off of that game. Ajao with 2 with 3.5. AS and XY with 2 eliminations and that 3 game score for themselves. Fong with 2 eliminations but 2.5 game score for this game. WBG's Verse with 1 elimination, 1.5. Lipo with no kills but has 8.5 there from that placement for himself. Wufong, PXT, and CDY will be going out game 4 with a donut, but I mean, I would not be surprised if Wufong bounces back as well. Has had success throughout the night. He did take an MVP home for one of these games tonight, so it's just a matter of time to see him, you know, still potentially get a good win. But the way Mike is playing, it's just been exceptionally well there for OUG's Mike. And I mean, this is the Mike I want to see in bi-weekly final night, right? This is, I mean, he has pop-off days. He even had pop-off days bi-weekly too, where he had like 50-something points for one day, or probably even 60 or something. He has pop-off days. I just need to see this Mike at the bi-weekly final so he can close out and take another chip home. He's a 2-time champ, has came back from Worlds, has not been able to take a bi-weekly home, but I mean, with the way he's playing tonight, would not be surprised if he's able to do so for one of the bi-weeklies. But I mean, you don't got no Spider in tonight's matches, and you know, Spider has been a long-time rival there for Mike in these games, where he also can control the flow and tempo of the lobby. But now with him not in the picture right now, we see him in his playground, in his flow state, being able to be to play out at the best of his abilities, with 34.8 total points off of 4 games alone, a massive amount of points for 4 games. Fong in second was at 15.5. The difference between first and second is just increasing time and time here between these matches. But what a game here for OUG's Mike. We are going to be taking a quick replay here for game number 4 match highlights presented by China UCOM. We have Mike against Fong here, and this was early game between in game number 4.
Mike has more points in that last game. He has 15. He got 15 points in 4 games. The second place player has managed to get 15.5.
That's crazy.
Look at this. This parry play here was the play that sent me. Verse lost every single one of his weapons to Mike. The parry into the 1-2-3. Everything coming up from Mike was just phenomenal there. Shaw was able to pick up that 1 elimination, but look at this fight from this perspective now that we get to see. Mike is on 1 HP. The Mortal Defiance comes in. He's able to get that ult proc, and Frostivus is able to dodge the first one, but then into the uppercut, into the 1.0, into the ultimate confirmed to finish that off is just absolute insanity. Mike has put on a masterclass of Liam today in those 2 games. It was a gift to see. There's no way you're not watching that and you're not just dumbfounded by the way that he was able to pull that off. 10 kills. Look at the octagon. Look at the pentagon. Sorry, it is completely read out. I don't think we've seen that.
I don't think so
in
either.
an NBPL ever. That is a very rare thing to achieve, especially in the NBPL. 10 kills, 8 parries, 30k damage, 11k healing, 25k with melee weapons, 8 from the fist blades, 8 from the dual halberd, 6 from the nunchucks, hard stopper, martial art will form, cavalry bloom, ripple step. Just a phenomenal game. Like, this is his 7th time as MVP. He's had 3 today. 3 MVPs. First game, MVPs. Second game, he didn't. But then back-to-back MVPs for games number 3 and 4. He is on fire today, and he is showing no sign of slowing down.
Yeah, on their comfort pick, Liam, right? I mean, ever since he got put into the game, a lot of these players have been playing lots of games with Liam, so this is definitely their bread and butter character for all these players in the pro league. So now with him double picking Liam, we're gonna have to wait and see how he can do with a character that is not Liam, right? I mean, we did see him not having a too far off a good game. I forgot what character he was playing, but we do have an answer for trust for everybody at home. If you guys are on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube to Twitch in order to win a Spring Split random gift. The question will be, which player killed DRG's Fong in game number 4? A, Alliance's A Shao, B, GG Shaw, C, OUG's Mike, or D, BBE Frostivus. And I mean, there we go. These answers are gonna, or these questions are gonna start getting a lot more tougher for our next 2 games as well. You gotta be paying attention to any little details that can be a question, because you know it starts getting a little bit more rough from here on out, as we saw for that question alone. But obviously Mike's Liam super strong. As we saw him playing it back to back, he's fully confident on that hero alone. So we'd love to see how well he can do with Alani. His Syra is strong. Obviously his Akos is very, very strong as well. But that's picked more towards the bottom side of the pyramid, which I think he might be going on into our first Firefly map with being on the bottom side. He did have first round pick for this one, so he is going to be going towards that side. But yeah, I mean, he's been playing very, very well. That crazy chase in Morris Isle for like 3-4 minutes straight, that was like unbelievable kiting. Perfect decision making. No mess ups on inputs, just being able to continue that momentum time and time again for that long was just so much pressure. And I mean, that's how you know he's made for this, right? He's just been under lots of pressure throughout his whole career in the pro league. Ever since he came in the league, he fully dominated the league. The only one contesting him at the time was Spider. Even at that, he was still full running the servers. A lot of these players wanting to catch up to Mike, which now I would say a lot of players have caught up. A lot of the tempo is, controlled by not just him, especially when there's Mike and Spider in the server. Spider, he's a player where he kind of heats up a little bit slow some days, but when Spider is on, it's very hard to try to knock him off his tempo. And as well as Mike, when he is locked in as he's been tonight, it's a very scary Mike to see in the server, and we've seen it here. The remainder 11 players in here, I'm gonna pray for y'all, man. I'm gonna pray for y'all because OEG's Mike is not playing around.
Yeah, there's no way that Mike is gonna drop this momentum. I think for the final 2 games, I'm not 100% sure if he's gonna be able to keep up the exact same intensity as he's done with Liam, but he has been performing absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
It is so wild to see how he's been able to perform this way. I thought that Mike has, like, he's been doing good. He has won both J-Cups that he's competed in, a back-to-back J-Cup winner. That I honestly thought we were going to see somebody else kind of take the reins this season of NARAKA, and obviously he's not ready to let go. He's still as strong as he'll ever be. And yeah, they're taking a look. Mike has dropped down to the lower side. Last round selection, Lipo is going to be first, Wufong as well, XY and Verse second, third's going to be Aizhao and AS. Frostivus and Shaw taking that 4th round selection, 5th is going to be PXT and CDY. Last round's going to be going to Mike and Fong. And this is going to be interesting. I'd love to see the ACOS gameplay from Mike right now. That'd be a pretty interesting one to see get pulled out if it does happen. We're going to be getting to see these hero picks in just a second. On Fireflies, I think ACOS could be a vital pick, but he could go for one of the other meta heroes. I think we've seen him play Lanny already. I can't remember exactly who he played in game number 2, but game 1 he MVP'd on Lanny. Game 2, we're going to get to see him go for somebody else. Or could we go for the Shaiol pick? We'll see. As we're jumping in, it looks like XY going to be not going for the Liam or the Lanny, opting for the Shaiol. Liam, the only hero banned out. This is an interesting one here as we're going into round 3. Aizhao is going for the Shaiol right away. Lanny's still open. This is interesting. Frostivus and Shaw still have the opportunity to pick Lanny here. There we go. Shaw's going to pick it out. Frostivus, with the opportunity to do it here, he could go for this. It might throw a wrench into his original plans, but seeing that Lanny being unbanned, we are going to see him go for that pick there. CDY and PXT going for the Kylan on CDY. PXT next to choose, and it looks like he is taking a little bit of time just to really think over his decision there. Wants to make sure he gets everything correct. There we go. The Kylan pick going to be coming in for him there, as Mike and Fung, the last 2 players to pick. And here we go. What are we seeing from Mike? Justina for Fung. And Mike has one last hero to pick. Here we go. Justina. Have we seen Mike on Justina? I think that's a pretty rare sight to see, yeah?
No, he plays her. He plays her around these games. Game 4 or 5. He has a little bit of switch up. He plays Temi sometimes, but he also has those Akos nights. But there's nights that he doesn't even pick Akos. So I guess it's just what he's feeling like in the mood. But right now, Justina's a very aggressive character, right? He's been having a lot of success with that aggression. throughout the whole night. So I'm not really too surprised to see him on the Justina. But man, just no double lock-in on Liam for first round selection. Is really changing up a lot of the flow in these games to be potentially having 3 Liams or 3 Lonnies in the pool like that is very interesting. And now we have 3 Shayos for this match alone. It started to change up a little bit, you know, like a lot of these matches is like, all right, Liam, only 2 Liams in the field at all times, right? But now, I mean, this is like the second time we see tonight where there's more than 2 Liams being played out for these matches. So it's just very interesting to see now that these players are really valuing the value of Lonnie. But thus far, we haven't even had a Lonnie MVP, right? Which is
I believe Mike was Lonnie MVP game 1, right? Or was he Shayo?
Shayo. He played Shayo on Predoria.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like it's I don't know if it's a testing thing, because I mean, I don't know if this has been happening where there's a 1-2 split on the first round selection, but it's very interesting now. It's very exciting to see where we're not just getting that 2 picks on Shayo for the first round selection, as we've been seeing it for so long in the pro league. I mean, it's been a staple. Even though his old preference for these players have changed, he still had that run where he was on that first round selection. But game number 5, locked and loaded. You think Mike's gonna do it again for this game, Seb? How do you
I want to see him. I want to see him do it again.
He's
on the Justina. It's a little bit more of a difficult pace for him to do that. But we are going to be jumping right into the action with Mike already fighting. So you know, who knows? This could be what you see. Big parry, big first elimination already on the board. Mike at 1 kill with not even a minute into this game has been played. We've been watching now. Frostivus in the wing. We could be running back the final fight from last game here already. Frostivus now on the Lanny though. Justina already with 55% ult charge available for him here. He's going to be trying to go for a bit of loot, trying to find that armor. Frostivus has found the gray armor, so he will have an advantage coming into this fight. Mike, though, evening the score out, as we are going to see them going at it already here. Mike going to send out that 1 charge. Huge parry coming through from Mike, able to take away so much HP from Frostivus. Mike going to try, see if he can make something happen. Big parry going to come in on to that. We're going to see, no follow-up damage, though. Mike is in a very good position here. Frostivus is going to be forced to try and kite this out. Looks like he did miss something out. Big parry coming in, and Mike, 2 kills already. No, he's done it. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's running away with the win.
Wait, that was disgusting. He shifted through the door into the parry. Like, holy, that was clean there from Mike. Wufong against Lipo, though. Ice area, the map, 5-1 Lipo. Has a purple spear, has the weapon advantage here, but health advantage going towards Wufong's way. He took a little bit of damage off the spear. F caught in there for the Lonnie in the back end. F on cooldown for the Liam as well. O online only for the Liam currently. Mike in the backside spawning here, and we see him in the mini map already starting to move on in. And this is the perfect opportunity here for Mike to get a third-party action. We see him here.
Oh my god, he get it.
Focused in for the elimination. The V2 called in for Wufong. What's gonna be the mix is gonna go ahead and snag up some of the resources off that dead body. Gets a hit off the R&B. F caught in here for Mike. Now Mike trying to find an opener for himself. He's gonna go ahead and invest. Did you see no ultimate? He can extend off of this R&B into the follow-up as well. He's gonna weave the F as well from the Liam ultimate. F called in there to avoid the pressure from Mike. Now Overholds has 1 dash left. Does not catch the prior off that one alone. Looks for the raw uppercuts. I'm not sure if he can catch off of that alone. But I haven't really labbed that weapon, so you could potentially catch the tap dodge off those uppercuts. I know you can get some sort of restand with those uppercuts as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if you can catch wake up on that. So we're gonna have to wait and see. He does manage to do that later on. He tried to go for it 2 times right there, but he did not connect. But still, 3 kills off drop, a crazy opener there for Mike. And now we're gonna have XY against Verse.
He got 3 kills. He managed to steal that third-party elimination away from Wufong there with 3 kills on the board already. And he almost got the fourth one. If he would have been able to hit that Justina ultimate with the way that he was trying to intend to go for that, he was so close to being able to come away with that TOD. The tap dodges were coming through, and that purple spear was just putting in too much work for TE's Wufong there. He was able to fend off Mike's advances as Mike was getting pretty low in HP and had burned ultimate very fast. ASG's XY going to be able to hit a nice little bow shot, trying to see if they can make something happen. Going for the refresh on the bow. Lipo now fighting against TE's Wufong. Ultimate going to get popped now. Oh, there, that's it. That's it for Lipo. Into the wall, into the jump LB. It looks like he does miss out, but the 1.0, the 1 RMB is going to finish off the elimination. Lipo completely eliminated with no kills, no points into this game. It's unfortunate to see him go so fast, but when you take that res somewhere else after someone's eliminated you and you run into another player, it's just not the best place you want to be in there. Verse now. Looks like Mike or JL's AS has found a Verse. Armor swap has been initiated for him, though. He does have a replenished gray armor for him on that side. DRG's Fung. How?
Hey, Puzzle King.
How does he have a gold dagger?
Puzzle
But
King.
how is it's a dagger?
Puzzle King.
Oh my goodness, the RNG for this man right now.
He's the Puzzle King. He always lands puzzle. Always lands puzzle. Always has that early gold weapon. And now it being a gold dagger could potentially get some eliminations on the board early on before first realm opens, where you know these players start getting those gold rarity weapons scaled up from the realm as well. So we'll love to see Fong try to get a little bit of active here on the Justina. We do have AS with blue armor in the back end, blue nunchucks as well. Can eat up a lot of damage here from this dagger alone here for Fong. Musket shot opener here for Fong, as well as AS trying to respond with a pistol shot. Does manage to connect ×2 in the backside. XY now moving on in against Fong. Does manage to get the damage there onto the Justina. Fong's gonna go ahead and invest the ultimate to retreat. And this was a pattern that I always see with Fong. If he gets in a situation like that, he gets hit off a 1-2, he will pop that ultimate and he will use that on a Justina to retreat off. Doesn't really like taking long fights. We do see him always try to get a little bit of pokage in. If it does not go his way very early, he will invest his ult and just back on up under pressure, especially right now where first realm is starting to form on in. He's gonna have time to replenish that rage out, so nothing too new there for Fong. Zhao in the back end is gonna be able to use the F there to back up CDY here for entering this realm of Yang, and CDY now is gonna go ahead and full focus Zhao. Wind Gust connects ×2 because terrain gets twice off of that Wind Gust. Drop down for Zhao, both players. CDY drops 1 block off that blue armor, 1-2 off the fan. F caught in for the Keelan. Now he's gonna go ahead and retreat off the situation to get a full reset and to reaggress this realm of Yang with a lot of time up still. I believe it's around like 40 seconds left to enter. 28 seconds to enter. My time was off, but he's gonna have a little bit of time to get more aggressive off of that. AS was getting aggressed on by XY, but XY cuts the pressure there onto that player. CDY starting to move on in. He rotates down against Mike, and Mike, blue dual blades, blue staff in hand, common longsword, common dagger for the movement. It does have a cannon in hand, so he's able to burst out some cannon shots there in the realm of Yang. On the other side of the pillar, if a player is scale rushing, we do have a bounty there from CDY onto Mike, but Mike's gonna take this realm of Yang as well as Wufong, but I don't think we have Wufong in the realm with an opponent. Yeah, it was production that was clean. I thought that was Mike going in the realm, but that was Wufong going in the realm, and it looked like Mike took it. That was so clean there from production. DRG's Fong though getting active against WBG's Verse here in this cave.
And we're going to be seeing some of these players opting to go for the cave, to go for that Morris Blessing. Fong able to pick up some purple armor. This is a really good spot to be in. Verse going to try and engage into this fight, though. It looks like he is going to end up backing out. Fong very stacked on loot right now. Going to be a very good setup for that second realm of Gang if he does decide to try and enter into that. As you're going to be seeing now, both of these players starting to go at it. Fong ready to go on the offensive, but it looks like we're not going to be seeing too much of a scrap off coming through from there. Looks like gray weapon, blue armor for Mike right now. This is not the best situation to be in, but AS doesn't have that much better. Justina versus Ashael coming into this. AS went for the parry. F ability now forced to be invested, switching over to that longsword. Oh, Mike trying to go for the parry now and we end up missing it. Looks like he misses both of those parry timings out. We're going to see that ultimate pop coming through. We're going to see these dashes getting put into play now, as AS does have 1 charge of that staff, of that ultimate proc, as we are going to see all of these ultimate procs, as AS could send these out. Oh my goodness, does not send the ult proc out. You're gonna see the freeze coming through, and now he's able to doesn't get the heal off, but we're gonna see the jump through. What a play from Mike to try and come back from this. The freeze gonna jump in. It's gonna save him for half a second.
Oh.
JLZS has one more charge, but he doesn't let it happen. Mike's reign of terror is starting to come and falter. He picked up 3 in the beginning, so we'll probably see him cleanse that soul bloom, but JLZS is gonna take the Realm of Yang. What a beautiful fight to be able to finish that off. Taking a look outside, though, Fong and Verse still going at it on the outside. This is Tower Watch, ladies and gentlemen, where all of these players go a ring around the Rosie, ring around the tower, over and over and over again until one of these players inevitably gets low enough where they do end up actually still getting eliminated. But it is very hard to catch a kiting player when they're traveling around one of these towers, especially when it's Fung with a dagger. It looks like he is going to back out of the situation, though. Mike has jumped into the mix. He needs some scale to his loot, otherwise he's not going to be able to succeed. Look at the rarities of everybody else's weapons and armor compared to him. He is going to become a target in the lobby. If he gets one focus attack down on him, he could be losing everything.
This is a common meetup spawn, or spot, I should say, off of first realm on this map. Time and time again, these players meet up here, try to get some sorts of elimination. We see Mike with the Yang depletion timer, Fong trying to see if he can find an opening here for himself. We do have, I think, 2 players with Vermilion's Birds might buff. Wolves, NGG, PXT, and Shaw are going to be able to get full active here in this area. As we see here, Mike getting active against GG Shaw, overholds, parry baits. F caught in here for the Lonnie now, trying to create some space here off the throwing knives. Just cut off the 1. F caught in here for Mike to avoid a full capitalization off that prio. It's going to be go ahead and invest Justina ultimate as well as GG Shaw. Doesn't catch off that ball throw. Mike does manage to create the distance that he needs to get a quick little reset in with 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Now he has some pressure on his back. Did not win that first round when he has been winning pretty much all his first rounds throughout the whole night. Since then, let me focus off the blue longsword, swap it on over to this weapon. See he can find some sorts of value off of this alone. GG Shaw still looking for the Justina, catches him off of this one alone. And Mike's F was back up on time. Cancels the ult. He does save 50% on the ult, so he's going to be getting that rage back pretty soon. We do have him now. Still trying to find another opener. Lots of player in this area. GG Shaw, Wolves, PXC, WBG's Birds, A Zhao, Fong in the mix. PXC on the V1 killing. Does manage to get some sorts of damage in. The ultimate runs out though, trying to lay down some pressure off the pistol shots. GG Shaw falls there to Fong. Not sure who cleanses there in the back end, but Burst still in the mix. PXC getting applied a lot of pressure. Mike gets caught up here in the situation. F caught in here for the Justina. First, go ahead and create the distance here to not reaggress. Mike quickly turning his attention on the back end. Does not get that bloom this time around. Still trying to find an opener. Bodies are falling. So far, it's been Vermilion's Birds, my players. The Ice Fireflies was called in there onto AS. Does manage to back on up. Mike has Engraven here for the longsword as well. Second Roman Yang starting to form on in. Mike's timer is ticking pretty fast here. XY, jump LB, Engraven in the back, and throwing knives, R&B focus there from Fong. Gold throwing knives. Checking out 2 blocks of that purple armor there from Mike. A Zhao on the Shayol. Still looking for an opening for himself as well. These players are going to be trying to contest this Roma Yang here. We do have 2 players going at it. Wufong and CDY already posted up in his realm. In the backside, CDY. A little bit of love taps there onto Mike. Wufong can go ahead and retreat there for the reset there on the armor for himself. Has the tree here for the movement. We do have Mike still trying to get very antsy to try to cleanse in 55 seconds here. It's not looking too good so far. Wufong does not have ult yet, but Mike could be applying a lot of pressure here to try to get that ult up. Justina ultimate now invested here for Mike. Does not catch the prior off the F though. Dash does not connect the second time around as well. Shapiro here for Mike. Manages to catch it, but the F there from the Liam. It's not going to give him the damage on that. We do have the third party in the back end there from GG Shaw. Full looking at Mike here, knowing that this player has been very aggressive throughout the whole mid game to try to cleanse, so he might have a Yang depletion on his back. We do have the silence now onto Wufong, sorry. He is not gonna be able to pop that F until a couple more seconds. We do have Wufong now with elimination there off the spear, and now Mike is gonna fall there. A Zhao is gonna pick an elimination onto PXT. Wufong gets that ult back online, but players already entering the Roman Yang, and it's gonna be WBG's verse against ASC's XY.
Yeah, Mike, I think it's a bit of an overheat situation there. So, you know, he was going absolutely crazy at the start of the game, picking up 3 eliminations back to back to back right off rip, and it sort of led to him getting a little bit overconfident, over aggressive, losing that Realm of Yang, and then the decision making when it comes to finding that target to fight against after to cleanse your Yang depletion. 2 people went down and he wasn't able to capture a soul bloom. He kept getting pushed to the outside of those fights, was not able to capitalize off of that. But looks like XY is going to be able to get a pot off as well as WBG's first. You're just seeing them jump into the mix together. Tries to go for that dagger up slash from that charged LMB. Is not going to be able to connect with it. But we're going to see it come through again into the 1-2, into the hold. Tries to throw the 3. Isn't going to connect off of it. Gets the charge 1.0 off from that RMB. We're going to see the Clank coming in. Tries to jump back into the mix to make something happen, but it looks like the scale rush is going to come out from XY. XY going to go for the musket shot, backing up again. Soulbreak going to connect into it, both half HP. This is a very, very tough situation. Ultimate's now getting popped for both of these players. This is going to try and proc ult, make them go out for the hit, and as soon as XY tosses that V, he gets caught into the circle, and this is it for him. XY going to get eliminated. You can't throw that V at a Liam with their ultimate already up, and you are going to get eliminated.
I mean, that's why Liam is so strong. Being able to throw down that ult at any point in time to get your turn back is so good on a character. And using it against the Shayol to proc that shield, forcing out the ultimate, and getting the damage off the splash damage. You just have to get them at a certain HP threshold to get the elimination off the wall bounce, as we saw it there. It's just so strong for a character, and I mean, that's why Liam has been on top of the meta for so long in the Pro League. But Hufang and CDY going at it. XY has that Yang depletion timer. WBG and SS1 are going to be having that White Tiger's powers buff for the second round. CDY trying to get active here in the situation. He is going to get caught off the 1-2s there from the nunchucks. Blue nunchucks in hand though for Wufang. Doesn't really eat up a lot of damage. The 1-2 follow-up does not connect there for Wufang. Since the LMB focus, big damage there for CDY onto Wufang. Purple fist blades in hand here for SS1 CDY. He's gonna cut off the grapple LMB into the 1-tap there on the back end. Tries to jump parry off the grapple. Doesn't manage to do so. A little bit of nunchuck meter burn there for Wufang to try to ice off some pressure. But in the backside, we do have another player, I believe, that was in the mix. And there it is. It's XY showing up to the party. And XY has Yang depletion timer. Quickly turned on his attention onto Wufang. Burst on the bottom side of the terrain here, trying to play a little bit of appeal there for the opposing Liam, and XY now has that player on his trail. And go ahead and try to kite off some of this pressure now to back on up, but the Wufang is still gonna get aggressed on by CDY. Jump LMBs connects their times 2. F caught in there for the Liam in the back end. XY now starting to move right back in. Wufang swaps on over to the common dagger. Quick little reset there onto that Liam. And we do have Fong now starting to move on in for the third party action as well. Wufang hides in the bush. He's gonna be able to get a little bit of reset in there for himself. XY still looking for the perfect opportunity for himself to try to cleanse. Now he's gonna have to face Verse here in the situation to try to see if he can do that for himself. Still, once again, waiting out for, you know, another set of players to get aggressive so he can potentially get that cleanse off and move on in with a third party. But nobody really full throttle in right now. Verse gonna go ahead and buy out some of these resources off the buy zone. Very curious to see who's buying the Mortal for this box, but CDY, Ajao, second Roma Yang. This is how CDY won his Roma Yang and how Ajao got the Yang depletion timer. Sends the LMB focus, Soul Break follow, 1-2, overholds the 1.0 once again, Soul Break 1-2, back to back there for CDY. And that was disgusting sequences there from CDY on a dagger. Oh my god, in the realm like that, not being able to do anything off that purple dagger was just disgusting there from CDY.
Everybody running the dagger in the Realm of Yang is interesting. Like, yeah, C8 criticizes the dagger one time. He goes, well, why is everybody using dagger? Everybody should be using different weapons. And now everybody decided, you know what, C8, hold this. We're all picking up a dagger just to show you that it's a great weapon.
It's not the dagger.
Don't know if you guys caught that there. We saw Ajao was able to pick up a Soul Bloom that he had stashed. We have not seen that in a while. The Soul Blooms used to not have timers on them.
Yeah.
If you've played in games before, you know that the Soul Bloom Essence has a timer on it. Looks like we had one stashed just in case he lost really quickly, was able to go to a Soul Altar. He picked up a Soul Bloom and cleansed that Yang depletion instantly. and is now still back into this game. We used to see that cleanse happen over and over again. These players had Soul Bloom stashed far into the zone. These players would travel to Narnia to go and get it and jump back into the mix with their souls cleansed. They wouldn't even need to take a fight. All they needed to do was get a kill before entering into Yang. And lots of times these players wouldn't enter into the realm of Yang unless they had that Soul Bloom option available for them. And as we're seeing now, these players are starting to group closer and closer together as this next Spirit Well is going to be getting ready to make its way into the game. We do hear a Bane's Breath bursting in the distance as well, as all of these players definitely trying to avoid that area of the map, as we're seeing the crowding coming onto this outside. Every single player remaining in the lobby on this one side of the map right now, nobody wanting to engage with each other, just playing it clean and cut and simple. 48 seconds left on this Yang depletion timer for ASE's XY, though. He needs to get a kill, and he needs to get it fast. Nobody has started the aggression onto him, though, as it looks like he's just not going for an attack. What is he doing? He's got 40 seconds left.
Yeah, it's
30
rough.
seconds. He's not going to make it. It looks like he might just take his life. AS is going to get eliminated here, though, pretty quickly. It looks like he's going down pretty far. If they're able to get AS out, and XY is going to be able to sneak into this bloom, as you know, we might see ASC's XY going to try and jump into this and steal the bloom. He's got 10 seconds left. Get it? No, he doesn't. There we go. We're going to be seeing XY going in about 7, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there we go. ASC's XY going to get himself eliminated. Frostum is picking up the kill, though. The boy Frost with another one onto the board there. That's his first kill of the game. Nice little cheeky elimination. Just send one musket shot for good measure, and it turns out to give him an elimination. It's a nice little bonus there, as we're going to be seeing these players jump closer together. And it seems like without Mike, this game is very, very slow paced.
Yeah, I mean, he really controls a lot of the tempo, especially in these end circles, right? Being that aggressor, being able to get somebody lobbied is a very hard task to do, and he does it time and time again. We see him now not being alive in his end circle. Wufong, though, being one of those players that are trying to control the tempo against CDY right now, being able to catch that ultimate off of that alone, but he does have that right back from picking up that right tagger's powers. A shot on the back end is going to eat up a little bit of pressure, but CDY, the killing here for this lobby, going to be forced to pop this ultimate. The first slash does not connect onto any players. The second one does, though. The back-to-back onto Wufong. It gets a little bit of siphon back off of that alone. Now, gets a lot of damage there onto that player. In the backside, Fong trying to lay down the pressure off the throwing knives. We have pistol shots flying on in as well. The counter grapple connects there. F caught in to try to stay safe. Rolls out, but DRG's Fong with elimination there with the throwing knives. He is going to come out victorious here to pick up that elimination on the board. Snags up, it gets snagged up inside that V2 there from Wufong. Fong now trying to back on up here in the situation. 2 Liams still up, 2 Lonnies, 1 Lone Wolf Justina, and a Lone Wolf Shayo for our 6 players remaining in this lobby. Fong now being the next one up here against the Liams. Big pressure here onto DRG's Fong in the back end. Looks like they are going to be going against the other player in the backside, the Lonnie Frostovitz, and the other Lonnie, GG Shaw as well. GG Shaw is going to be forced to pop that ultimate. We see him dropping no armor left on that purple armor. He's going to be able to use the ult there to create a little bit of distance here. Overholds, cancels with the crouch, gets the prior off the LMB. And that weapon, you can uppercut off of LMB RMB. So, you know, that's a big difference there from any other weapon in the game, which they have their dedicated prior off of this. But this weapon alone, being able to do that, has a lot of mix-ups in the inventory. As we see, tries to drop down off of that, doesn't catch the damage there onto Verse. F caught in to try to stay safe, but still getting aggressed on there from DRG's Fong. He is gonna be able to weave that movement. I thought he got clipped off of that, but it was just a little bit of visual of the location of the camera that we had there. But Wufong still applying pressure on the top side. GG Shot goes inside the zone, gets hit off the drop down as well, gets cut off the 1-2. Wufong with elimination. GG Shot not happy about that one. He is gonna fall with 1 on the board. Frostiv is now the lone wolf Lonnie in this game. To be able to back on up, you see him playing in the backside there by the Shayo, but Wufong is going to be the first one going right in. He does have gold throwing knives now. He is going to be able to get some sort of aggression to one of these players, and we see Verse on the same page trying to find this aggression onto one of these players to start cleaning up the remaining players in this lobby. And there it is, the Liams coming in high. Look at the inventory here from WBG's Verse. 3 gold weapons in his inventory. Frostovitz is going to be forced to pop this Lonnie ultimate. F caught in there for Fong to avoid the staggers off that ultimate there. No value off of those ball throws there from Frostovich, but still applying the pressure. Gets the jump on bees, catches him inside the zone. Fong is able to eat up a lot of damage there. He's going to use the Justina ultimate there to go right on top of this terrain to avoid any sorts of pressure, but everything is going towards Frostovich's way right now. Musket shots inside the zone. First cutting out that line of sight right there on the right-hand side. Wufong now right back in. Big parry here for Frostovich. F to stay up to avoid the damage there. Now another Liam ultimate invested. Fong with elimination onto Verse, and that's one Liam down, and this could be what Frostovich needed here in this situation to get the pressure iced off out of him, but no, Asia is going to be picking Frostovich out of the bunch. He's trying to clean up this kill here onto Frostovich. We do have Frostovich going to get parried here in the back end. DRG's Fong with elimination this time around, and that's DRG's Fong's third elimination of this game, and now Fong is going to be able to use the F to back on up here with the gold dagger. We still have Wufong with 5 LME prior here for Asia onto the 1.0 from the dual blades. Big damage, no F called in there for the Wufong to avoid the damage. Now takes his turns back. F called in for Asia this time around. The F's are on cooldown for both players. Overhaul gets the damage off of that. Shai ultimate invested here for Asia. Now Asia trying to full focus on in, and this could be bad here for Asia. Procs it, throws the shield backwards, does not want to get caught up in one of these V2s. Now the 1-2 spam off of that. Managed to catch a purple armor swap there for Asia, but the pressure's gonna go towards Fong's way. Catches him into the V2, gets parried. He is gonna have time to throw him right in the backside there onto Asia, and now the second shield throw connects there onto Asia, but Wufong now recatches him into that V2. DRG's Fong now getting a little bit of low tap in a 1v2 situation is what it's looking like here for Wufong. Asia overholds, doesn't let loose though. No parry here for Wufong. Doesn't manage to get the damage off those throwing knives this time around. Now players starting to rotate in on top side of this terrain. Fong very healthy here in this situation, but a very good potential to take this one home. A parry gets parried in the bottom side. That's Wufong getting parried. Now Wufong responds with a big parry onto Fong. F called in inside the zone. These players need to start rotating on top. We see Asia getting a full reset in. All these players popping Vitalities and powders to try to stay up. Now Fong popping that Vitality in. So go ahead and retap off that white health. Asia on the top side. I don't think he has resources for this. He has not started popping that in. F to send him inside the zone. He's gonna grapple check him inside as well to make sure he can stay there longer, and Fong drops very low off the white HP. Asia drops right back down, tries to get the damage onto Fong. We do have him lucky checking. You can see the health. Fong's gonna be forced to pop his ultimate. He has to stay inside the pocket. He dashes inside the wall, doesn't get any sorts of distance off of that alone. Drops down. He started popping that Vitaly as well, so he does manage to connect, but now Wufong with the damage there onto Fong. He does manage to make him go on top of this terrain as well, trying to tap dodge roll away. He does manage to do so. Asia on the top side, big parry there for Asia onto Fong. Doesn't get the damage there though. Fong now trying to back on up. F caught in here for the Justina. Drops down to the low ground. The pressure's still going towards his way. The 1-2 on the floor. Wufong now showing back up. And that's gonna be a parry there for Wufong, but Asia with elimination. Wufong's able to get the soul bloom. And now another 1v1. The terrain in nobody's favors. They're gonna be doing it here on top. Pause. Asia now going over back in here with a gold dagger. Throwing that shit for Wufong. Coming in hot. Liam ultimate invested or can't come out here for Wufong. F called in for the Shayo. Now F on cooldown there for the Shayo. Liam still has the F online. He does manage to get caught up here. Now the 1-2 jump LB. What's a bit of crab cancel into the V2. That's gonna be an extension.
Oh, no way.
He's sit inside the zone into the elimination. Had the musket ready as love. He needed it. But Wufong there with perfect micro and macro there to take this. And what did I say, Sad, going into the last game? I would not be surprised if we see Wufong coming out on top.
What a guy. Wufong. Liam is really, as soon as Liam is not become first picks constantly, Lanny getting first pick, they're not focusing out the Liams as hard as they used to be in the early game, and these players are capitalizing and really showing the full strength of Liam into this game. Is what Liam is MVP'd, I believe, 3 of our 5 games played so far. So the majority of these games have been going towards a Liam making it MVP, and Tease Wufong putting on an absolute masterclass alongside OUG's Mike. It's been 3 for Mike, 2 for Wufong. Will we see 4 for Mike? Will we see 3 for Wufong after game 6, or will we see a different player taking MVP in game number 6? It's going to be an interesting one, because even though Mike went out decently early, he still managed to put more points on the board than a lot of these players. So we're going to be taking a look at that in a second here, as we're going to be seeing the entire scoreboard. But ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 5. These games have been flying by. I didn't even realize we were already on 5th our 5th game played. I thought we were still on game 3 or 4. It feels like we're supposed to be on game 3 or 4, but we're already going on to game 6 after this here, ladies and gentlemen. This has been 5 games played already. Wufong with 2, Mike with 3, the most insane amount of points on the board. When Mike hit those first 3 eliminations, I thought he was going to get the 4th one against Wufong there. Imagine he picks up the 4, he wins the Realm of Yang. That would have been another incredible game. Back to back 8+ kill games would have been absolutely insane. But we didn't get to see that. We see Wufong with an absolute masterclass on the Liam. The catches are getting so much more precise. People used to not be able to catch with the Liam ult. We never saw more than maybe twice or 3 times a game the Liam balls actually connecting. And now they are coming through with full fruition, and it is beautiful. The plays are dirty. They are so dirty. They're so fun to watch. It is the most entertaining stuff. Taking a look at our scoreboard, though, ladies and gentlemen, 6 kills for TE's Wufong with a total game score of 10.2. ERG's Fung's going to get a 4.5. Verse with the 4. Asia with the 4. 3.5 is going to AS. 3 going to Mike. 2.5 going to Frostivus. 2 going to Shaw. 1.5 going to CDY. 1 going to PXT. 0.5 going to XY, and Lipo with a donut. Very unfortunate to see that, but it's got to happen. AS able to put some kills up onto the board. Not on the donut trend anymore. Lipo starting to hit that Krispy Kreme section.
Yeah, and man, last time I was watching solos, I mentioned this. We're gonna have our overall standings first, or possibly our highlights for game number 5. So I'll wait to talk about it. But yeah, massive game there for Wufong. 6 on the board. Fong though, staying consistent there. 3 eliminations on the board. 4.5. Massive game there for Fong. Bouncing back as well. He said it as well that today has been a way better showcasing than the previous bi-weeklies here for the 2025 season. Now, our overall standings here: Lipo with 5, XY with 8, PX2 with 8.5, CDY with 11, as well as AS. A-Shot with 12 for the bottom side of our pyramid. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, only 2 groups have been playing tonight. We still have a 3rd group that will be playing on day 2 with one of these groups in lobby right now. Frostivus with 14, GG Shaw with 16, Verse with 18.1, Fong with 20, Wufong with 24.7, closing out that distance against Mike, but Mike still with 37.8 for his first day and still having one more game to be played out. I mean, you can see the consistency, right? Wufong 2.5 for his first game, not a lot of points, but still putting something on the board. 7.5 for his next 2 games, drops a donut for his 4th, has a pop-off game with 10.2 to make it a 24.7, and then Mike 7.8 for his first game, 2 for his second, 10, 15, and now 3, right? 10, 15 back to back. I mean, that is just an insane sequence to see in one of these lobbies. But yeah, crazy games here for Wufong. Looks like both of these players have been on one tonight. Fong has been very consistent as well, not too far off from these players. I mean, 17.8 to be precise, from 3rd to 1st. It is a major amount of points, but not something that can't be doable with one pop-off game like we've seen Mike or Wufong had. But we're going to be taking a quick look at our replays here for game number 5. And this was Seb was talking about. These early eliminations here for Mike was just insane to watch. Yeah,
China Unicom bringing you some of the best highlights around, ladies and gentlemen. These kills from Mike early game were absolutely insane. And there we go. That the overhead bonk ended Mike's career. And it put him on a cooler there. We didn't get to see this, but oh my goodness, GG Shaw with the Lanny combo. What a play. Look at this. There, Mike goes down the 2nd time. The overhead bonk, again, ending the career. We're going to take a look at CDY on the dagger. This was crazy. Getting that clip off into the soul break again and again. Connecting with it 3 times in a row. The overhead bonk again from T's Wufong. just hitting players with that bonk from the spear. And there we go. The uppercut combo into the grapple bump. As soon as you went for the grapple bump with the flying knives, that is just, it's something you don't get to see every day. But it was pretty cool. Goes into the combo with the ultimate. What a play from him here. MVP board going to be finished up for him. 6 kills, 26,000 damage, 15,000 healing, 3 parries, 8,000 damage done with the spear. Flying knives are going to pick 5,600. He had thunderstorm, soft step, fire arrows, sap, and ripple step. Sap putting in a lot of work for these players. When you get a sap parry, it is pretty sweet. It's a very good feeling when they hit the really crazy sap parries and you get all of that extra HP back, bringing you new life into that fight, especially when you're low HP and you hit a parry like that. Very satisfying to watch. Wufang with his 6th MVP, showing exactly why he won that bi-weekly too. He is a force to be reckoned with, and he's been in the league for a while, but he just hasn't really made waves. So it's really nice to see that he's starting to jump on that. Answer for treasure though, ladies and gentlemen, how many players chose Lani in game number 5? Was it A1, B2, C3, or D4? Answer these questions in the Twitch chat. So if you're watching from YouTube or anywhere else, come and give us a follow on the Twitch. Answer it, and you could be the winner of a Spring Split lucky gift. And, you know, everybody's always wanting to get those gifts. So make sure you drop your answer in the chat. Only one person per game will be picked to win. And good luck to all of you. I'm going to go, and I'm going to win. Hashtag not rigged. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for a little bit of a break, and when we will be right back with game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Sam. I'm joined alongside my man Creatives.
Yes, sir.
Man himself, Mr. Hidden Lotus. We're back in this, ready for our 6th and final game of the day. We haven't really gotten to see too much action. We have gotten to see a lot of action, sorry. But we haven't gotten to see our game number 6 played just yet. So we're going to be hopping to that in just a moment. We've come off a crazy day of Mike just absolutely blasting everybody else out of proportion compared to how these other players are playing. Wufang trying to catch up, but it's still nowhere near him on the overall standings. Still having a great day. 2 MVPs, mind you. Still not even close to Mike's 3 MVPs with 2 games that were over 8 eliminations. He's been doing crazy. Creatives, how you doing, Matt?
I'm good. I'm great. I'm amazing. Yeah, first day on the new patch, right? We see the new weapon being played out here for these matches. The flying knives. I kept throwing them. I kept calling them throwing knives, but the actual name is flying knives. So, you know, I made.
I keep calling them fist blades, so you're all good.
Yeah, I mean, new weapon, right? Still pretty new for us as well. So, love to see that new weapon. We've seen these players. Some of these players are prioritizing that weapon a lot, so they do have viability in these matches. But I don't think we've ever had a weapon where, you know, it dropped and these players never really played to this day. I mean, even Pole Sword had a very good time as well before it got that Scale Rush nerf, and we still see a little bit in the Pro League, but you know, that's more of a trio weapon. But still, like, even though it's, I don't think we've ever had a weapon where it has not been showcased since its release. So you know, flying knives continuing that trend over still for that new weapon. It's good to see a little bit more versatility now on the field for the weapon selection for these players. But I mean, what a game, what a set of games we've had so far, right? Like I said, Mike, I saw someone in the chat ask who's Mike. Mike is two-time world champion.
Who is Mike is crazy.
Yeah, they was like, who is Mike? Yeah, it was a little crazy. But I mean, you know, there's a lot of people who are new to the scene as well, right? There will always be new people who find the game and love the uniqueness of NARAKA BLADEPOINT and not really tapped in with the pro scene, which is perfectly normal. So yeah, Mike, two-time world champion, came into the league very strong, completely dominating, was miles ahead of a lot of players in the league. Had one player really contesting him, which was now known as SR Spider, back then WBG Spider. But for a long time he was running the game. I mean, what was crazy to me was last year Mike didn't really have a very strong season before J-Cup. In my eyes, I didn't have Mike favored to win J-Cup for last year's World Championship. So him still, like, that was a big accomplishment for him, because throughout the whole year he wasn't really that full dominant player, and you started seeing a lot of these players catching up to him, where he was pretty much rolling the game for a long time. And now all the way up to Biweekly 2, he hasn't really been having the success that he's been looking for. He's been having good days, as we've seen today, but this is what I was saying earlier. I need to see this Mike for Biweekly finals. We know he can make it to the top 12, but at the end of the day, making it to the top 12, just like Wufong, he went to Biweekly 2 in 8th place, still taking the Biweekly home with just this new format that we have. It's not new anymore, but with the current format that we have, that now there's a threshold you make, and then the winner is the MVP. If not, it goes to distance, like how Edward won. Biweekly 1. Yes, compared to how it was for Biweekly 2, right? And that's just what the difference is now. Like, you have a new system, well, quote unquote new, but it's not new anymore, system in play, where it's just whoever comes into the A game that day. We're gonna take a quick look at our round selections. Liam Shaw Yoles for first and second round picks. Temmie for XY and third round selection. Verse still trying to cook up his round selection. He hasn't been going with the Lonnie for this game. Wufong and Lipo could potentially go for a 3 Lonnie selection for this game. We're gonna have to wait and see. Lipo does go Lonnie, Wufong as well. So there it is, the triple Lonnie here for game number 6 here for Verse, Wufong, and Lipo. 5th selections are gonna be going to Mike and Fong. A potential Akko's game here from Mike. Morris Isles. Oh, this is rare too. Mike don't really be looking at us like that no more. He used to give a lot of love to the camera, but he's been locked in. So tonight he hasn't really been messing with the camera. And there it is, the Akko's for 5th round selection.
You see what he did? He did 1-5, 15 points in one game.
Oh, he flexing out here.
Yeah,
definitely flexing.
Now he's on his favorite hero, Akko's. You think he's gonna MVP?
I mean, I think he still has the best Akko's in the game. I'm gonna be looking at CDY, because CDY is a Akko's that prefers that F2 for a very long time. So I'm gonna wait and see if he's gonna be playing that out for his last game of the day. But yeah, I mean, I would love to see this Mike come back here for the bi-weekly finals. That strong, aggressive, tempo controlling Mike that we all know, right? But like I said, it's been a little bit of a while where he hasn't really been dominating like that, and you know, he knows it too, because you can clearly see in his first matches he was fully locked in. He wasn't, like I said, he wasn't even looking at us tonight at the camera. He was just fully locked in. Looking at our Aquases, F2. Oh, F2 for both Aquases. Mike on the F2 Aquos. Okay, got a difference there. Mike with the F2 Aquos. I still think he has the best Aquos in the league.
100%.
But yeah, I mean, what I wanted to mention before the break, like, NARAKA for some time, it wasn't like any other esports in the sense of where a lot of the other esports, it was like a day-to-day thing, where, you know, I know this is solos, but in other esports, quote-unquote teams had off days, and it was just like, you know, any team could potentially take the chip home. And NARAKA wasn't really like that for a long time until I would say probably last year, where a lot of different names started like jumping on top of the ranks to take bi-weekly homes. Even though Spider had a very good run last year for the bi-weekly chips, taking a lot of them in successions. But you know, a lot of other players were contesting, like Arano was very in that threshold very early a lot of the times. T225 as well, being one of those honorable mentions in that category. But now I feel like NARAKA is more of a day-to-day thing where just everybody is at a certain level where they can compete and be able to take a chip home, even though they don't have the greatest bi-weekly days, or even carry on over a crazy amount of points. They still find success in the bi-weekly finals, where at the end of the day, that's where it matters, right? Taking the chip home is what these teams and players are looking for themselves and their organizations. So I mean, the stakes are high now, Seb.
Oh, the stakes have never been higher.
Yeah, for sure.
We had a certain level of gameplay, and now that these players have started to catch up over the past season and a half, in the 2024 season going into this season in 2025, we have a very different understanding of the game then than we do now. And the way that the game is played now is completely different than we saw even from the last J Cup.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of changes that have been made, a lot of different things that have been put into place for these teams to be able to go ahead and change what they want to do. So now we're going to see, oh, look at that GG shot trying to make that uppercut combo work. If you are able to hit an uppercut on a player after hitting that 1.0, oh, the parry into the 1, into the 2, hit it. There we go. Into the free focus attack. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You saw the full force attack coming through, and GG Shaw going to be taking out OUG's Mike right off the rip with a beautiful parry into a phenomenal hit.
I don't really know the full mix-ups of that weapon. I haven't labbed it, so I don't even know you can get that full focus like that. Was it that terrain, or that's just? So
you usually don't hit the 1.0. You go into like a 1, 2, 3, like the fist blades. If you hit an uppercut, you are able to throw the R&B out where you throw the knife and it hits them in the air. Then you hit them with an LMB into that final attack with the final focus attack from either side.
That is crazy.
It's a really cool attack. If you guys want to go try it out for yourself, it's hard to hit sometimes because you've got to hit it right as they're falling. But if you do connect with it, it is a very cool attack. And it feels really good once you've learned how to be able to hit it. As we're jumping back into these fights, though, WBG's Verse finds PXT, gets the 1.0 into PXT, and is going to be able to come away with the elimination. The one charge is going to come out from the other side of those fist blades. Wufong is just going to back off this, though. It looks like they're taking a reset.
This is game 6. Very W key-ish here for the Pro League game 6. For a lot of players, I mean, you can see the distribution of eliminations going towards a lot of players on the left-hand side. Frosted is in the mix though, still trying to find his first elimination of the game. On that, Liam has that comfort pick here for his round selection. Still favoriting those fine knives very heavily now. As I'm not surprised, I did see him playing that weapon a lot. We seen him spacing out that weapon perfectly. He's very familiar with that weapon now. XY though, he's gonna choose Frostivus here for the aggression. Tomoke here with the purple armor. Frostivus on blue armor on the Liam. Blue dual blades here for XY. Common throwing knives / flying knives. I have to get it right. Flying knives here for Frostivus on the common flying knives. It's gonna go ahead and try to create the distance here. That's that purple pistol there for the chip damage, so that is going to be coming into play very handy for himself. We do have some aggression here in Celestra for Lipo and Wufong. A little bit of pokage here for these players. Purple fan here for Wufong with purple armor as well. It's a nice start here for Wufong off of game 6. Does not want to get aggressive here. Potentially sees or heard that third party there from AS. Just wants to create the space here in the situation. Lipo as well as on the Lonnie, so it could be just a little bit of a handshaking there to move on over to the remainder of this game 6. But Fong, blue armor, blue dual blades now in hand here for Fong. Playing out these very rarity weapons. Not sure what his inventory is looking like, so we have to wait and see if he doesn't have a dagger in the back pocket. But we have to wait and see until he gets in a scrap off one of these players. Verse her blue armor, blue nunchucks as well for Verse. Fawn's gonna go ahead and purchase up a Moonbane charm to be able to call that in as blue rarity. I'm not sure if he can call that in for the Roma Yang, so we have to wait and see when he calls that in. GG Shaw. Common throwing knives, flying knives. I keep calling them throwing knives. Blue armor there for GG Shaw for himself. Mike does get eliminated early into this game. Now trying to scavenge some of the resources. And yeah, he is going to be able to call that blue Moonbane in for this Roma Yang as we see it here. Already starting to form line up. A lot of congestion of players on the bottom left-hand side of the map. We do have that Bane now being called in there from DRG's Fong. We see him claiming that left-hand Roma Yang gate. Wufong as well. Gonna go ahead and claim this one right below Celestra. XY on the Temi. Pole sword in hand here. Main weapon for XY with a bow as well. So we're gonna have to wait to see what he cooks up with a pole sword in hand. Lipo posted up for the Roma Yang. Frostivus might be potentially move on in for a third party here. Temi here on the XY. Trying to find some source of value here off the pole sword. Looking for a wisp. Swapping on over to the bow. Trying to see if he can get some sort of chip damage using the movement there off the bow. Dodges into the double jumps for the bow extension jumps. And XY now line a little bit of pressure down to Lipo. Pistol shots at the back end from Frostivus there, being able to chip off his health off that purple pistol. We do have XY now still trying to take this realm on the Tomoke. He is not going to get the pass. Yes, he is. Lipo goes on in, but does not capture the pass there. The wisp thrown out does not connect off of that alone. The R&B focuses there from Lipo off that blue fan, applying lots of pressure onto XY. Drops nearly all that purple armor, eats up another one there. He's gonna be forced to pop this Temi ultimate. Gonna use the walls here to try to take a Vitalia in. Walks right through off of that, and Lipo now be forced to pop this Lonnie ultimate, looking for the stagger off the balls, and XY is gonna be able to back on up here. Does not want to lose his life trying to take this realm, but Mike outside the realm picking up elimination onto PXT, and I believe that's PXT's game 6. He is out, and Mike trying to potentially aggress Asia out here for this Roma Yang. Has that ult online as well, so he might potentially use it or invest it. Now he's just gonna rotate on in. He's gonna play the cave instead of the realm. Did not have a good position to take that round. Buffon playing the high ground, using that ultimate to his advantage to make sure he can stay on the air as long as possible to be able to take this round. He's gonna wait it out there. He's gonna be the first one to enter this time around. Purple pistol, purple armor for Wufong on the Lonnie. 2 purple J's as well. Full jaded out as well in his inventory. CDY on the Akos, waiting out for the perfect opportunity. He's gonna take it out. He is gonna be going against Wufong for the first Roma Yang game number 6.
And this is gonna be a good Roma Yang here. As we're going into game 6, this is only day 1. These players all play a total combined 12 games in their qualifiers to see if they are going to make it into this bi-weekly finals. So if a player that you do support is not making waves, oh my goodness, CDY with the beautiful F2 catch into an uppercut combo. Flipping over to the dagger now, as we're seeing this dagger play coming out incredibly, like so much dagger being played today over fan, as well as CDY in the back end trying to go for that charged R&B over and over and over again. We'll try and make the connect. Is going to be able to get the uppercut into the jump LMB, into the jump R&B, flip over, soul break going to be coming into play there, seeing if he's going to throw it. Doesn't go for the connect with the soul break, just going for that R&B into the scale rush. The 1-2 is going to connect. F ability invested. Lanny ultimate now has been called in, trying to go for that heal, because we're going to see ultimate now invested for CDY, trying to go for the grab, almost hits it, but gets juggled up into the air. The re-juggle, that's going to be it for CDY. TE's Wufong is going to take that Rumble Yang, flipping over now. DRG's Fong going to get hit by the ultimate proc. Ajiao looking very, very sturdy in this fight right now, because all he needs to do is wait out this ultimate, and he's going to be able to take the win. DRG's Fong going to be able to give himself a little bit of healing, though, as this could be a bit of difficult trouble for him if he's able to get a lot of HP back, as we're going to see now very low HP, going to try and go for the overhold, seeing if he can get a blue attack off, but is not going to be able to, and the triple bow shot to finish off the elimination. I thought we were going to see the stand back up there and a little bit of a last stand from DRG's Fung, but no, he gets sent back to the Soul Altar as Alliance's Ajiao taking the first round in.
That was a crazy parry there from Asia. I mean, that was just insane. Reaction time there from Asia. He's gonna snag up gold halberds off that round. We do have Asia and Wufong with that Vermilion's Bird's Might, and Lipo takes out Frostivus, potentially around Yang. 3 minutes and 25 seconds here for CDY to try to cleanse that Yang depletion timer. Yeah, Frostivus is gonna have that Yang depletion timer as well. Mike does not take first round, but purple dual blades in hand, potentially going to look for a third party now that these players are going to be getting active, as we see here. Wufong with the Vermilion's Bird's Might, forcing out that ultimate there from CDY. Is going to use the Lani ult there to iframe that V2 to avoid that damage in the backside. Now trying to find a ball bounce there to be able to get a elimination onto CDY. Does not manage to catch the grapple, but Burst and Fong already on the scene there against CDY. We do have the Aqua ultimate already running out, I believe, in the backside. No, it's still up here for CDY, but it's nearly gone here for himself. As soon as I said that, it is going to be completely gone. Now he needs to try to see if he can kite all this pressure from all this lobby here in Celestia. We do have so many players in this area. Clips off the scare rush. CDY loses 2 blocks of that purple armor. Gets a little bit of movement error. Might be punished for this fully. Trying to stay alive. Does manage to create a little bit of the distance here. Ajiao already in the scene. Wufong with the gold fist plays be able to do a lot of damage if he catches a focus attack off that weapon alone. Fong as well in the mix. All these players piled on up to try to pick up his elimination onto CDY. 24% on his rage is coming back, but it might not be enough if he gets eliminated here. Does manage to find a blue armor swap in the backside. We do have more players starting to rotate on in here to Celestia. F2 clips Verse there in the corner. Doesn't get any source of extra damage thrown his way though. The top side Verse with a massive scare rush now. 1, 2, 3 connects there for Verse onto CDY. To the R&B focus there for the elimination off the fist blades. And now Fong does not cleanse off of that alone. Still having to fight out the situation. He's gonna go ahead and retreat. Trying to take a quick reset in for himself. But some pressure might be thrown towards Shaw's way now that Fong catches him. No, he's still looking for that player in the backside. Wufong rotating on out. Ajiao and Lipo potentially looking for him there in the backside. We do have Fong as well, full focusing that player. Kind of loses track of him right here. Not sure what player he wants to go for, as we see him checking health potentially here with the lock key. Lipo in the mix as well. Gold dagger. Ajiao as well, gold halberds with that Vermilion's Bird's Might is gonna be able to stay safe in the situation, and Fong is gonna pick Ajiao here out of the bunch here to get aggressive onto.
We're gonna be jumping into the mix. Fong trying to get this elimination. He really wants to cleanse that Yang depletion. Needs to find himself a soul bloom, and it looks like he's going to try and target out Ajiao here. Finds the scale rush into the building, but Ajiao's already dipped out. Finding that distance between them, he's able to get that pot off, and I believe no Vermilion Birdmite onto Ajiao anymore. It looks like Lipo still has 15 seconds left on his. Frostivus gonna try and get this elimination onto Fong. We are gonna see the F ability coming through, and Frostivus with a beautiful parry into that elimination on to DRG's Fong. No Yang depletion cleanse for him, and Frostivus gonna be able to just get out of here as fast as possible. He's trying to scale out, but losing a lot of HP in doing so, as we are gonna see a huge catch coming through from GG Shaw. Shaw gonna bounce into Lipo, trying to make that an elimination for him, but it looks like Shaw is going to go down himself. And that is his game 6 as JL's AS picking up that elimination. Lipo backing off of this, does not want the smoke, trying to make it to be alive for second Realm of Yang, as the second Yang is going to be taking place already, ladies and gentlemen. Jeez, Wufong trying to make something happen. The 1.0 tapped on beautifully by ASC's XY, trying to go for the slaps here. Brings it back around, has the fist blades in hand now. Gold fist blades for Tease Wufong, trying to go for that 1.0 again. We're going to see the 1, 2, 3 getting released by ASC's XY. The 1.0 release is going to connect for XY, but the juggle in the air was almost fatal. Wufong is going to try and make that happen again. Oh no, that's it. That's it. There we go. That's it. Wufong is going to get himself eliminated. Oh my, no way. The slap to finish it off. Verse now on the other side versus Mike. 1 HP in a dream for Verse. He does get a little bit of siphon off that landing ultimate, so we're going to see his health bar get up a little bit. We're seeing that F1 coming through. Goalie stance going to be activated for Verse, but the Tiger Leap from out of nowhere. Precision Aiko's play right now into the 1 F1, F2 jump, and you're dead. Ladies and gentlemen, OUG's Mike is the King Tiger. The Tiger King.
The Tiger King. I mean, that's why there's that mic preset there for Akos, if you guys haven't seen him, you know? There is a mic preset face for Akos. It was showcasing the mic fan bundle a little bit a while ago, but Wufong, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Gold fist blades in hand on Delani. Game throw down a little bit of pressure there from AS. Temmie Ultimate invested here on this side of the map. XY, oh my god, if he would have caught that wisp mid-air like that, that would have been disgusting. But he does manage to get the elimination here. No cleanse. Mike snags up the Soul Bloom there. And now the Temmie with no ult online. Mike's going to snag up the remaining resources here from Lipo. He's going to go ahead and wait this out now. No pressure being thrown his way. XY just chilling from above, trying to find a good opening for himself. Does have gold throwing flying knives in hand. Wufong still with 4 minutes and counting. Also has to cleanse 2 apiece for both of these Lonnies. Mike as well with 2 on the board. Bong gets eliminated with 1. GG Shaw with 2. Frostivus with 1 on the board. AS with 2. Asia with 1. XY with 3. And everybody else eliminated with 0 except for Lipo. They got eliminated with 1 going out of game number 6. And now full aggression once again. Game number 6. A lot of these players just have that full aggression in this Morzal game 6 map. 1.0 halberds there from Asia to Mike. Cuts off 2 blocks of that gold armor. AS now trying to back on up. We do have a little bit of the pressure being thrown on AS's way, but Wufong is there to try to ice out some of the pressure here from Mike. We do have cannon shots flying on in. Wufong starting to get aggressive onto AS, and this is what Wufong needs to try to cleanse, and they can potentially get the Shayo to ult very early here to try to snag at the elimination. Is what the task for these players are right now. F calling here for the Lonnie, F2 calling here for Mike, switching on his attention onto AS, and AS is now going to be forced to pop this ultimate. Wufong in the back end can just wait this out right now. Can't really do much here against the Shayo with his Lonnie ultimate. He's gonna get caught up at the first shield throw there. AS now is gonna get aggressed on here from Mike. Burst on the backside, applying the pressure off the pistol shots there onto AS. We do have the throwing knives there, applying lots of damage in the corner, getting caught up on the ground. Can't even move. Mike drops all that gold armor. AS catches him here off the shield throw as well. Big damage, pistol shots flying on in. Mike has more to defiance though, so can be used for safety measures at the end if it does go to that extreme. But Wufong on the top side, 2 minutes and 19 seconds versus 2 minutes and 42 seconds, still trying to fight his way out of this situation. Purple fist blades in hand. Mike still being the one controlling the tempo. You see how much he's being able to get these players to get focused on just how much value he can get off of this alone. He does get thrown a little bit of pressure there, and he drops that gold armor, but as soon as he retops off, he's quickly right back in the mix. F2's on in, F called in there for the Shayo in the back end. AS now, everybody in the server full looking at this Shayo to try to see who can snag up this elimination. Ashao, Birds, Mike, AS, the runner, still using this terrain at his advantage, and we saw earlier in the night how well Mike was able to do so. Now can AS replicate that energy to be able to stay up here in this fight? It's going to be a very hard task, but so far he's doing really well. Counter grapple there onto Verse. The F2 drop down there from Mike does not connect here onto AS. Has the weapon there for the movement as well. Flying Knives have that sequence that he's using, this 1-2 into that blue, that just creates a lot of distance. Oh, he's gonna tap those roll back. Ankle's broken there onto Verse. He thought it was gonna go right, be able to cut right back. He does manage to stay up, and in the back end, he's gonna use the app to try to avoid a lot of pressure. But that's a pulsar out here. Gold pulsar there for Mike, but Frostivus there for the elimination onto AS, and now these players are still getting active, and that player is gonna fall there, and AS is not gonna be taken back to the server.
Boy, Frost picking up another kill, putting a good one up onto the board. It's been a great day for him so far with 17 total points on the board. It's a very solid day one, but do say so myself. Mike with 40 points already, just absolutely killing it. Jeez, Wufong 27.7 already on the board as well. And we're gonna get to take a look at a replay of the Realm of Yang. OUG's Mike versus WBG's verse. This was the beginning of the Yang. Huge parry going to come through with the sap damage into the follow-up jump LMB, trying to go for that follow-up RMB. Huge parry a second time, and then this is where the ultimate comes out. Mike was just dominating up until this point here, and this is where we got to start watching. We get the footage right when he pops his ult, and the ultimate catch here. This was crazy. Tiger leap into a beautiful catch, into the F2 catch, into the pounce, jumping LMB to finish it off. What a beautiful play from Mike. Now the Spirit Well about to drop, these players getting ready for it here. Mike with the Octaslash in hand on those dual blades, ready to make madness happen. Why is Mike not using his own face preset on his A-Codes customization? It's a very unfortunate circumstance we don't get to see. We did see earlier XY on the Temi with that beautiful slap combo to finish that off on a tease. Wufong has since been able to cleanse. Oh my goodness, burst arrow from the bow. We saw XY pick up the kill into Ajiao with the bow, and now it's becoming a little bit more apparent why. Wufong just getting absolutely decimated by those bow shots. ASC's XY just still aiming in that direction, wanting to chip damage down onto the outside there, not even paying attention to the players very near, close to him. He's trying to get the attention of all the players on the outside. Geez, Wufong back up to full health. Mike has claimed the Spirit Well, does have that Mystic Might buff. Could try and go for a little bit of elimination here. I'm surprised he didn't go for that ultimate proc, but we are going to see WBG's verse getting absolutely slammed out of HP, and that burst arrow just putting in so much work. WBG's verse backing up from this fight, and Frostivus jumping in on that third party here, wants to see if he can come away with any sort of elimination, and Mike jumping in with the 1-2 is going to connect, tries to go for the 3, too far away to connect on the 3, switching over to those dual blades. We're going to see with the flying knives is going to be Frostivus on the back end, as well as ASC's XY verse. Going to be trying to jump to the top, but he does get hit. Everything getting sent to him. Range shots coming through. Needs to go to that goalie stance to TP out. He's able to get the TP, but the burst arrow is going to hit him as well. He's taking burn damage. He's taking all sorts of damage coming through. Needs to get this heal up. This burst arrow just so scary on the side of ASC's XY. We're going to see the F2 coming in. Mike is going to end up getting hit with that 1.0 charge burst, sending that back around the other way. Frostivus trying to jump into the mix, seeing if he can pick up the kill. Nobody able to connect onto anything first. He's trying to go for some sort of heal pot. He's able to get one. Mike is still jumping into this fight, wants to get the kill onto this Lanny. Having the Lanny here is going to be a super huge disruption to his problems when it comes to that end circle. Surfing the Bane now. This is going to get risky. Let's see how greedy Mike's going to get. He's been very aggressive all game. Banes have not stopped him here. Oh my goodness, they almost ran into it. First, 1 HP in a dream now. Who's going to get the kill? All of these players fighting. Range shots getting thrown out, trying to kite through. Mike picking up the kill and finishing it off. Frostivus almost had that too.
That's 3 on the board now for Mike, trying to close out the day strong as we see it here. Zone 5 spreads in 22 seconds. These players are going to be forced towards the middle of the zone. XY on the Temi. Flying knives in hands. Going to go ahead and pick up the remaining resources there off that body. Mike, though, is going to snag up Gold Longsword. Wufong playing the outer ring of this Bane. Frostivus as well on the backside. Engraving here for Mike. LMB catch is going to be forcing out that Lonnie F there. Now, Lonnie on cooldown. Mike trying to recatch the prio, manages to catch the grapple button to the R&B focus, puts a shot for the extra damage as well. Now XY charging up the bow in the backside, trying to apply the pressure onto Wufong. Lonnie ultimate invested, get hit off the ball from the top pro. It's gonna get hit ×2 as well, trying to ice off the pressure onto the Temmie, but nobody caring about that situation. Wufong is gonna be the one being full focus here from the whole lobby. Uppercut connects here for the throwing knives. Doesn't go for the full extension because of the F there from the Lonnie. Since the 1-2-3 follow-up, he's gonna get parry off of that. Mike there with the damage into the follow-up from Frostivus, and that's big damage there off the throwing knives. And the XY drops very low. Is gonna be forced to pop this Tomoko ultimate. The Whist is not connecting the backside. Mike now choosing Frostivus out of the bunch here, trying to close out this game. He was like, "You stole my elimination. I'm not happy about that one." Mike now drops 2 bars of that gold armor, gets recut off of this. This big damage here for Frostivus in the zone. Aqua's ultimate invested here for Mike to try to stay up here in the situation. The Whisk down does not connect there on the backside. Massive parry there from Mike. F caught in there for the Liam to avoid the damage off of that. Now he's gonna be forced to pop his ultimate as well. Mike's gonna go ahead and retreat here from the situation. Still has half of that ultimate left, but it's gonna go ahead and retop off that gold armor. Retop off the white head as well. XY's gonna wait this out. Doesn't have ult, so can't be very aggressive here in the situation. Frostivus has Tuna, as we see him here, gonna be able to get those ticks there and get some of that health back from that Tuna alone. Mortar Defiance here for Mike once again, buying it out, and he has all the openers that he needs. Catches the prio there once again onto Frostivus. Clint comes in off the lights for both players. The 1-2. Engraven Clint comes in. No, that's a parry there for Frostivus. He saw it already being shown out, and he does manage to read it there against Mike. Gets a lot of damage here onto Mike. Mike can be forced to try to take a quick reset and gets recaught off the skirmish. The 1-2 on the ground. The Witch in the back in there from XY. Big damage. It's gonna follow up RFB, and Frostivus there with elimination onto Mike. And Frostivus showcasing the potential of the flying eyes. Recatches XY on the ground. The 1-2. Sends the 1-2-3 as well. Recatches the prio off of that as well. Sends it, gets the damage off the blue. The follow-up is again. He cannot move. Frostivus with crazy staggers off the flying eyes into the follow-up LMB. And Frostivus with crazy sequence off that weapon. And that is a smile we'd like to see there from BBE Frostivus taking game number 6.
The Dancing King himself, Big Frosty. Oh my goodness, what an MVP to end the day out. Frostivus with a beautiful finish to the day. He had a couple of rough donuts, but he pulls it back in game number 6 with the most beautiful sequence of third-party eliminations into a amazing finish with the flying knives. The elimination onto Mike, the elimination onto XY at the very end there, be able to pick up a nasty restand combo. You saw what I was talking about there. You're able to hit them while mid-air with the LMB, and you go into, or you hit them with the RMB, then you go LMB, focus LMB, and then you can restand that with the 1-2. It's absolutely insane the way that these players are able to make that happen. I didn't know you could extend it as far as he just did. But yeah, XY better have just taken his hands off of his keyboard and just called it a night there. It was absolute insanity coming up from Frostivus with those flying knives, and they're gonna be a super fun weapon to keep watching for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's the second time I saw it tonight. That stagger right there. Like I said, I haven't labbed it, but Frostivus I've been saying throughout the whole night, he's very comfortable with that weapon. He knows the spacing on it. He knows the recatches off of that weapon alone. I mean, as we saw there, he just quickly made work off of those last 2 players there in that end circle. These players have been picking Lonnie first round, but the results of tonight, I mean, Liam is still king here in these MVPs, taking pretty much, I don't even know what is it, like 85-90% of the MVPs of the night. It's just
he got 3. He got half of the MVPs the whole thing. Wufong got 2 and Frostivus got 1.
Yeah, I mean, just Liam still being that top pick. I mean, it's just that comfort pick for a lot of these players, right? And everything that Liam has in his kit is just so good not to use. But we are going to be taking our overall look here for our Game 6 scoreboard. Frostivus is going to be coming out victorious here with 5 eliminations on the board, 9 overall game score. XY with 4 kills, 6 game score. OUG's Mike coming in third with 3 eliminations, 4.5. T Wufong with 2 eliminations, 3.5. WPG's Verse and JL's AS are going to be coming out with 3 overall game score. GG Shaw with 2.5. Alliances is A Shao and 521's Lipo with 1.5. DRG's Fawn with 1. C2Y and PXC are going to be coming out with a donut for game number 6. And I mean, that is going to be our 6 games for these 2 groups. We do have day 2 on Saturday. Same time as always. We're going to be taking a quick look at the overall pyramid though here for the 12 players that have played tonight. We still have a full other group who has not been competing in our matches for this bi-weekly yet, but we are going to be seeing that pretty soon in 2 days. Tomorrow's is trios, as always. Solo trios. Always been that standard format for anybody new. You know, solos is on Thursday, trios is on Friday, solos is on Saturday, and then trios is on Sunday for our matches here for the Pro League. But overall standings here at the pyramid, Seb, I mean,
I'm excited to see the top here. Lipo, PXT, CDY, Asia, XY, and AS have all got some crazy work to put in on their last game because they need some sauce if they want to get themselves qualified for the bi-weekly 3 finals. We're going to be seeing that happen in the later days, but look at this. Look at this. Frostivus 3rd overall, but Mike 42.3 points in 1 day. Absolute insanity here. Wufang is going to be hitting the 28.2, 23 points for Frostivus. Reverse is going to be hitting a 21.1, Fong with the 21, and Shaw with the 18.5. 15 points in 1 game. Mike hits 15 points in 1 singular game. I don't think anybody has ever seen that. It is insane. I still can't get over it. And Frosty with the MVP for game number 6. Oh, it's just icing on the cake, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, these standings are looking pretty good. All of these players who played today still have 6 games to play, and keep in mind there are still 6 players who have 12 games left to play. So keep that into account. These standings are not set in stone. And let's sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights brought to you by China Unicom. We can look at all of the beautiful kill steals and beautiful plays that Frostivus made to make himself MVP. We get to see the rampage that GG Shaw had at the start of the game. Look at this. And then he goes into the charge. I didn't even know that you were able to hit that. Jumping back into it. I think that is just terrain there. And JL's AS ruining GG Shaw's reign there into the 1-2. Hitting the overhold to finish that off. Beautiful elimination. And then there we go. We see JL's AS taking Shaw out a second time. And look at that. He is not too happy with that. ASC's XY. This is BM. Ladies and gentlemen, this was hilarious. We see the slap come out at the very end there as XY takes out Wufang with a beautiful elimination there. And look at that.
Oh my God.
Getting the elimination on to Mike on there. And the Storm Sickness negated the effects of the Mortal Defiance. And look at that. He goes, that's Cyan Fang into restand, and the only way he gets out of that is because of his F ability. And then the 1.0 into the follow-up. Frostivus just sipping the water. Oh, that's all he needs to do. You know, light work, guys. Light work. This is an everyday thing for me. Frostivus picking up a beautiful MVP screen. When's the last time we've seen one of these? He's got 3 MVPs actually this 2025. He's been doing very, very good. And I haven't seen the MVP board for Frostivus yet, so I'm excited to see this. It's my first time getting to see his picture with the BBE jersey on like this. Sure. Cyan Fang there, like I said. Sap Soul Jade coming out as well that we got to see. Slow shot from that musket, Tuna, Starfall, and martial artist Octaslash. 5 kills, 19,000 damage. Look at this, 13k with the flying knives, 1,000 with the katana, and 1,700 with the pistol. Wow. King of Knives.
King of Knives. Yeah, from the streams I've seen him that he streamed, I mean, that's all I saw him play. For the amount of time I watched, it was just flying knives, and he was already doing extension. That was probably like 2 days into the new patch, which was now the second to last patch. So I knew he was like really loving that weapon alone if he was already doing all that with the weapon. But I mean, Frostivus has always been such an insane player. When I was watching him at NA, even in C, I did have the pleasure to cast him when he was first competing in C, and then he moved on over to NA. And I mean, he's just always been that very, very strong player. And you know, he went into the pro league and found success with Alliance. Slowed down a little bit towards the new system of the pro league, quote unquote new. But it's, you know, it's not new anymore, where the round selection change and the whole threshold for finals was implemented with the 28 points. All that system, he kind of needed some time to adjust, but now this year with BBE, he's playing very, very well. You can clearly see that he's feeling a lot more confident in his matchups against a lot of these players. He's been having a lot of reps against them now, being in the pro league for a little bit over a year, this being his second year into the pro league. You can clearly see him now being a lot more confident and fluent into these matchups against these players. So, you know, everybody loves Frostovus, always loves Frostovus. He's always had that big fan base here in NA. So, you know, that's amazing to watch him being able to adjust to the pressure he had in the later year of the 2024 season, now into the 2025, that been playing out to his advantage in these matches, and he's doing very, very good. So that's amazing there for Frostovus. Mike had a amazing night throughout the whole day. Crazy matches there for Mike. Starting off from game 1, had a crazy opener, slowed down game 2, but big bounce back into game 3, 4. Slow down game 5. Game 6 was a decent game. So, I mean, Mike just throughout the whole night has had a very strong and consistent and over the top games with a 10-point game into a 15-point game. It was just like, yeah, let me just beat my last game's stats just so I can flex for a little bit. But like I said, Mike has had crazy bi-weekly qualifiers. I need to see this Mike for bi-weekly finals as well. But what else we have to see is the quick interview that we have with one of the players from today's matches.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Yeager, and I'm standing here with Verse and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，肘子先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是微博的 Verse。
欢迎 Verse 来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, so first I would like to know so far how you comment on yourself. 那先让肘子来评价一下自己这周的表现，现在感觉
一般。
一般啊，他今天过来感觉整个人状态好像不是很好，发生了什么事情可以跟我们讲讲吗？
就打得一般，就不开心。
打得一般，今天自己心情也不是很好了。Okay, so I think I'm just so today, and because I'm just so in the matches today, so I don't have good emotion now and really tired. 其实还好啊，我觉得就虽然就是已经帮你把这个话翻译过去了，但是作为主持人还是要鼓励一下你，今天打的还是不错的，要开心起来好不好？让自己开心是个很重要的事情。也来让我们看一下，今天呢我们要给大家送出的是什么样的福利。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so you guys can see the question on the screen, and the question for today is how many players chose Lenny in Game 6? 好，这道题目呢是刚才最后一把比赛当中有多少的选手也是选到了蓝梦这个英雄。说到今天的这个比赛，我觉得今天英雄选择真的非常的有意思。So let's talk about the hero in the competition today. Is that in the match pass, we not only see the Tamuch, we see the Viper and more hero now in the solo game. So I would like to know how you think about that. 这边要问一下肘子啊。今天我们也是来到了这个新的版本当中，然后看到很有意思的一点是单排当中，越来越多的英雄在单排当中登场，自己怎么看呢？
可玩性多了吧，然后就所有英雄都可以跟很多英雄打一下了，没有那种一边倒了。
我能不能也问一问你后面有没有准备新的英雄和惊喜给我们？
没有。
你这么直接的跟我说没有了。Okay, so for me, I think in the match path is because now we are in the new match path, and not only just some of the hero we can see in the solo game, and more and more hero they are stronger than before, and we can use in the solo game matches. That's why everyone's prepared a lot, and we can see more heroes now in the solo game. But for me, I think I'm not prepared just yet. Okay, I think our players prepared, and let's start counting. 虽然没有准备好新英雄但是应该准备好给大家送出福利啦。接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
在吗？
对。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请肘子给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个。
3个。
Yeah, the correct answer is C3. Okay, and I would like to know if you know who killed you at last and how you like comment on this player today. 好，今天先卖一个小关子，特别想知道肘子自己知不知道最后一把是被谁终结了梦想？
麦克吗？
是知道是麦克。今天我看前3把，其实大概有1次到2次吧，是不是麦克打了很久，然后直接捡了麦克的人头？今天也是相爱相杀，怎么评价一下麦克这一周的表现，并且有什么话想跟他说吗？
变猛了吗？
I think he's stronger than before. 那有没有什么话要跟他说？
周觉我会打回去。
Okay, so just waiting me in the grand final and I will fight you back, Mike. 再次感谢周子耀来到我们的赛后采访。哎，其实今天状态还是不错的，不能对自己，我就想说不要这么不开心，振作起来好不好？也不是振作，就是开心起来好不好 ？OK， 那我们最后也是用一个大大的微笑来结束今天的采访。OK, thank you for today's interview and we would like to say cheer up for you and thank you and we will get back to our cast.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back one final time. I'm your host and caster Seb. I've been joined by creatives. This is the Nbpl spring split of 2025. We're not in the summer just yet, although the weather is starting to feel like summer and the games are starting to feel pretty hot. It is the heat and the intensity of these games. Mike was just off to an absolute tear. He was playing extremely well. I'm at a loss of words for what Mike just did. I haven't seen anything quite like that. You know, you always think, okay, I'm going to be casting today. We're not going to see anything too crazy. And then something absolutely insane happens, like Mike picking up that many eliminations in one game with the first place finish. He played phenomenally. And I love it. I love to see it. I love having them come out to be able to do this. It was really cool to see this happen. And yeah, C8, what is your highlight of the day?
Highlight, probably that Frostivus restand with the flying knives. I mean, that was just insane. I mean, new weapon right in the pool, having the potential to do that with the Cyan Fang is just, I mean, that was just insane to watch. And just quickly eliminated 2 enemies at the end, like there, one being Mike. In that situation, it was just insane. I mean, that was just perfect NARAKA there from Frostivus. Reading the engraving, I mean, that is such a hard Jade to parry. From what I've casted so far, I don't think I've ever seen that Jade get parried until now. Most of the times it just clinks from a blue. Because, you know, it's a crazy mix-up, right? You don't know they have it in their arsenal, so you're just expecting a jump LNB if you see the player model go up. But if you get hit off that area R&B into the blue focus, it's just so fast to try to react to. But I mean, Frostivus kept that in his line of sight, kept tabs on the player. The Akko's running longsword, so he saw it earlier and he kept it in his mind. And I mean, just perfect close out there for Frostivus. So that for sure is like the highlight, just being that new weapon and showcasing how strong it can be. For sure it is my highlight for tonight. But I mean, everything, even Wufong, I feel like we didn't really talk about a lot of Wufong, but Wufong had pop-off games as well. He stayed very consistent throughout the remainder of his games, but I think he had 2 very strong games that, I mean, coming off the Biweekly 2 championship or champion, just, you know, he's still staying on top. He's not in first. Yeah, Mike did have a better night than him, but at the end of the day, he's being a lot more consistent than what he had the Biweekly 2 qualifiers. Like I said, he came in there in 8th place and still managed to take the chip home for that Biweekly alone. So now, you know, he's having a better opener for his Biweeklies, and you see how strong of a player he's been. I mean, he is our Biweekly 2 champion. So yeah, I mean, I feel like we didn't really touch upon a lot on Wufong, but I mean, he's such a strong player as we see him, and he's still like in the newer side of the league. He's been in here for a year now, but I mean, a lot of these players are veterans, right? Like if you think about Mike, Spider, T225, CDY, previously known as Panda Man, Wang Liang. There's a lot of these names that these people have known. I mean, Wang Liang now being Edward, but you know, there's a lot of these players that have been in the league for a very long time that, you know, they've just been in this constant like land play for this game alone, that there's no other way that you're able to get this level of practice than in the pro league. So being able to do it here in the main stage of like a player like Wu Fong, it's just insane to watch. But we're going to be taking a look at our overall standings for our opener of the bi-weekly 3. Lipo is going to come in here in 12th place with 6.5, PXT with 8.5, CDY with 11, Asia with 13.5, XY with 14, as well as AS. And Asia, newer player to the league, first year in the league currently right here, 3 bi-weeklies in. Didn't have the most best bi-weekly day 1, but I mean, he still can have a bounce back. GG Shaw with 18.5, DRG Spawn with 21, WBG's Verse with 21.1, BBE's Phosphorus with 23, the TE's Wufong with 28.2, and the 2-time OUG's Mike with 42.3 overall game score for his first day of the bi-weekly 3. Crazy opener here for Mike. But yeah, I mean, regardless, just a crazy day of NARAKA alone from all of these players in the server, and we're gonna be re-picking up that craziness tomorrow with trios. The first day of bi-weekly 3 trios starts off tomorrow at the same time that it did here for solos, but you know, trios, a whole different ball game. So much to be analyzing trios that it's just so hard to try to catch in the first glimpse. So tomorrow, that will be our lineup for tomorrow's matches. As you know, it's known it's been to be known with the map lineups there, with Predoria being sunny instead of nighttime like how it is for solos. But yeah, I mean, it was just a crazy night overall of NARAKA. Like I said, I would love to see this Mike in a bi-weekly final. This same Mike that we just saw being showcased in the bi-weekly final, for him to take another chip home. Like I said, I don't know when was the last time he took a bi-weekly home. I know it possibly been a little bit longer than I can think of, because a lot towards the end of the last season, a lot of the bi-weeklies was being taken by Spider. So Spider was my favorite into the J Cup Championship for him to take it home, but was not able to take that one for himself. So we'd love to see Mike bounce back here for the bi-weekly 3 and potentially take a bi-weekly home.
Yeah, it'd be really cool to see if we get to see how Mike and Spider are going to be facing up in this, because like we saw Spider going crazy last season. Mike is just, you know, doing like the absolute most right now, and you know, could be seeing some crazy stuff coming out from Spider pretty soon. We're not going to get to see that until our next couple of days, but it'll be really cool to see how Spider's going to be faring into this brand new Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for us today. Thank you so much. We're going to throw you to some highlights while we take it away. Thank you so much for watching. Take care, ladies and gentlemen.
射。